Vincent was a well-known hunter in the area, living with his beautiful wife, Olena. Unfortunately, they were struggling to have a child of their own. But then, one night, Vincent kept hearing a soft, whimpering cry coming from the stable. At first, he thought it was just some wild animal, but when he grabbed his axe and went to investigate, Vincent was stunned to find a fair-skinned, golden-haired baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying right there in the middle of the stable. Years passed, and that baby grew into a beautiful, lovely boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. His name was Siren, and he is our main character. Vincent and Olena loved him like their own flesh and blood, treating him as their ultimate treasure. Every day, when Vincent went into the woods, he took his son with him. While his father chopped wood, Shirone would lose himself in the magic books Vincent had bought for him. Their family was warm and happy, but the other kids in the village did not seem to like Shirone very much. And the reason was completely ridiculous. It was simply because he did nothing but read, and he was so skinny and delicate looking that he seemed more like a girl than the son of a big, muscular hunter like Vincent. The village gossips loved to whisper that Shirone was just some random stray Vincent and his wife had picked up from who knows where. Naturally, it did not take long for the local kids to find out about it, too. Even though Shirone was indeed adopted, Vincent could not stand hearing people talk trash about the boy he cherished so dearly. He felt guilty, believing Shirone was being shunned because of him. Of course, he could not just march over and beat up a bunch of children. So, to ease his own guilt, he decided to take his son on frequent trips to show him the world. The next morning, Vincent took his son to Kreese, a city on the outskirts of the kingdom of Tormia. This was Shirone's very first time visiting a city. The sheer size and bustling crowds completely blew Siren's mind. Vincent still had some business to take care of, so he pulled the carriage up in front of a fruit shop owned by an old friend named Martin and told his son to stay put until he got back. Siren was normally a very good boy, but after all, this was his first time in a big city. So Vincent kept warning him over and over not to wander into any dark alleys or get in the way of the nobles before finally driving off. Left at the fruit stand, Shirone wanted to make himself useful, so he offered to write some signs for Mr. Martin. Martin was quite surprised that a kid from the countryside knew how to read and write, and he was clearly impressed by how bright and quick-witted Shirone was. While Martin was admiring the adorable boy, Shirone suddenly looked up and asked with curiosity, "Mr. Martin, do you know anything about magic?" "Wait, the laws?" "No, I said magic." Shirone excitedly pulled out the thick magic book his father had bought for him. Martin chuckled. Kids will be kids, he thought. They all love the fantastical stuff, like dragons, heroes, and wizards. But seeing the hope sparkling in Shirone's eyes, Martin did not want to crush his spirits, so he pointed down the street. "I don't know much about magic, but you'll find plenty of books about it right down there." Shirone looked where Martin was pointing, and his eyes instantly lit up. Just past the alley was a massive bookstore. With Martin's blessing, Shirone bolted straight for it. But the moment he stepped inside, the bookstore's snobbish owner blocked his way. She refused to let him touch any of the books on the shelves, sneering that expensive books like those were not meant for poor peasants like him. Just then, an important customer walked into the shop. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly as the head butler, though Shirone had no idea which noble family he served. But while the owner was busy helping him, Shirone quickly flipped through a few books on the shelves, only to realize that they were actually pretty boring. Disappointed, he walked out of the store, just in time to see a man carrying a heavy box of books walk past. Shirone's love for books was too strong to ignore, so he followed the man without a second thought. But he was shocked to his core when he watched the man dump the entire box of books straight into the trash. "Wait, is this where Dad got all those books for me?" Shirone stood there frozen for a few seconds. Then, he walked over to the garbage and began carefully pulling out the books to inspect them. That was when he heard people laughing nearby. He turned around and saw two young noble ladies chatting happily, each holding a brand new book. Shirone could not help but wonder, what made him so different from them? Why had his father warned him so strictly to stay away from the nobility? And why did they get to read whatever they wanted, while he was not even allowed to touch a cover? Lost in thought, Shirone started following them without realizing it. But before he could catch up, a massive guard grabbed him. "Hey kid, this is no place for someone like you to hang around. Past this gate is strictly for the nobility. Where did you come from anyway? Where are your parents?" My dad is nearby," Shirone stammered nervously. Just then, another guard walked over. Taking one look at Shirone, he found the boy highly suspicious, since he did not look like any of the local kids. They immediately assumed he was either an orphan or working for a gang of thieves, so they decided to drag him off for interrogation. But Shirone was lightning fast. He slipped right out of his coat and bolted, leaving the guards behind as he hid in the nearby bushes, panting, with his hair completely disheveled. His clothes were completely covered in dirt. Still, he felt incredibly lucky that he hadn't been caught yet. Just as he was about to pick up his shoes and return to Mr. Martin, Shirone heard voices coming from behind the massive wall. So, today we will discuss what magic actually is. No, headmaster, show us how you breathe fire instead. A few students eagerly shouted back. Shirone looked up at the wall, which was easily 2 or 3 times his height. Of course, he couldn't see a single thing. Wait, could this actually be a magic academy? A sudden surge of excitement filled his heart. Shirone pressed his ear against the wall and listened intently. Inside, the headmaster was continuing to ask his students questions. He asked them, "What is the most important thing when learning magic?" Some said knowledge, while others said hard work. One student even believed that money was the most important, but still, no one answered correctly. Shirone strained to hear every word, and finally, he heard the headmaster's answer. The most important thing when studying magic is insight. The noble students inside were all about his age. When they heard him mention insight, every single one of their faces went blank. What is that? The headmaster didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked, "Is there anyone here who doesn't know what 1 + 1 equals? Who wouldn't know that? It's 2, of course," the students chorused. "Then, can anyone explain why it equals 2? The headmaster asked again. The students exchanged glances, none of them able to answer. That strange feeling you have right now is insight. There was a time when people didn't even know that 1 + 1 equals 2, and many scholars had to work incredibly hard just to prove it. But even without absolute proof, we still understand that 1 + 1 equals 2, don't we? That is because it is a law that has always existed in the world. That is also why we don't need to learn it, because we already understand and accept it naturally. And magic is the same way. It has existed in this world since the very beginning. We can perceive and accept it through our insight. That is why it is more important than knowledge and hard work," the headmaster explained in one breath. The kids inside the academy still hadn't fully digested his words, but as Shirone eavesdropped from outside, his heart began to pound rapidly. The most important thing when studying magic isn't money, nor is it noble status. It is insight. In that case, could a child like him also become a great mage? At that thought, Shirone felt both excited and anxious. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest when he heard the headmaster ask, "Child, standing behind that wall, I would like to hear your thoughts." Shirone flinched. He had no idea he could be detected through a wall this thick. Should he run away or answer the question? Especially since he looked so dirty and disheveled right now. Shirone was terrified that the headmaster and the kids inside would look down on him for being poor and dirty, just like the bookstore owner and those 2 guards did. But he was also afraid that if he missed this chance, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Driven by some powerful urge, Shirone used his small body to slowly climb up the wall. He looked like a complete mess, but his eyes shone brightly. Shirone saw the headmaster of the Magic Academy sitting under a tree with several children. The man looked incredibly kind, not at all like the bookstore owner or the guards. The moment he saw Shirone, he spoke first. "Hello there, child. Have you come to keep this old man company?" That noble headmaster was named Alpheas, a 4th-class mage, and the founder of the Alpheas Academy of Magic. Shirone gathered all his courage, jumped down from the wall, and took a few steps forward. The children gathered around Alpheas were all nobles, looking clean and tidy, completely unlike Shirone. The moment they saw his appearance, a few of them knew he was just a commoner and bluntly tried to shoo him away. But Headmaster Alpheas wasn't like that at all. "It's all right. Come on over. What is it that this old man said that caught your attention?" Headmaster Alpheas's gentle demeanor made Shirone feel far less self-conscious. Although he was still quite shy, he summoned the courage to speak his wish. I want to see magic. I've only read about it in books, but I've never actually seen it with my own eyes." Before Alpheas could reply, the students surrounding him began to clamor. They accused Shirone of lying, claiming there was no way a commoner could read books. Knowing he had no say in this place, he bowed his head low and pleaded, "Please, any spell is fine. I just want to see magic with my own eyes." Alpheas chuckled. "Haha, that's simple enough. I will show you all a spell that can summon the wind." As soon as Alpheas finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind swept in, lifting Shirone up into the sky. He wasn't the only one. The children gathered around the headmaster were also lifted into the air. However, while they all seemed to enjoy it, Shirone was both terrified and bewildered. After reaching a certain height, he and the other children began to fall back down. While they still seemed thrilled, Shirone's heart. Shirone was scared out of his mind. This was the first time in his life he had ever free-fallen, and from such a terrifying height, too. Shirone felt like he was about to smash into pieces. Terrified, he squeezed his eyes shut. Only after a long moment did the howling wind in his ears finally fade away. All that was left was the giggling of the children. Only then did he dare to open his eyes, finding himself hovering just about 1 meter off the ground. The magic school students were teasing him for being such a coward. Even Principal Alpheas couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh at the sight. He asked, "How did that feel?" "That right there is magic." Shirone landed safely, but his heart was still pounding with fear. So, this was what magic really was. It was incredibly profound, far beyond anything he had read in that book. "What exactly is magic, Principal?" Shirone still hadn't fully recovered from the shock, asking timidly. Alpheas stroked his long beard. It seemed like he was searching for an easy analogy to explain it, but Shirone was too impatient and ended up prompting him. "Please tell me the truth." His voice was quite loud, and to anyone else, it would have sounded like Shirone was being incredibly rude to the principal. The noble students were shocked to hear this. Up until now, no one had ever dared to raise their voice at Alpheas like that. Not even the teachers. They were absolutely sure Alpheas would fly into a rage and punish Shirone. But looking at his intelligent face and bright eyes, Alpheas couldn't bring himself to be angry. "Haha, if you want to know that badly, then I'll explain it. It is a bit complicated though." Stroking his beard, he explained to Shirone what true magic actually was. It's something outside of common sense. In other words, it is an awakening of the mind to discover the truth of the world. It's unrealistic, but could that be why it is actually closer to the truth? Shirone suddenly asked. Alpheas couldn't hide the excitement on his face, because what Shirone had just said was something even the noble students here couldn't figure out on their own. "Did you read that in a book?" "No, but I noticed similarities across many different books. A lot of ideas from great historical figures were once considered absurd and shunned by everyone. But in the end, everyone had to accept those ideas as newly discovered truths. So, the truth is actually hidden within those absurdities. That is what I think." Alpheas kept nodding as he listened to him speak. It seemed he was very pleased with this bright, intelligent child. Despite his difficult circumstances, he still strived to learn. He connected the few dots he had to fully grasp the concepts. It was just a shame that he was only a commoner. After all, his resources could never compare to those of these noble children. To help Shirone understand more about magic, Alpheas called over a pink-haired girl named Suman and asked her to enter her mental world. Then, he pulled a handful of coins out of his pocket and asked Suman to guess how many coins he was holding. Suman barely had to think, immediately answering with the number 6. And surprisingly, her answer was completely correct. Shirone was utterly amazed, 100,000 questions popping up in his mind. Alpheas also guessed that he would be thinking this. So, he immediately explained that when a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to perceive everything around them. Even more outstanding mages can count the leaves on a tree from a massive distance away. That is called a hypersensitive mental state, or the mental world. While explaining, Alpheas continued to change the number of coins, and this time, Sumin still guessed it perfectly. A mage who can enter the mental world perceives the outside world through a supernatural ability, which ultimately allows them to dominate reality itself. It's not just limited to small things like counting coins. They also have the ability to perceive the entire situation unfolding right before their eyes. This is the fundamental skill Alpheas wants Shirone to master if he wants to become a mage, because not everyone can enter this mental world state. First, you need to perceive yourself. Try practicing in a quiet place. Then, shatter all the stray thoughts in your mind. Once you do that, a whole new world will open up for you to explore. Do you understand what I mean? So if I can't perceive myself, then I won't be able to empty my mind? Shirone asked. Alpheas was constantly taken aback by Shirone's questions. He asked him to try perceiving himself right then and there. After all, if Shirone couldn't even do that, he simply wouldn't be cut out for learning magic. But what exactly is the self? Shirone began searching for the answer to that question. While the brain is just an organ, the senses and the reality he perceived could never exceed the boundaries of the brain itself. Shirone didn't need to understand its meaning, but rather feel it. Just like that, After quite a long time, Shirone opened his eyes. In front of him were still Principal Alpheas and the students, but something seemed a little different. Alpheas asked with an expectant look, "What did you feel?" Drenched in sweat, Shirone replied, "Sounds, sir. I heard all the sounds." The other kids burst out laughing. Hearing sounds is a given, of course. Alpheas didn't show much of a reaction, but he was clearly disappointed. He figured Shirone wasn't able to pull off what he had originally hoped for. After all, what happens inside the spirit realm belongs to a completely different dimension. There, you perceive things through entirely different senses, almost like synesthesia. It is a neurological condition where the brain processes information through multiple senses at once. In that state, you can literally smell, sound, taste, light, and feel your surroundings right through your skin. But since Shirone just said he heard sounds, it proved he hadn't actually entered the spirit realm at all. Then again, this isn't exactly something just anyone can do. Alpheas slowly stood up and patted Shirone's head to comfort him, saying, "Good job. If you keep practicing, you will be able to hear even more sounds in the future." With that, Alpheas turned back to his students and said, "All right, that concludes our special lesson. Let's head back to school." Even after they left, Alpheas couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret because finding a kid as bright as Shirone was incredibly rare. He couldn't help but think that if the boy had been born into a noble family and tutored from a young age, his achievements would have put all these other kids to shame. As for Shirone, he climbed back over the wall and returned to the outside. But inside, Shirone's mind was in absolute chaos because he knew for a fact that he had actually entered the spirit realm earlier. He had only told Alpheas about hearing sounds, but he didn't share the rest of what happened. He didn't mention how, after that earth-shattering sound, he felt as if his entire body was torn into hundreds of pieces and scattered across the ends of the earth. He felt like he was no longer just a tiny individual, but that he was the entire world itself. That overwhelming sensation brought tears streaming down his face. He couldn't help but tremble before the sheer, infinite vastness of the universe. It was only for a split second, but Shirone had genuinely left his physical body behind, becoming formless and merging with the world. He ran forward blindly, trying to escape the overwhelming rush of emotions. But in his chaotic state, Shirone accidentally crashed headfirst into a passerby. Because the other guy was quite large, Shirone was the only one who ended up falling flat on his back. Shirone frantically apologized, but the man had no intention of letting him off easy. He was with a few other thugs, and the guy Shirone bumped into immediately grabbed him by the collar. "Are you out of your mind? You think you can just crash into someone and walk away? I am so sorry. I am so sorry." Shirone was so terrified that he began to stutter. "You think a simple sorry is going to cut it? Are you with the guild? Did you come to take my life?" Shirone had absolutely no idea what guild the man was talking about. But at this rate, he was going to get beaten to a pulp, or worse, lose his life. Just as panic started to consume him, a girl's voice called out from nearby. "What are you guys up to? Is there something fun going on? Lady Amy, what brings you here? Are you bored again?" The thug quickly turned to greet the newcomer, though his grip on Shirone's collar didn't loosen for a second. The girl they called Lady Amy was a young noblewoman with strikingly vibrant red hair. Shirone wanted to cry out for help, but the moment he realized she was a noble, he immediately gave up on the idea. Meanwhile, after greeting Amy, the thugs got right back to business. Without warning, they slammed a knee straight into Shirone's stomach. He instantly collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling in agony. Beating up a scrawny kid like Shirone didn't embarrass these thugs at all. In fact, it only made them more excited. They crowded around him, hurling vulgar insults, and even dragging his parents into their trash talk with some incredibly nasty words. Hearing them insult, his parents made Shirone's blood boil, but he never got a chance to fight back. The next thing he knew, a heavy boot slammed right into his head. A whole group of grown men was ganging up on a helpless child. Defenseless, Shirone could do nothing but curl up and protect his head. A moment later, Amy seemed to lose her patience and stepped closer. "Hey, knock it off. You keep this up, and you're actually going to kill him." She knelt down beside Shirone and asked, "Are you okay?" "I didn't do anything wrong. I was just passing by," Shirone sobbed. Sensing a glimmer of hope in this girl, Shirone wept as he tried to explain his innocence. "Yeah, you guys can stop now," Amy said. "Seriously, isn't there anything more entertaining than this?" Shirone thought he was finally being saved. He had no idea that this innocent-looking girl was actually far more sadistic than the thugs themselves. To her, Shirone was nothing more than a cheap plaything. We were planning to teach him a lesson and then sell him off to the village down south. He is just a commoner anyway, so no one's going to come looking for him, one of the thugs suggested. Hearing the thug's suggestion, Shirone immediately plunged into utter despair. He deeply regretted not staying behind with Alpheas. If they actually sold him, would he never be able to see his parents again for the rest of his life? Amy stared down at Shirone for a long moment, judging him, before her face twisted into a sickening smile. Well, a slave shouldn't have any physical defects, right? If that's the case, why don't we just check for ourselves? The mob of thugs surrounding her immediately burst into cackles. Haha, Lady Amy, are you planning to inspect him? You hear that, kid? She's telling you to strip. Hearing the word strip, Amy's face instantly paled, and she instinctively stepped back. She originally just wanted to mess with Shirone a bit, and then let him go. She never expected these psychos to actually go through with it. On top of that, Shirone looked like he was about to lose his mind. The mocking laughter and threats of the thugs slowly faded from his ears. Instead, he could clearly hear the buzzing wings of a fly passing by. And then, everything around him seemed to freeze. Shirone felt his mind drifting back to a few hours ago. He saw Headmaster Alpheas and the students sitting beneath that ancient tree. He was chanting a spell to summon the wind, showing him what magic truly was. Shirone had no doubt about it. He was inside his own memories. Alpheas's incantation became crystal clear in his mind. Every word poured into Shirone's mind, instantly becoming his own knowledge. While Shirone's consciousness was lost in his memories, he stood frozen like a statue in reality. Seeing him completely unresponsive, the thugs lost their patience. Grabbing his collar once again, one of them spat, "Hey punk, are you deaf? Do I look like I'm playing with you?" Only Amy noticed something was off. She quickly screamed for them to stop, but it was already too late. Relying on the memory he had just recovered, Shirone unconsciously cast the wind spell. Just like what Alpheas had done, he conjured a whirlwind massive enough to blast the entire gang of thugs high into the air. By the time Shirone snapped back to reality, they were already in a freefall. Dropping from that height, it was obvious they were going to break some bones. With just one move, Shirone had wiped out nearly 10 thugs who were several times his size. Honestly, he didn't even know how he had pulled it off. Amy let out a scream and rushed over, finally snapping Shirone back to his senses. "What on earth are you? Where did you learn magic? How can a commoner like you possess magic?" Just then, the loud commotion drew a crowd of people running toward them. Not wanting to get caught up in a mess, Amy quickly made her escape. Shirone watched in shock as she leaped onto the rooftop like a flying squirrel and vanished. But that didn't matter right now. What mattered was the absolute disaster right in front of him, and he was willing to bet the newcomers wouldn't even give him a chance to explain. Shirone knew he had to escape. He couldn't get caught again. So, he bolted, running as fast as his legs could carry him out of the alley. His very first trip outside his village had left him with too many traumatic experiences. He realized just how terrifying the world could be. All he wanted now was to get back into his parents' safe embrace. That was it. Meanwhile, Amy returned to her estate. Her family, the Karmas clan, was a top-tier noble family. Amy was absolutely fuming after being outmatched by a commoner kid. The head of the Karmas family, Shakora, knew his daughter had caused trouble the moment she walked through the door. "Back so early? Did you skip class today, Amy?" "I've already learned everything. There's nothing fun there, Dad," Amy grumbled before stomping off to her room. Shakora could only sigh at his daughter's attitude. Sigh. "I wonder when you will finally grow up. Even if you are a genius, you can't afford to be this reckless. Otherwise, someone is going to surpass you one of these days." Shakora spoke casually, but his words hit right where it hurt. Because today, she really had been surpassed, and by a commoner kid no less. Seeing his daughter suddenly go silent, Shakora felt uneasy. Usually, if he criticized her like that, Amy would throw a huge tantrum. But today was different. She remained quiet for a long moment, and then suddenly asked a question that was completely unlike her. "Dad, speaking of magic, do you know anyone at the Magic Academy who could introduce me?" After that chaotic ordeal, Shirone finally found his father. The moment he saw Vincent, he threw himself into his arms, crying and sobbing about how he had gotten lost. The two of them returned to their small village, but from that day on, his personality changed completely. Soon, winter arrived. One evening, upon returning home, Vincent found his wife sitting by the fireplace, knitting a scarf. Oline told him that Shirone had gone to the logging area to chop more firewood, even though it was snowing heavily. Worried for his safety, Vincent went out to find him. Although they were not biologically related, Vincent had raised Shirone as his own flesh and blood since he was a baby. Guided by that deep, fatherly love, he could clearly sense a shift in his son ever since his first trip to the city back in the spring. Even though Shirone had only claimed to have gotten lost, Vincent always suspected there was more to the story. Meanwhile, the boy was deep in the woods, chopping firewood. Months had passed, but Shirone still couldn't forget the day he had unconsciously unleashed magic to blow those thugs away. Yet, despite all his efforts since then, he hadn't been able to cast it even one more time. He had successfully summoned that magic purely out of survival instinct, but without any actual foundation in magic, he simply couldn't replicate it. Once again. Even so, Shirone had now completely mastered entering his spiritual world. Inside the spiritual world, he could feel absolutely everything. Right now, from its texture and shape to its scent, he could sense every single detail of the tree in front of him all at once. And he could even see the weakest point of that tree. That allowed Shirone to bring down a tree 5 to 6 times his size with just a single swing of his axe. Vincent saw the entire thing. As a seasoned hunter, he was willing to bet that what he just witnessed was a lightning strike, a phenomenon where a tree is brought down with one swing by targeting its weakest spot. But how could Shirone? How could a skinny, fragile little kid pull off something that even a highly skilled hunter like Vincent would find difficult? Watching his young son carefully saw the tree trunk in the freezing winter cold, Vincent couldn't help but tear up. Meanwhile, Shirone actually seemed incredibly excited, because this was the first time he successfully pulled off a lightning strike after countless tries, just like the day he successfully cast magic. Shirone knew he wasn't as fortunate as the noble kids, but that didn't stop his burning desire to seek out the foundational knowledge of magic. And tomorrow, the day after, and every day following, Shirone would keep doing this over and over, just to feel magic, because he believed that his chance would surely come one day soon. His sheer persistence was finally starting to pay off. Time flew by. 3 years later, Shirone had grown much taller, his hair had gotten longer, and he had mastered hitting a lightning strike with perfect accuracy every single time. By now, it felt as though he had truly become one with nature. Shirone could even feel the trembling of every bush, the tiny movements of insects, and the roots absorbing nutrients from the soil. But Shirone knew this wasn't all. If he kept training, an entirely new world would open up to him. Today, he had spent 5 hours meditating in the forest to train his spiritual world. Satisfied with his progress, Shirone carried his bundle of firewood and headed back home. On his way back, he spotted 2 white stallions, a rare breed that would normally never show up in a remote place like this. A luxurious carriage was parked right in front of Shirone's house. He guessed they had a guest, but the moment he stepped inside, both his mother and father looked incredibly tense, making Shirone feel a bit uneasy. "You're back? Come in and meet this gentleman," Vincent called out. The owner of that luxurious carriage was the deputy butler of the Ogent family. He introduced himself as Temeran. Shirone had no idea why this man was looking for him. Even though the Ogent family was the second most powerful noble house in the entire kingdom, Shirone still politely bowed and greeted him. Temeran stepped closer, carefully examining Shirone's face and build, as if sizing up a valuable piece of merchandise. "Can you read?" he asked. "I learned a bit when I was little," Shirone replied. Temeran seemed thoughtful, nodding slowly as he continued to inspect him. "You seem well raised, just a hunter's son, yet you know how to read. You're a good kid, too. Wait, can you explain why you're here?" Shirone was getting a bit impatient, and Temeran finally revealed the true purpose of his visit. He was here to recruit Shirone to work for the Ogent family, though Shirone had no clue how the man even knew about him. The job was to move a total of 10,000 books out of the estate's main library, many of which were extremely important. This task had to be completed within 2 years. While others would handle the heavy lifting, the sorting would be done solely by Temeran and Shirone. The moment he heard the word library, Shirone's heart skipped a beat. And not just any library, the Ogent family library. It was bound to be filled with crucial knowledge for a mage. However, Temeran went on to say that Shirone's family were the only ones who could know about this. If even a single book went missing, or if word of this leaked out, then the lives of both Shirone and his family would be forfeit. Only then did Shirone realize why his parents looked so terrified. Of course, because of how dangerous it was, the Ogent family was offering a massive sum of money. It was an amount of money that Vincent couldn't earn in a lifetime of hunting. Of course, he wasn't so greedy that he would willingly sell off his precious son. He only agreed to Temeran's request so that his son could have a chance to read all the books he wanted in the Ogent library. The amount you're being paid is indeed massive, so It was well worth raising your son all these years. Temeran seemed highly satisfied with Shirone, turning to speak to Vincent. But those words made it sound like Vincent had only raised Chiron all these years just to cash in. Enraged, he instantly stood up and slammed his hands on the table. I didn't do this for the money. I only want our Shirone to be able to fulfill his dream. Temeran suddenly burst into a loud, mocking laugh. Ha, why are you thinking so hard about it? You honestly think this kid is going to have a career? Stop dreaming. If you didn't do it for the money, then why on earth did you beg me to choose your son? His tone was dripping with mockery, making Vincent practically scream as he insisted that the boy could indeed read. Looking back, Olina had only taught Shirone a few words when he was little, just for fun. She never expected that by the time he was 5 or 6, he would start reading books all on his own to learn. Vincent still remembered how obedient and adorable Shirone looked back then. But more than anything, he was an incredibly smart child. Every time he looked at those beautiful, sharp eyes of his, focused so intently on his reading, Vincent couldn't help but wonder. Was it possible that his adopted son actually belonged to some noble bloodline? And if he had been raised by a noble family instead of a humble hunter's household like theirs, would his life have been much better? During those times, Vincent went through an intense inner struggle. Part of him wanted to keep Shirone to himself, raising him to be a hunter and woodcutter just like him. But seeing Shirone spend hours in the forest every single day, tirelessly chopping wood, it deeply pained him. And it was Vincent who reached out to Temeran, right after hearing that the Ogent family was looking for a literate commoner child. All Vincent wanted was for Shirone to go there and read the books he desired. That was why he had gone to Temeran, practically begging him. But he never expected this arrogant, snobbish man to assume he was trying to sell his own son for money. It made Vincent absolutely furious. I don't want a single penny. If I knew you were going to look down on me like that, I would have never come to beg you. Now, get the hell out of my house. Temeran, being an arrogant man himself, immediately turned to leave after getting yelled at like that. But just as he reached the door, Shirone quickly called out to him. He declared he would take the job, no matter how dangerous it was or how much Temeran looked down on his family. Are you serious about this? I'm not trying to scare you. Let me warn you. Even the tiniest rumor could cost you your life, Temeran warned him. But even so, Shirone remained unwavering. He assured him that he would keep his mouth shut, no matter what. And if anything went wrong, he wouldn't hold any resentment toward Temeran or the Ogent family. Seeing the young man's determination, Temeran stopped trying to dissuade him. He simply said he would send a carriage for Shirone within a week. If you change your mind and refuse before then, that's fine. But once Shirone steps inside the Ogent estate, he won't be allowed to leave until the job is done. After giving Shirone those final instructions, Temeran didn't linger. Left alone with his family of 3, Vincent frantically asked his son, Shirone, why on earth did you agree to this? Those bastards just want someone to die in their place. This is my fault. I will take responsibility, so please, turn it down right now. Tears streamed down Vincent's face, and by now, Shirone had started crying too. But he wasn't crying because he blamed Vincent for pushing him into danger. He was crying out of gratitude for being given such a massive opportunity. Because stepping into the Ogent library and reading those rare magic books was an opportunity he wouldn't have dared to dream of in a lifetime. Father, thank you so much, Shirone cried, but a bright smile lit up his face. Vincent quickly pulled him into a warm hug, comforting him. Don't worry, Shirone. Just make sure you return home in one piece. I'll make sure they don't lay a single finger on our family. In that moment, Vincent truly didn't know if he had done the right thing. Olina couldn't hold back her tears either, overwhelmed with worry for her son. But since he wanted to go, the two of them couldn't hold him back. 1 week later, Temeran sent someone to pick up Shirone, exactly as promised. After making Vincent sign a pledge, they hurriedly whisked the boy away. The carriage door shut, and the wheels began to roll. Shirone quickly entered his spirit zone. He could see Vincent and Olina holding each other, weeping bitterly. Instinctively, Shirone wanted to reach out and comfort them, but his last bit of reason made him pull his hand back. Yes, this opportunity was a double-edged sword. Even though working for the Ogent family was extremely dangerous, it would also give him so much, and he was no longer going to turn back in fear. As for the Ogent family, their main estate was located in the city of Crace within the kingdom of Tormia, quite far from the capital of Basuka. The Ogents are a family of warriors, famous for training orthodox swordsmen. The previous family head was a class 3 swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Ogent, is a Class 4 Orthodox Knight. In short, they had the power to control the influential forces in the city. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage finally arrived in front of the grand Ogent mansion. This was Shirone's first time setting foot on a noble's estate, and a highly powerful, second-class noble family at that. The sheer grandeur of the place completely overwhelmed him. The two men who came to pick up Shirone led him to the butler's office and break room, which would also be his quarters for the next 2 years. Temiran was already waiting inside. Without giving Shirone any time to rest, he immediately led him to the family's great library to explain his duties. First, he had to get to work. Stepping into the Ogent family library, Shirone was completely blown away. He had never seen so many books in his entire life. And for a book lover like Shirone, this place was absolute paradise. Since the Ogents had built a brand new library, all the books here were going to be moved there, and Shirone's job was to organize them. Every week, he would receive a list, then locate and gather the books based on their titles. His working hours were from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening every day. Outside of those hours, Shirone was free to rest, but he wasn't allowed to go outside, nor could he enter the main estate without permission. Temiran, being the head butler, would be extremely busy, but the other butlers would teach him the rules and etiquette of this household. "Do you have any other questions?" Temiran asked. Shirone was still processing all the information he'd just been given. He truly felt that this was an opportunity worth risking his life for. "When do I start?" Shirone replied with a question of his own. "Starting tomorrow." And just like that, the next morning, Shirone put on a brand new butler uniform, grabbed his list, and headed to the grand library. After racking his brain all night, he finally understood why a family as massive as the Ogents only hired one person to organize the books. It was likely because they needed a completely consistent classification system. For example, if a book was titled The History of Swordsmanship, different people would have different opinions on whether it belonged in the professional swordsmanship section or the general history section. And another thing Shirone realized as he worked with these classification systems was that all fields of knowledge are interconnected, and the ultimate core that links them together is history. Knowledge is built layer by layer along a single timeline called history. History is the very backbone of knowledge. After studying history thoroughly and using it to reinforce other subjects, Shirone's reading speed increased significantly. Out of the 10,000 books here, about 850 were history books, and he planned to read them all during his 2 years here to achieve his ultimate dream of becoming a mage. Time passed by slowly, and Shirone quickly adapted to his new job. That evening, while he was secretly reading in the library, Shirone heard footsteps. It was Temiran, accompanied by a deputy butler. Shirone quickly hid the book he was holding. After all, reading the library's books without permission was considered improper. "Have you got everything sorted out? Are you working overtime again?" "Yes, sir." Shirone quickly stood up straight and answered respectfully. Temiran didn't suspect a thing, merely advising Shirone not to push his body to the point of exhaustion. After all, he still had 2 whole years ahead of him in this library, and more importantly, he had to take full responsibility for his own actions. If he let exhaustion cloud his judgment and made a mistake, his head could roll before he even knew it. After leaving the new list behind, Temiran turned to leave. But after taking just a few steps, he suddenly turned around and marched straight back to Shirone, making the boy extremely nervous. What was this? Had he been caught secretly reading library books during his overtime hours? Fortunately, Temiran only walked over to adjust the bow tie around Shirone's neck. Butlers aren't the only ones who come into this library. The master of the house and the young masters visit here too. Keep an eye on your uniform, and make sure you do nothing to bring shame to the Ogent family name. Temiran also advised Shirone to trim his long hair before finally making his exit. Shirone let out a sigh of relief. He began thinking about tying his hair up neatly, just like his father did. But in reality, there was a much bigger problem to worry about. The knowledge in these books was incredibly difficult. Once Temiran and the deputy butler left, Shirone went back to struggling with that massive mountain of information. He initially wanted to just memorize everything quickly, but if he wanted to recall the knowledge from a book at any given moment, he had to thoroughly understand every single detail inside it. So, he kept forcing more words into his head. But after working hard all day, Shirone quickly lost his battle with sleep and collapsed onto the desk. While he was fast asleep, a hand reached out and picked up the book he had been reading. It was Temiran, who had slipped back in unnoticed. Sighing, he thought to himself, "What a fool." He clicked his tongue and muttered, "You have been holding onto this book for a whole month. Do you really think you can succeed just by studying?" If you were reading books with any practical use, I would have banned you from coming here after hours. Fortunately, though, you are nothing but an idiot with strong willpower." 3 months had passed, and Shirone was getting used to working in the grand library of the Ogent family. He had also learned many things from the maids. After 3 months of hard work, Shirone realized something. The nobles did not actually care if 1 or 2 books went missing. This also meant there probably were not any incredibly important books in the library, but that did not make things any safer for him. So he stuck to the same mindset he had when Temuran confronted him. He absolutely could not afford to make a single mistake. While he was lost in thought, the heavy doors of the grand library were suddenly flung wide open, followed by a voice that pierced right through Shirone's eardrums. "Damn it, that damn old man." Startled, he quickly looked up. The person who had just burst in was a tall, blue-haired young man. From what Shirone knew, this was none other than the youngest young master of the family, Ryan Ogent. Right behind Rian, another voice echoed, sounding even more terrifying this time. "Rian, how dare you run away? Just wait until I catch you. You're running another 100 laps." Rian quickly rushed toward Shirone and scrambled under the table nearby. Before hiding, he didn't forget to warn Shirone not to tell the newcomer where he was hiding. Rian's massive build had already put immense pressure on Shirone, but the person who burst into the grand library next was twice as giant. "I know you're hiding in here, Rian. Hey kid, a pint-sized blue-haired brat just burst in here, didn't he?" Shirone was left speechless. If that giant, blue-haired kid was considered pint-sized, what on earth did his own scrawny frame look like to this old man? But the man looked absolutely terrifying, so Shirone had to try and figure out his identity first. "Excuse me, sir, but may I ask who you are? I am a swordsmanship instructor, and I'm the one who has the right to beat that little brat to a pulp. Got it?" The words got it practically pierced through Shirone's eardrums. He felt like if he didn't answer, this giant of a man would put him 6 feet under right then and there. So, despite the youngest young master's desperate warnings, Shirone had to honestly confess that he was hiding under the adjacent bookshelf. Rian's swordsmanship instructor immediately grabbed him by the collar with one hand and dragged him out. "Master, this is all a misunderstanding." Rian frantically tried to explain, but his master didn't give him a single second. Rian was slammed hard onto the floor, and his master grabbed him by the leg, dragging him away. "Come with me, you slacker. How dare you skip training? You need to be taught a serious lesson in discipline." Rian looked utterly miserable. Shirone could clearly read his lips as he was being dragged away. Rian's lips spelled out, "You will pay for this." But seeing how Rian's instructor seemed to hold even more power than the head of the house, Shirone really didn't have much of a choice. After that day, Shirone overheard that the youngest master had been taken up into the mountains for intense training, so in the following days, no one abruptly burst into the library, yelling and startling him anymore. Over the next few days in the grand library, Shirone continued to balance his chores while making time to read. It took him 20 days to finish the first book, but after fully understanding it, he went on to read 82 books in just 4 months. Everything progressed exactly as Shirone had anticipated. Only the beginning was difficult, and after that, no book contained completely new concepts. If he could build a solid foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 would be much easier to digest. As Shirone read about the historical origins of magic, he began to question whether studying the history and origins of magic at this stage was the right choice. But since he had already studied the formation of all matter, he felt even more confident that this decision was correct. After all, just as a scholar devises a theorem, so does a mage. However, a mage must also materialize that theory and apply it to reality. Therefore, a mage is quite similar to a scholar. However, not all scholars can be mages. This is because not everyone can enter the state of sensory suspension in their consciousness, the spirit zone. Thus, Shirone felt even more confident that with his spirit zone, as long as he absorbed the vast amount of knowledge contained in these books, he would eventually become a mage. Truly, he thought his peaceful days would last forever, until one evening, when Rian returned, absolutely furious. "Hey you bastard, I literally walked through hell waiting for this day." Still the same blue hair, towering build, and deafening voice. Shirone broke into a cold sweat. This young master was seriously persistent. Even after surviving a brutal physical torment up in the mountains, he still remembered his grudge from being exposed in the library. Rian was so pissed his teeth were literally chattering. "Do you have any idea how much hell I had to go through because of you, you bastard?" With that, he started rambling about how his instructor had tortured him, like climbing up steep cliffs countless times until his fingers completely lost all their strength. but every time he felt like he was about to die, Rian would think of the grudge he had against the guy who pushed him into that nightmare, and he'd get a sudden surge of power. Shirone let out a quiet sigh. This young master didn't just hold a grudge. It seemed his anger had been building up all this time and had finally reached its boiling point. What? You don't even have the guts to open your mouth. I asked you for help and I trusted you, but you turned your back on me and ratted me out to my master. Just looking at a coward like you makes me sick, Rian spat as he grabbed Shirone by the collar. It wasn't like that. I was only telling the truth. Don't you dare try to justify what you did. You should have just told me from the start that you weren't going to help. Shirone sighed inwardly. It seemed there was absolutely no reasoning with an angry guy who completely overpowered him. Then what do you want me to do, young master? Rian was taken aback, completely caught off guard by Shirone's calm composure. With a sudden burst of laughter, Rian dragged Shirone out to the training grounds, completely ignoring the fact that it was the middle of the night. Shirone figured Rian was just going to use him as a punching bag, beating him with a wooden sword until his anger faded. But he couldn't afford to throw away this chance, the very opportunity his parents had risked their lives to secure for him. So, he resigned himself to just standing there and taking the beating. To his surprise, after browsing the weapon rack for a bit, Rian grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Shirone, demanding a one-on-one duel. I'm not a coward like you. This is what you get for looking down on someone destined to be a great swordmaster. Now, you'll pay the price and face the wrath of my blade. What did I do that was so cowardly, young master? Tired of being branded a coward, Shirone finally lost his cool and shot back. As a servant of the Ogent family, you're supposed to protect us. Instead, you sold me out to my instructor just to save your own skin. If that's not cowardice, then what is? As Rian spoke, Shirone saw a chilling shift in his eyes. They had turned wild and vicious. Shirone instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, which was exactly what Rian wanted. Knowing there was a massive gap in their skills, Rian smugly offered to let Shirone take the first 3 strikes. Shirone's heart hammered in his chest. Sure, it was just a wooden sword, and it wouldn't kill him, but the wood was solid. One broken bone, and he'd be kicked out of the estate and lose his job. His mind raced as he desperately asked himself, what do I do now? After a few agonizing seconds, Shirone gripped his sword and lunged forward with a powerful strike, but Rian dodged the first blow effortlessly. When Shirone launched his second strike, Rian casually blocked it with his own wooden sword. Unlike Shirone, whose hands were shaking, Rian's stance was rock solid, and his raw strength was overwhelming. Sweat was already dripping down Shirone's neck. He only had one single chance left to make a move. If this next strike failed, it was all over. Pouring every ounce of focus into his mind, Shirone entered his spirit zone. Within this realm, he could clearly sense the weakest point of Rian's sword, the exact same way he did whenever he channeled a thunder strike to chop wood. Locking onto his target, Shirone swung his sword. Rian quickly raised his blade to block, laughing at Shirone's clumsy, ridiculous stance. But the moment Shirone's wooden sword connected, the laughter died instantly in Rian's throat. The sword in Rian's hand was instantly shattered into a dozen splinters. He stared in absolute horror. He stood frozen, staring blankly at the broken hilt in his hand. Shirone's wooden sword had snapped too, but his plan had succeeded. Rian had given him 3 strikes, and Shirone had used the first to feel Rian's strength, the second to gauge his timing, and the third to execute his real move. This was the thunder strike he had spent 3 long years mastering. Hey, Rian muttered, his voice trembling. Where did you learn that sword technique? It's not a sword technique, it's just a thunder strike, Shirone answered honestly. What? Confused by Rian's bewildered expression, Shirone politely explained that his father was a hunter, and he had been helping him chop wood in the mountains since he was a kid. Since his body was too weak to chop wood the normal way, he came up with this trick to make the work a bit easier. Thunderstrike was just a silly name the local woodcutters gave it. The more Rian listened, the more mind-boggled he became. A strike that powerful. Figured out while chopping firewood? He had been training with a sword for 15 years, only to be outmatched by a woodcutter's son. Worse, what Shirone called a thunder strike was actually the ultimate secret technique of the Ogent family, the exact same technique Rian's older brother, Guy, had mastered when he was only 12. Years ago, Guy had utterly humiliated Rian with that very move, and now he had just been defeated by a common servant using that exact same technique. There's no way I'm accepting this, Rian roared, clenching his fists in absolute denial. Seeing Rian's face twist with anger, Shirone, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tensed up all over again. Young master, did I upset you? Shut up, Rian snapped. He pulled out another sword, a real steel blade this time, and threw it at Shirone's feet. Our wooden swords are broken, so this match is far from over. Since you've mastered an ultimate sword technique, it's only fair that I treat you as a worthy opponent. Shirone's heart leaped into his throat. Don't tell him this crazy young master actually wanted to duel him with live steel right now. Fortunately, Ryan wasn't completely out of his mind. The real sword duel was happening, but Ryan was at least giving Shirone 1 month to prepare. 1 month might sound like plenty of time, but for someone with absolutely zero formal training like Shirone, it was basically a death sentence. Holding the cold steel in his hands, Shirone trembled violently from head to toe. Facing a real sword meant one wrong move could cost him his life. Terrified of dying, Shirone pleaded with Rian to reconsider, arguing that he had never had a single sword lesson in his life, so how could he possibly duel? But Rian had absolutely no intention of backing down. That is why I am giving you 1 month. If you are actually capable of mastering a lethal sword technique just by chopping firewood, then somehow you will figure it out. And do not even think about running away, because I will definitely catch up to you and surpass you. The sword in his hand was not too heavy, but Shirone felt like its weight was crushing his heart. After returning to the Grand Library and gathering some information, Shirone finally understood why the youngest young master had reacted with such intense tension. Members of the Augent family were known to have either black or blue hair. The family patriarch, Bischoff Augent, who had black hair, had fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son, who had black hair, was already a certified level 6 swordsman. The eldest daughter, who had blue hair, possessed exceptional musical talent and was currently working as a court musician in the royal palace instead of pursuing her family's path of swordsmanship. The second son, Rai Augent, also had black hair and was considered a genius for mastering their lethal sword technique at just 12 years old. Rian Augent, on the other hand, was said to be completely different from his siblings. The family servants all agreed that he was quite incompetent, despite having his own personal instructor. Knowing this, Shirone felt utterly devastated. He began to regret resisting in the first place. Why had not he just let Rian beat him up with that wooden sword until he got bored? Now things had escalated to this terrible point. Rian's pride had taken a massive blow, and it seemed he was dead set on defeating Shirone in a duel to lift that psychological burden off his shoulders. The sheer stress of the situation even brought Shirone to tears. If he were to lose his life in the upcoming duel with Rian in 1 month, his parents would never be able to live in peace again. Thinking of his parents, Shirone refused to let himself lose hope. Get it together, he told himself. You are going to become a mage, Shirone. Think. With those thoughts in mind, he set off to search for specific books in the library. Back when he lived in the mountains, Shirone had always been confident in his physical strength, so he figured that as long as he learned a few defensive skills, he would surely survive. And so, Shirone began researching everything within his reach, while Ryan threw himself into a frenzy of relentless training. This sudden burst of enthusiasm caught his swordsmanship instructor completely off guard. The very kid who used to skip practice all the time was now actively demanding more brutal and intense training methods. His instructor was no fool and quickly realized something major must have happened to Ryan, but the boy simply insisted that everything was fine. Seeing how determined Rian was, the instructor did not pry any further. Instead, he put him through a hellish training regimen that was several times more brutal. While Rian was dripping with sweat on the training grounds, Shirone was carefully studying schemas. A schema is basically a simplified diagram of the human body. Just as mages have their spirit zone, swordsmen use schemas to visualize their own bodies, allowing them to push their physical limits to the absolute extreme. Those who master their schema can perfectly control every single cell in their body, which is the most critical element of becoming a true swordsman. This concept was the exact opposite of the spirit zone that Shirone had managed to unlock. Still, it completely fascinated him. Should I give it a try? Shirone wondered. And without wasting any time, he decided to go for it. Shirone closed his book, shut his eyes, and began to tune into his own body. This was the first step in unlocking a schema, and it was relatively simple since it felt a lot like entering a spirit zone. While entering a spirit zone requires a person to completely erase their sense of self, unlocking a schema demands that they dive deep into their very existence. In reality, Shirone did not want to pour all of his energy into schemas, as they were the polar opposite of the spirit zone. So, he pivoted to learning basic swordsmanship skills instead, using his existing spirit zone as a foundation. Shirone carried a stack of swordsmanship books out to the backyard. He started with the absolute basics, the 8 directional strikes. Meanwhile, Ryan kept pushing himself so hard that even his instructor began to feel genuinely concerned. He had never seen his student this driven before, despite having trained him since he was a little kid. Ryan was dealing with a storm of complex emotions. Honestly, Shirone was just the straw that broke the camel's back. The root of the issue was that Ryan was constantly compared to his older siblings, and the fact that he still had not unlocked his schema after 15 years of training made him feel like the ultimate disappointment of the Augent family. Though his swordsmanship master seemed stern and rigid on the outside, he actually cared for Ryan deeply. Seeing the terrifying change in his student today, tears actually welled up in his eyes. "Ryan, that is enough. Let us call it a day." The instructor caught Ryan's sword mid-swing. Only then did the boy realize that every single muscle in his body was completely spent. Ryan quietly put his sword down, sat on the ground, and stared off into the distance. "What are you thinking about?" Ryan's master asked while wiping the sweat from the boy's brow. "I'm thinking my arms are killing me. You know, Ryan, I never knew you had this kind of drive in you. Honestly, I think you did an incredible job. Have you ever thought about what you are actually best at?" his master suddenly asked. "I don't know. I only know what I am bad at." "Exactly, and that, Ryan, is why you are not a genius." Annoyed, Ryan thought his master was just mocking him. But when he turned around, he saw the old man's dead serious expression, his eyes heavy with worry. His master told him that every true genius knows exactly what they are best at, and they only put in the effort to act when they are 100% confident they will succeed. But even geniuses have one major fear: the sheer effort it takes to achieve the impossible, a burning willpower that challenges reality itself. That kind of drive and determination is the ultimate enemy of geniuses. "Thanks, master," Ryan muttered with a dry smile. "Out of all the motivational speeches I've ever heard, I definitely like this one the best." But his sword master wasn't just talking nonsense. Those words lit a fire in Ryan. If talent wasn't something he was born with, he would grit his teeth and forge it through sheer, brutal, hard work. Ryan wanted to use his own determination to make the impossible possible. He wanted to win. And as it turned out, Siren was thinking the exact same thing as he struggled with basic swordsmanship. Right now, Siren was also taking his first swings incredibly seriously. Swordsmanship is ultimately about learning how to end another person's life, so behind the flashy moves lies a high-stakes psychological war of life and death. With no sparring partner, Siren could only tightly grip the sword Ryan had tossed him. He pictured an invisible enemy in front of him, ready to strike from any angle. In reality, there are 8 major directions of sword attacks. Through sheer, extraordinary effort, Siren trained himself in those 8 strikes, as well as how to block each and every one of them. He kept training like this, day in and day out, only to realize that the path of swordsmanship was just as endless as magic. Everything Siren had taught himself so far was barely a drop in the ocean. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can make it back home this time," Siren muttered, his voice heavy with grief. But ever since he stepped foot into the Ogent family, he had never once regretted it. Even if his path meant staring death in the face, he at least got a glimpse of an incredible world. 1 month quickly passed, and Siren showed up at the training ground on time to begin his life-or-death duel with Ryan. In just 1 short month, he could clearly feel that his opponent's presence had completely changed, and Ryan felt the exact same thing from Siren. Because just 1 month ago, Siren's posture and balance were completely a mess. But now, Siren was incredibly stable. Even though this was his first time holding a real sword, he was completely calm. This forced Ryan to compare Siren to his older brother, which only fueled his desire to win even more. Ryan was the first to charge. Siren was on edge. Even if the servants whispered that this young master was talentless, his swordsmanship was still on a whole different level. But luckily, thanks to his relentless training over the past 1 month, Siren could still read the direction of the blade. Siren's sheer calmness and the way he tracked the blade's path only made Ryan's blood boil. Is he not even afraid of this blade? He wondered in disbelief. Siren wasn't just some reckless fool who didn't fear death. He had completely mastered his emotions. With that thought, Ryan lunged forward again. This time, the strike came from the right, but Siren managed to parry it again. But while the first and second strikes were manageable, Ryan's speed kept ramping up with every swing, starting to outpace Siren's reaction time. Finally, the tip of Ryan's blade grazed Siren's chest, leaving a shallow cut. As the blood began to pool, Siren realized he was on the verge of losing. Shirone quickly pivoted, retreating at full speed to create some distance. Along with the sharp pain radiating from his chest, Siren felt a deep confusion. Rian caught his look, and seeing that confusion, he grew even more smug. What Rian had just unleashed was the Ogent Greatsword style. Every single swing carried Rian's bone-shattering power, completely unlike basic sword techniques. Now that he had drawn blood, Rian grew even more relentless. In Rian's eyes now, there was only one single goal: to crush Siron with his sheer strength. They clashed in round 2, but Siron was still puzzled. If Rian had followed up with an upward slash after hitting his chest, Siron's flank would have been wide open. Yet, none of Rian's follow-up attacks seemed aimed to kill. Did this mean his actual grasp of swordsmanship was lower than Siron's? Rian could swing his sword with skill, but he didn't actually understand how to use his moves effectively. This was the exact opening Shirone needed to turn the tables. He immediately pivoted his strategy, pouring all his strength into a direct counterattack. Shirone had trained his basic swings perfectly, so his strikes were remarkably clean. Ryan was caught completely off guard once again. Why was this guy suddenly on the offensive? Wasn't he supposed to be exhausted? Rian panicked, questioning himself, and Ryan's panic turned into pure frustration. Even though Siron's moves were incredibly basic, he just couldn't seem to block them. Rian, who had been dominating with a furious onslaught, suddenly found himself on the defensive as his stamina began to rapidly drain. After a few clumsy blocks, Siron felt a glimmer of hope that he might actually save his own skin. He just had to hang in there. If he could conserve his energy and keep up this pace, he could actually win. Meanwhile, Rian was having a massive mental breakdown. Siren's sudden pushback brought the ghosts of his past roaring back into his mind. Rian remembered his older brother, the Golden Child, his father always praised as a genius, the same brother who had crushed him with a fatal sword technique. Remembering that smug, arrogant smirk his brother wore after beating him, Ryan's anger boiled over, and he took all that explosive rage out on Siron. Rian's sudden loss of control almost made Siron think he was giving up. But right then, a new nightmare began. Rian was completely out of his mind with rage, but that raw fury made his sword swings incredibly fast. It was so blindingly fast that Shirone couldn't even read the trajectory of the blade. On that final strike, Siron felt the Grim Reaper tapping him on the shoulder, but with that massive main character plot armor, of course our boy was not about to bite the dust. Neither of them landed a hit because Shirone managed to parry and send Rian's sword flying. Rian just stood there, completely dazed and confused, while Shirone was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Rian saw it clearly. In that final split second, Shirone had read his strike perfectly and adjusted his grip in the blink of an eye. Siron pointed his blade upward, meeting Rian's descending slash head-on. Pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into that move, he disarmed Rian, sending his sword flying. Gasping for air, Shirone still couldn't believe he actually won. But even though he won, Siron found himself in a seriously awkward position. Because even if it was just a duel, his opponent was still a noble. He had just trampled all over that guy's massive, fragile ego once again. He had no idea what Rian would do next. Siron was terrified, unable to even imagine how furious the young master was about to get. But this time, Rian didn't blow up. He just hung his head and uttered 3 words. I admit defeat. Before Shirone could even process this, Rian started scratching his head and flusteredly repeated, I admit defeat a few more times. I admit defeat, and you won. Since I lost, even if you decide to take my life right here, I won't say a word. Shirone was completely thrown off by this. He never expected Rian to accept defeat so gracefully, let alone offer up his life on a silver platter. But the guy was a noble. How could Siren survive if he even touched a single hair on his head? What kind of crazy talk is that, young master? Shirone practically shouted. Rian replied, We fought with our lives on the line, and I've already admitted that I lost. So, doesn't that mean you have the right to end me? Shirone deadpanned. You were the only one wagering your life on this. I'm actually trying to stay alive here. Shirone yelled, I've thought this whole fight was completely ridiculous from the very beginning. Why are you even blaming me and trying to beat me up when you were the one slacking off and hiding from your master in the first place? With adrenaline and anger pumping through his veins, all of Siren's fear vanished as he laid into the young master. Rian wasn't about to take that lying down either, immediately firing back with his sharp tongue. Hey, you jerk. Who do you think you're talking to? You're the coward here. Even if that was the first time we met, you should have shown me some respect. Respect? Give me a break. Shirone cut him off. Did you ever once stop to think about how much of a mess you put me in? I was caught dead in the middle between the Lord's son and his personal swordsmanship master. If you were actually worthy of respect, you wouldn't have shoved a lowly servant like me into a corner like that." Getting more worked up by the second, Shirone let out all his bottled-up frustration, completely tearing into Rian. Honestly, this young master was a total idiot. He only challenged Shirone to satisfy his own massive ego, not because he actually wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, Shirone had genuinely believed he was about to kick the bucket. After venting his anger, Shirone collapsed onto the ground from pure exhaustion. Across from him, Ryan stood there, shocked to have just been roasted alive by a mere servant. But surprisingly, he wasn't even mad. In that moment of Shirone's outburst, Rian felt the cold, composed warrior he had just fought completely vanish, replaced by a regular teenager around his own age. Most importantly, even though Shirone was clearly a genius, he didn't mock Rian the way his older brother always did. Instead, Shirone had given it his absolute all, fighting with everything he had not just to survive, but to show respect to his opponent. This realization completely changed the way Rian looked at the boy standing before him. "Hey, what's your name?" he suddenly asked. "Shirone Arian," Shirone replied blankly, not sure what the young master was playing at. "And I'm Rian Ogent," Rian declared proudly. Shirone was left completely bewildered once again. Everyone knew this guy was none other than Rian Ogent. The confusion reached its absolute peak when, out of nowhere, Ryan reached out his hand to pull Shirone to his feet. Along with that came an offer. "Let's be friends." And just like that, the duel between the two came to an end. Shirone went back to his work. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had already passed since he first set foot in the Ogent estate. In total, Shirone had categorized 7,028 out of 10,453 books. This progress was far beyond anyone's expectations. Even someone as picky as Temuran couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Since the number of books Shirone needed to sort had decreased significantly, his work efficiency got even better. Plus, his goal of reading 850 history books was down to just 200 left. He was tearing through 3 books every single day. And soon enough, Shirone would finish building the foundation of knowledge he had always dreamed of. Not only that, but thanks to Rian, he got to experience swordsmanship firsthand and understand the true nature of fear. Because of this, it seemed like the stamina of Shirone's spirit domain had also increased. Even though he had a pretty slow start, he knew that as long as he didn't give up, he would eventually reach his goal. And most importantly, Shirone had found the very first good friend of his life. It was the exact same guy who had screamed in his face during their first meeting. Ever since that duel, Ryan basically lived at the Grand Library just to chat with Shirone. Shirone also realized that Rian was actually quite warm-hearted and had a sweet side to him, completely contrasting his hulking appearance. Even though Rian still did things that gave Shirone a massive headache sometimes, like messing up the piles of books Shirone had just categorized, all in all, he was still a friend worth having. The only problem was, after they became close, Ryan started slacking off on his training. For example, today, right after finishing his basic training, he told his master he wanted to go study in the library, and then just ended up planting himself here for the rest of the day. Still, Shirone knew that beneath Ryan's lazy exterior lay a smoldering fire that could ignite at any second. Ryan would grow stronger as long as he had the chance. So, there was really no point in forcing him to overwork himself. That's why Shirone agreed to let Rian stay in the library and read books with him. But within just 10 minutes, Rian was already completely drained by the wall of text in front of him. "Shirone, didn't you say you wanted to become a mage? Do you seriously have to read this many books?" 800 books is insane. You're crazy," Ryan grumbled. "Of course I do. Actually, I'm still falling behind. Before coming here, I never even got a chance to study. But now that I've finished over 600 history books, I pretty much know most of it." With zero interest in reading, Rian just focused on watching Shirone, and every single time he watched him work, he couldn't help but be amazed all over again. Shirone's reading speed was unbelievably fast, to the point where Ryan felt like Shirone might get sucked right into the pages at any second. Out of sheer boredom, Rian would read a few words and immediately try to start a conversation with Shirone. Whenever these two were together, they were as loud as a free-fire game lobby. Because of that, Shirone couldn't focus on his reading either. The two of them started arguing about the book Rian was holding. It was about the most common debate on the continent. If a swordsman and a mage were to face off, who would win? The swordsman, obviously. A voice rang out from behind the bookshelf. The moment Shirone heard it, he jumped to his feet. because the owner of that voice was Rai, the second young master of the Ogent family, and the older brother Ryan absolutely detested. Shirone was incredibly tense, terrified that Rai had overheard their entire conversation. A servant who dared to speak so casually with noble children wouldn't be let off easily. On top of that, Rai's gaze right now felt like it was trying to pierce right through him. Seeing Shirone freezing up, Rian had to step in to bail him out. Why are you acting like you already know the answer? Are you sure you're not just taking the swordsman's side because you're a swordsman yourself? Oh, I didn't think you would care about this so much. You can easily tell just by looking at the status of swordsmen and mages on the continent. Rian burst out laughing. We're talking about a real fight here. What does their social status have to do with anything? Do people choose their positions on the battlefield based on military ranks? You're not seriously about to spout nonsense like that, are you? Ryan openly showed his hostility, but Rai didn't even bother to care. Instead, he turned to Shirone, who was standing nearby. Hey, you over there, what do you think? It was just a simple question, but Shirone could feel an invisible, crushing pressure radiating from him. He couldn't guess what Rai's motive was, or if he would even be safe if he failed to give the answer Rai wanted to hear. Even so, Shirone couldn't just ignore the question, so he cautiously gave his opinion. He believed that if a swordsman and a mage were of equal skill level, it would be extremely difficult for the swordsman to win once the mage entered their spirit domain. However, if the swordsman utilized their superior physical strength to strike before the mage could enter their spirit domain, they could absolutely win. No, you're wrong. Rai cut Shirone off. Before anyone realized it, he had. Stepping right in front of him, Guy loomed over Shirone, his presence totally overwhelming. You're dead wrong. Mages will always lose. As he said this, a smug grin crept across Guy's face. That familiar, high and mighty attitude made Rian glare at him with absolute fury. This nasty habit of Guy's went all the way back to their childhood. Whenever someone got on his nerves, he took a twisted pleasure in trampling over everything they cared about. First it was Rian, and now he wanted to corner Shirone. You seem to be quite the history buff, huh? I'm sure you've heard of the armor of the 5 gods, right? Those holy relics capable of shattering a mage's spiritual world. I'm talking about magic resistance here. Shirone stood frozen at Guy's words. Is a mage's innate ability their spirit zone or their inner world? Fighting a mage inside their own domain is like taking on a school of sharks in the deep ocean. But there is one thing that can muddy the waters and distract the sharks. And that is exactly why magic resistance, the very thing Guy just mentioned, was created. If you can't affect the spiritual world, then magic itself becomes completely useless. Once someone equips a holy relic with this attribute, a mage is utterly powerless against them. But in the end, that's still just a theory. In the past, magic resistance was a legendary power forged from the flow of mana inside a dragon's heart. That alone made its value skyrocket. On top of that, due to frequency fluctuations, no amount of wealth could ever improve its effectiveness. Even a master mage like Yakra could only harness 65% of the armor of the 5 gods. So, the price to get your hands on such a holy relic is astronomical. And of course, nowadays, it carries immense historical value too. Because of this, the worth of magic resistance is easily equal to the entire annual budget of a whole kingdom. But here's the ultimate irony. The ones who actually make this magic resistance are mages themselves. They literally create weapons against their own kind, because the demand is sky high, making it a goldmine. Those pathetic mages are practically lining up, begging to be put to use. Being a mage is just a career for pathetic losers who sell out their own weaknesses for a quick buck. Guy's voice dripped with pure disgust. Rian was absolutely fuming. He knew Shirone's dream was to become a mage, and here Guy was blatantly trampling all over his future profession. Surprisingly, Shirone, the one who should have been furious, remained completely unbothered. Well, that is indeed the true nature of a mage after all, he said, suddenly flashing a bright smile. Shirone's response caught both Ogent brothers completely off guard, especially Guy. What did you just say? Thinking he had misheard, Guy demanded. You're absolutely right, sir. Magic resistance was indeed created by mages. It's used to suppress magic inside anti-magic zones, and it's also highly effective for training magic apprentices. Shirone's knowledge was easily on par with Guy's. He knew perfectly well that magic resistance was designed to counter mages, but to him, its existence was a brilliant intellectual achievement meant to serve a noble purpose. And because of that, Shirone stood his ground, firmly believing that Guy's claim of swordsmen being superior to mages was just a biased, completely flawed opinion. As the second young master of the Ogent family, Guy was used to shooting off his mouth and trampling over everyone. But today, right inside his own home, he was getting totally shut down by Shirone's calm, nonchalant tone. Yet, Shirone's attitude remained so perfectly respectful that Guy couldn't find a single thing to complain about. Your pretty little theories and reality are two completely different things. No matter what you say, the truth is a mage will never, ever beat a swordsman. With that, Guy stormed off in a huff. Only then could Shirone finally let out a long sigh of relief. When young Master Guy showed up with that terrifying look on his face, he honestly thought he was a goner. Rian was absolutely thrilled too, because he had finally found someone sharp-tongued enough to put Guy in his place for him. After that clash, Guy stopped coming to the library to cause trouble, allowing Shirone to fully focus on his work. 6 months later, just as winter was setting in, he finally finished organizing over 10,000 books. He completed the job 6 months ahead of schedule. Temeran looked incredibly relieved that the books neglected for 20 years had finally been neatly sorted. Since Shirone had completed his task, he was free to go home. But the Ogent family butler was reluctant to let such a useful worker go. He tried to force a contract extension on Shirone using some ridiculous excuses, but Temeran flatly refused to allow it. Meanwhile, back in the Grand Library, Shirone had just finished reading the very last book he needed, bringing an end to his 1.5-year journey of secretly devouring the noble Ogent family's books. Rian, who was right in the middle of sword practice, rushed over in a breathless panic the moment he heard Shirone was finished. He was terrified that Shirone might just leave without saying goodbye. But seeing that Shirone had actually read over 800 books, Rian looked even more thrilled than Shirone himself. To celebrate, Shirone wanted to do something special, so he asked Rian to give him a grand tour of his family's main mansion, even though they technically lived on the exact same estate. But most of the time, they only met at the library. Besides, Rian was always the one who came to see him, since Shirone was just a servant. He never had a chance to see what a noble's real home actually looked like. Coincidentally, the entire Ogent family went out today and wouldn't be back until late afternoon. So, Rian happily agreed to his request. Shirone already thought the Grand Library was massive, but stepping inside that manor, he was truly blown away. Just a single room here was probably as big as his entire house. Rian really was the young master of a filthy rich family. Yet, not only was he not arrogant at all, but he was actually a bit clueless. Rian then took Shirone to see his bedroom. It was the smallest room at the end of the hallway. Shirone had braced himself to be blinded by luxury the moment he stepped inside. But in reality, Rian's bedroom was way simpler than the other rooms. Most importantly, it was packed with workout and sword training gear, while that messy bed looked more like a temporary resting spot after training. Shirone couldn't believe his eyes. How could a young master like Rian live in such a simple place? You really can't judge a book by its cover. After looking around, Shirone and Rian decided to play a game of poker, but Rian kept whining because he was on a losing streak. Hey, you're cheating using your zone, aren't you? What? Who do you think I am to pull such a dirty trick? With that, Shirone revealed his secret on how he kept guessing the cards right. You have a habit of putting your aces on the very edge, and it's pretty obvious how you bet depending on whether you have a pair or not. Having his secret completely exposed, Rian looked like he was about to throw a massive temper tantrum right then and there. Observation skills work wonders, even when you aren't actively trying to read someone's mind. So, when watching an opponent, you should pay attention to all of their movements. That way, you can easily guess what they're thinking. Shirone was genuinely giving Rian tips, hoping he would soon break through his own limits. But before he could even finish 2 sentences, Rian had already dozed off. Shirone was about to head back to his own room, when he suddenly heard a beautiful piano melody. The melody, tone, and tempo were all flawlessly controlled by the player. Shirone unconsciously followed the music. He knew that only one person in this world could play to such a high level. That was Rian's older sister, Raina Ogent. So, how was it? My sonata. Once the music stopped, Raina suddenly asked. Her sudden question startled Shirone, who was hiding behind the door. Seeing that he had been caught, he didn't try to hide anymore. He walked straight up to her. I think it was absolutely amazing. Shirone's nerves started kicking in again. Maybe it was because he was standing in front of a noble lady, or maybe it was because Raina was just too beautiful. Hello. This is the first time I'm seeing you. Were you recently hired? Raina asked. Ah, yes, my lady. I'm in charge of sorting books in the library. I've been here for 1 year now. Reina let out an "oh," because she had actually heard Shirone's name before. He was the smart kid who had sorted over 10,000 books all by himself. If that's the case, have you ever played the piano before? Shirone really wanted to decline, because other than Rian, he didn't want to get involved with any other nobles. On top of that, Reina was an expert at using schemas during her performances, so he didn't want to get anywhere near her. Plus, Rian once mentioned that his sister had the absolute worst personality in the entire manor. That's why Shirone sounded so hesitant when he replied. No, I haven't, my lady. Then let me teach you. Come over here. Reina willingly slid over to make some space. She wanted to share the seat with Shirone, but he didn't dare sit next to her. What on earth was wrong with these Ogent siblings anyway? Shirone thought to himself that he couldn't afford to be careless. She was, after all, an expert at using schemas while performing. He awkwardly replied, "No, it's fine." He said it was fine, but his mind was in absolute chaos. Rian did say that the most difficult person in this manor was his older sister. She looked at him and smiled gently. "I'll teach you, so why don't you sit down?" Saying that, she placed one hand on the keys and used her other hand to pat the empty space beside her. He was stunned by her invitation, and cold sweat started to bead up on his forehead. As his anxiety spiked, he was screaming internally. "What? Sit there?" Reina was quick to notice his tense expression. She calmly reassured him. "It's all right. I gave you permission, so no one will blame you." He pursed his lips, hesitating as an intense mental battle raged inside him. She was so insistent, and he had no right to refuse. With no other choice, he reluctantly sat down. Feeling both incredibly nervous and excited, his heart was pounding wildly. He told himself, "Besides, when else would I ever get a chance to sit in front of a real piano?" He sat up straight and listened intently as she introduced him to music theory. She enthusiastically guided him through each and every note. "Now, we have notes like C, D, E, and symbols on the sheet music," she said, before asking him to try pressing all 3 keys down at the same time. He quickly followed her instructions. His 3 fingers gently pressed down at the exact same time, each other. A sudden sound rang out, leaving him a bit flustered. It was a light, crystal-clear note that deeply moved his heart. He couldn't help but admire how beautiful the sound was. Sienna turned to look at him and said with surprise, "That's a good start." He felt an indescribable flutter in his chest. Blushing, he couldn't hide the awkwardness in his eyes. "I'm sorry if this is asking too much, but can I try playing?" She was completely taken aback by his request, but without hesitating, she quickly agreed. "Sure." Shirone bowed his head, realizing his behavior was a bit rude. He felt his request was a bit too forward and that it wasn't a good idea at all. "Actually, maybe it's not a good idea." Sienna gave him a gentle smile and said, "That's how everyone starts, you know." However, deep down, a question began to form in her mind. Does he know anything about music theory beyond what I just taught him? Shirone placed both hands on the piano keyboard, gently touching the keys. He began to move his fingers, smoothly and gracefully pressing down on the black and white keys. A clear and mesmerizing melody flowed from the piano, one note after another. Sienna was so shocked she covered her mouth, her eyes glued to his hands. She was amazed. She couldn't believe he was hitting all the wrong notes, yet there was absolutely no hesitation in his keystrokes. Should I stop him? Sienna broke into a cold sweat as she watched Shirone play, the thought racing through her mind. As she focused on the piece he was playing, her face completely froze. How strange, he's getting everything completely wrong. Even though the sound wasn't perfect and felt a bit messy, she still found herself enjoying it. But then, suddenly, Sienna noticed something. She stared in shock at his hands moving skillfully across the keys. She was stunned to realize that it was somehow exactly the same. Shirone seemed to completely melt into the melody. In that moment, she realized it was as if he could perfectly mimic the overall feeling of the piece she had just played. The resonance in every single note left her completely breathless. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a brilliant emerald light. Shirone felt like he was falling into a matrix of musical notes. Sitting right in the center with her, the dim, shimmering light created an enchanting and captivating atmosphere. Under his skilled hands, one beautiful melody after another continued to rise. His hands were incredibly elegant, gliding effortlessly over the keys. The notes seemed to dance around them with every beat. With each press of Shirone's fingers, the keys sparkled, highlighting his fluid and delicate touch even more. Sienna furrowed her brows, her gaze growing intense. He seemed to be getting on the right track. She listened closely, noting that his play was actually getting more accurate. His hands moved up and down without stopping, just like a true virtuoso. She sat there, completely focused, taking in every melody he painted. Sienna stared in awe at the young man before her. What was happening right in front of her was hard to believe. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. What is this? You can't even call this a normal performance yet. He possesses a deep insight, capturing the very essence of the music. Sienna watched Shirone's every move. More questions began to flood her mind. How is this kid just a butler, especially when he looks so much like a noble? Seeing her deep in thought, he snapped out of it. I'm sorry, I. But before he could finish his sentence, Ryan's scream echoed through the room. Stop being so noisy, you annoying gremlin. His shout completely shattered the gentle, sweet atmosphere. This instantly filled Shirone with anxiety, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Looking irritated and a bit angry, Ryan stood right at the doorway of Sienna's room. He slid his hand under his shirt to scratch himself, showing off his toned six-pack while continuing to yell. If you're home, just rest. Why are you always acting so crazy? Looking into the room, besides her, the person sitting next to her also caught his attention. He stared at him in utter surprise. Huh? You're here too? Shirone found himself in quite an awkward position facing Rian. Shirone looked embarrassed and flustered. He replied awkwardly, yes, that's right. Sienna sat beside them, totally lost. She asked in astonishment, huh? You two know each other? While Rian stood frozen, Shirone looked back and forth between them, his face turning red. He stammered, no, we don't. He just didn't know how to answer. Cold sweat poured down as a wave of anxiety washed over him. Our friendship is going to be exposed. Why does it feel like I'm committing a crime right now? From behind, Ryan scratched himself and said nonchalantly, oh, Shirone. It seemed he had finally fully woken up. His eyes lit up as he introduced Shirone to Sienna. He's my friend. Shirone froze in absolute terror and slumped to the floor, staring at him with wide, horrified eyes. What on earth are you saying, Master Rian? Deep down, Shirone knew the score. He was terrified of what would happen if their friendship got out. Meanwhile, Rian just grinned, put his hands on his hips, and faced Sienna. He reassured Shirone, don't worry. The gremlin witch might have a terrible attitude, but she doesn't care about stuff like that. Shirone's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and his mind was in absolute chaos. What? How is that even possible? How could she not care? Just as he was struggling to find his words in front of her, Raina broke the silence. So, your name is Shirone, right? She squatted down beside him, her warm and gentle demeanor immediately putting him at ease, as she lightly rested a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. If Rian says the two of you are friends, then that's all that matters. My little brother can be a real pain sometimes, but he definitely stands by his word. Her kind reaction was completely unexpected, and it actually made him feel a bit uneasy. Raina didn't really care whether they were actually friends or not. What truly sparked her curiosity was what was going on in his head. She asked, so, what were you thinking while you were playing? I'd really love to know. Her question startled him, sending a flurry of question marks racing through his mind. He had absolutely no idea what she was getting at. Rian was just as stunned by her sudden question. Wait, what? Shirone was the one playing? I thought you were just messing around in here. Watching this scene unfold, 16 years of logical thinking were completely shattered. His worldview crumbled in an instant. He couldn't help but wonder, does she really not care that her own brother is friends with a commoner? Shirone turned his head to look at him. And Ryan, why did you lie to me? Your sister is a beautiful and kind lady. Hearing his compliments, she was thoroughly amused. But while she smiled, Rian's face went completely pale. He looked dead serious, a hint of fear creeping into his eyes. What? Don't let her fool you. She is a literal witch. Who knows when she'll stalk you and eat you alive? Hearing his outburst, Shirone was left utterly speechless. She leaned in close to him, covering her mouth with a sheepish smile. Apologies, my little brother is still a bit childish, but I'm genuinely glad he has you as a friend. Please look after him for me. Looking at Raina's warm smile, he politely replied, oh, it's really nothing. Honestly, I'm the one who owes him a great debt. Her warmth made him feel a bit bashful. Raina couldn't stop gushing over Shirone. Oh my goodness, you are just adorable. Seeing this, Ryan let out a mischievous smirk. If he's that cute, why don't you just keep him around? And why not just have him join our family while you're at it? Raina was caught off guard by Rian's suggestion. She flashed a playful smile and teased, Aren't you worried he might steal your sister away? Ryan burst out laughing. What on earth are you talking about? You're not the one I'm worried about. It's Shirone. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand tightly gripped his collar. The two immediately got into a scuffle. She showed absolutely no mercy, completely ignoring the fact that he was her brother as she thrashed him. Just because I didn't say anything, did you really think you were all that? They wrestled and rolled all over the floor. Rian couldn't take it anymore and shrieked, "Ow, ow, that hurts." Shirone stood there, watching the siblings duke it out. The chaotic thoughts spinning in his head left him completely dazed. Just when he thought he finally understood the nobility, they became even more baffling. After getting thoroughly beaten, Rian huffed in frustration and yelled back at her. Why are you even back home anyway? You just had a break not too long ago." She casually dusted off her hands. "Don't you know? Rian is preparing for the official exam. I came to pick him up. We leave tomorrow, and father went to visit another friend. He'll be back later." Rian's jaw dropped in shock. "What? Are you insane?" He lowered his head, his voice trailing off. "Is the distance really that far?" Seeing how downcast Rian looked, Shirone couldn't stop reflecting on what Reina had just said. The official certification exam was the ultimate standard for mages and swordsmen to be recognized not just within the kingdom, but across the entire continent. Every year, over 1,000 candidates from all over would take the exam, yet not a single soul passed on their first attempt. On top of that, there is an uncertified license awarded upon graduating from a state-approved institution, like the Magic Academy. Graduating from Alpheas offers a chance to become a 10th class uncertified mage. After gaining achievement points through organizations and guilds, they can climb the ranks, which is why hundreds of thousands of people flock to this place. The massive crowds of people lined up as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. But wherever wealth and fame lie, humanity naturally gathers. Even for those who already hold an uncertified license, they never stop striving for the official certification. That was the legendary exam that Rian was preparing to take at just 18 years old. Shirone marveled in awe. Genius really is on a whole different level. On top of that, they have the full backing of their prestigious family. He let out a quiet sigh. Rian's mood sank. Reina walked over to him and gently patted his head to comfort him. "It's going to be okay. I'll go get dinner ready. It's fresh seafood straight from the royal palace, so I need to prepare it myself." She turned to Shirone with a bright smile. "It was wonderful meeting you, Shirone. I'll see you next time." He looked at her, dazed. Yes, have a wonderful day, milady." He quietly wondered if he would ever get the chance to see her again. Thinking back to when she was teaching him how to play the piano, the memory felt absolutely magical. He had no idea if they would ever cross paths again, especially since he was leaving the estate tomorrow. Reina walked out, leaving Shirone and Rian alone in the room. He turned to his friend, hesitantly starting, "Rian, your sister." Rian looked back at him. "Huh?" Shirone gazed out into the distance, his eyes filled with determination. He asked, "Does she have a boyfriend?" His question caught Rian completely off guard, freezing him dead in his tracks. Seeing Rian's shocked face, Shirone immediately realized he had overstepped and quickly tried to laugh it off. "Ah, never mind. Forget I said anything." Rian grinned from ear to ear, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Shirone quickly reacted to his playful attitude. "I was just curious. Forget about that question." But before Shirone could even finish his sentence, Rian dashed straight toward the door. He was already shouting, "Hey sis," at the top of his lungs. Knowing trouble was brewing, Shirone chased after him, yelling, "I told you, it's nothing," as he gritted his teeth in frustration. With a look of sheer panic, seeing Rian almost at the door, Shirone picked up his pace to chase after him, his heart pounding with anxiety. Shirone cursed himself for letting his tongue slip. Meanwhile, Rian sprinted outside at full speed, not forgetting his mission to yell at the top of his lungs. "Hey, sis, Shirone wants to know something." Rian stood on the upper floor, leaning over the railing as he shouted down, "Do you have a boyfriend yet?" Rina was currently leading a group of maids to prepare a meal brought from the royal palace. His shout echoed throughout the entire hall. Before anyone could react, Rian yelled out again, "Seriously, do you have a boyfriend or what?" Those words left everyone completely dumbfounded, and they all turned to stare up at him. Shirone quickly lunged from behind, slamming his hand over Rian's mouth and dragging him back. Caught off guard, Rian could only let out muffled, incoherent sounds as Shirone held him in a tight chokehold, desperately trying to keep his mouth shut. The muffled, chaotic noises coming from above immediately sparked a wave of whispers among the crowd below. "Wait, what? A boyfriend? Reina's heart was pounding wildly. Sensing the maids staring at her, she could only force an awkward laugh, desperately trying to hide her sheer embarrassment. She let out a nervous chuckle and told them, "Oh, they're just fooling around, don't mind them." With that, Reina and the maids resumed walking. As they walked, she instructed, "Now that we've finished extracting the poison, we just need to steam it." "Yes, milady," they replied in unison. Meanwhile, hidden behind a nearby wall, the head butler had been standing there, watching the entire time. He had witnessed everything that just transpired. Turning to the servant behind him, he asked, "Haynes, does the young master have a guest today?" The servant bowed respectfully. There was nothing on his schedule today, head butler. Up on the second floor, Rian wanted to yell some more, but seeing that he was about to stir up more trouble, Shirone quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. The head butler said coldly to his subordinate, "I've heard that voice before, and now I remember who it belongs to." He turned around, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He barked an order to his subordinate, "Tell Temuran to come to my office this instant." His brow furrowed in anger as he snapped. Under the clear blue sky, the forest was shaded by towering trees. The heavy pants and sounds of Rian's training echoed through the air. A voice called out, "Take a 10-minute break." Gasping heavily for air, Rian leaned against his training staff, holding it in his left hand. He kept wiping the sweat off his forehead with his right hand. Kite watched him closely, stroking his long beard. The old man thought to himself, "He's gotten passionate again. It's been about a year, hasn't it?" Watching the boy train so fiercely, Kite recalled how quickly Rian used to lose motivation in the past. He glanced at him and fell deep into thought. "But I'm certain that once he returns to the family, he will change. The key is whether he can master the schematic." Meanwhile, beads of sweat rolled down Rian's flushed face. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed, "Young master!" Startled, Rian looked toward the voice. A man wearing a hat was running toward him, looking extremely frantic. His voice carried over from a distance. "Young master, Lady Rena wants you to return to the mansion immediately." Rian was just about to take a sip from his water bottle, but the servant's words made him grimace in annoyance. "My sister? What does she want now? If she's just going to brag about my brother again, I'm not interested. Tell her she can do whatever she wants." The servant quickly shook his head in panic. "No, young master. Lady Rena said that Shirone is in grave danger. He might actually die." Hearing those words, Ryan spat out his mouthful of water in shock. Clutching the water bottle, he sprang to his feet, staring at the servant in sheer panic. "What? Why? I thought he was heading home today." Having run all the way there, the servant fell to his knees, gasping for breath. The head butler reported something to the patriarch. "I don't know the details, but Lady Rena said it has to do with his relationship with you." Ryan quickly grabbed his coat, throwing it on haphazardly. He turned to Kite, his voice laced with urgency. "Master, I have to go see my father right away." Seeing how worked up he was, Kite knew something major had happened. He pressed, "What's going on?" Rian was losing his composure. "A servant named Shirone is my friend, and somehow my father found out about it." Desperate and running out of time, he said frantically, "I'm sure my father will let him off if I just explain things to him. I'll make up for my training later." Before he could even take a step, Kite stopped him. "You absolutely cannot go." Rian froze, straightening up as he stared at his master in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. "What? Why?" Kite gripped his sword and stepped right in front of Rian. In a state of shock, Rian pleaded, "Master, please." Set against the backdrop of a towering mountain, the massive, majestic mansion stood in all its glory, and inside its grand main hall, Shirone was currently kneeling on the cold floor. Servants and maids stood lined up on both sides of the hall. Sitting high on the central throne was the patriarch of the Ogent family. Flanking him were Lady Rena and young Master Guy, with the head butler standing silently behind them. Kneeling below, Shirone felt a wave of intense anxiety wash over him. The patriarch's booming, commanding voice echoed through the hall. "Shirone Arian." Radiating an aura of absolute nobility, Bischoff clutched a report in his hand, glaring down at Shirone with cold fury. "You shall be executed." A collective gasp of shock rippled through the entire grand hall. The crowd kept whispering non-stop. How could something like this even happen? The maids were trembling with fear and anxiety. One maid leaned in close and whispered to another, "How does a commoner dare to do something like that to a noble?" The hushed murmurs only grew louder. Another person scoffed, saying he did not know his place. Even if he is ignorant, he should at least know the basic rules. Temuran caught every single word of judgment. He just glanced at the maids, keeping his mouth shut. 3 people were sitting on a long bench. Bischoff held a folder in his hand, completely focused on the documents. Guy sat next to him with a smug, careless attitude, while Raina was the only one on edge. She was practically sitting on pins and needles, desperate to speak to her father. Unable to hold back any longer, Raina spoke up with sheer panic in her voice. Raina panicked. "Father, wait. I have something to say." Flipping through the papers, he snapped back. What else could you possibly have to say? He examined the document in his hands with meticulous detail. In front of him stood a line of servants, all trembling with fear as the head butler presented the records. Bischoff used the document to accuse him, citing testimonies from numerous servants who claimed the boy had behaved utterly out of line in front of Rian. He turned to Raina and demanded, "You read the contract thoroughly, so you should not have any objections to this. Do you have anything else to say?" Shirone kept his head down, hesitating for a moment, before finally speaking up. "I have one question." He looked up at him, his eyes filled with caution. "If the young master and I are friends, what would happen to him?" Every single servant gasped in horror. They all thought he was dead meat this time. Is this kid out of his mind? Does he not realize the situation he is in? He should be begging for his life right now. The man fumed with rage. "How dare you ask me that?" Raina looked back and forth between her father and Shirone. Facing certain doom, he still had the courage to worry about Rian. She wondered if he was actually worried about Rian. Even under these circumstances, the man flew into a rage, spitting out harsh insults. Typical commoner, utterly brainless. "Do you really think a noble's reputation would survive if they associated with filth like you?" Shirone lowered his head, sighed, and then let out a soft smile. He looked up, staring right into the man's eyes, and proudly declared, "It is true. Ryan and I are friends." Right in front of everyone, he confessed once more, "We have been friends for 1 year, and we always will be." The servants gasped in sheer terror at his audacity, whispering, "Is he insane?" A murderous glint flashed in the man's eyes, leaving the servants wondering how he could not be afraid. With utter disgust, he warned him, "Clearly, you look down on the Ogent name." Bischoff lost his cool and roared, "Head butler, dispose of him immediately and make sure not a single word of this leaks out." He shoved the files into the butler's hands. The butler bowed respectfully and took the files. 2 guards stepped forward, grabbing Shirone by both arms. As they began dragging him away, Raina cried out, trying to stop her father. "Father, wait, please, just listen to me." She bowed deeply, her face pale with worry and dread as she faced her furious father. Furious that his own daughter was standing in his way, he directed his rage at her, shouting, "He admitted to it. As the head of this family, my decision is final. Once my word is spoken, it will never be taken back." The remaining servants felt like they were walking on eggshells, fearing for their own lives. Feeling the injustice, a blond boy turned to the others. He whispered to the head butler, "Head butler, isn't this going too far?" The heavy-set boy beside him could not stay quiet either. Desperate to protect himself, he chimed in, "There is no reason all of us should have to pay with our lives because of one person." The blond boy's face turned pale with dread as he looked at him. The head butler scowled, lecturing them, "This family is our livelihood. To protect it, we must eliminate any threat that arises, no matter how small it may seem." As Shirone was dragged away by the 2 guards, the head butler watched him, muttering, "You might think this is wrong right now, but later, you will be grateful for this decision." Suddenly, the grand doors flew open as a booming voice echoed throughout the mansion. "I won't let you do that." Ryan burst into the room, gasping for breath, clutching his master's sword tightly in his hand. Relief washed over Raina, and she could not hide her joy. He was finally back, and her racing heart could finally calm down. She cried out Rian's name. But contrary to her relief, Bischoff's face darkened with anger. Crossing his arms, he stared down coldly at his son without a hint of warmth. Shirone looked up, but unlike Raina, his eyes did not hold any hope, only a look of complete resignation. He was ready to accept whatever punishment came his way, terrified of dragging Rian down with him. Fueled by panic and rage, Rian roared at the top of his lungs, "Who dares to lay a hand on my friend without my permission?" Bischoff locked eyes with his son, cold and unbothered, and calmly replied, "I do." Just a single sentence from him is enough to show his absolute authority in this family. Down below, Ryan desperately pleads on his behalf. He cannot understand why. Just for being his friend, Shirone had to face such a bitter end, risking his very life for their bond. Ryan confronts his father, asking, "Why? He didn't make some fatal mistake. He just became friends with me." Raina rises anxiously, unable to hide her deep worry for both Shirone and her younger brother. Bishop is furious that his own son dares to question him over a mere commoner. To him, human lives are completely worthless. You don't need to make a fatal mistake to deserve death. Noble affairs are highly complex. You can't even begin to imagine. Refusing to back down, Ryan shouts in anger, his words carrying immense weight. "Our family is dealing with this complex situation, and you enjoy the privileges of being a noble's son. If those privileges force me to let my friend die, then I don't want them." Bishop glares at him with overbearing eyes, forcing his tyrannical views on everyone else. His words are heavily drenched in class division. How childish. You ask why he has to die? To be friends with a noble, the relationship must be equal. Escorted by 2 soldiers, Shirone's indifferent gaze and bold declaration from earlier only make Bishop even more irritated. Looking at Shirone, Bishop spits out condescending insults without a single shred of respect. "Do you honestly think that Commoner actually sees you as a friend? Based on what? The world is full of people trying to exploit nobles." Ryan yells back, fiercely protesting his father's arrogant claims. Shirone would never do that. Bishop looks down his nose at Ryan, his patience wearing thin. "So what?" Bishop stares at him, his cold words piercing Ryan's confidence. "How can I possibly believe you? Prove to me that you and Shirone are actually friends." His father's words stun him. He stands there frozen, wondering how on earth he is supposed to prove that. Ryan panics inside, realizing he is completely screwed. Raina, standing nearby, never expected her father to bring up such a question. She looks at her father anxiously as he stares Ryan down with a smug smirk, looking completely victorious. Ryan's mind is currently a tangled mess. If he admits he can't prove it, everything will end right here. Feeling the immense pressure, he hesitates for a moment before finally blurting out, "My feelings." He asks himself, can human emotions even be proven? Lost in his chaotic thoughts, he knows he cannot just speak carelessly. He tries to put himself in Shirone's shoes. If he were Shirone, he could have easily taken his father down. Suddenly, a thought sparks in his mind. What if he were Shirone? He glances over at him, taking in his carefree, relaxed expression. There is no worry or fear on his face, only a gaze that is absolutely firm and powerful. Staring at Shirone, Ryan falls deep into thought. That gaze makes it seem like Shirone has already anticipated everything. It is the exact same look Shirone had when they sparred. Ryan looks straight into those eyes, feeling as if Shirone is giving him a hint. Recalling Shirone's words from before, Ryan, sometimes not focusing on the minor details leads to a much better outcome. His memory takes him back to the time they played cards together. Back then, when his cards were terrible, Ryan slumped his head in frustration, while Shirone calmly held the ace of spades in his hand. Shirone had advised him, don't focus on the minor actions of your opponent. Instead, look at the big picture. Ryan had questioned him. The big picture? Shirone flipped the ace of spades, showing it to him. That way, you can see their true intentions. Ryan engraved those words into his mind. Suddenly, Ryan feels a surge of courage. He needs to look at the big picture. Look at the big picture of the man standing right in front of him. His father, a second-class noble, head of the Ogent family, of the black-haired lineage, and a certified 4th-grade knight. He tightly grips the sword his master gave him, making up his mind. That is right. This is not just a father-son argument, but a sword duel. Rewinding 30 minutes, right when he received the news and was about to rush out, his master blocked his path. He shouted at him, "Master, why are you stopping me? My friend is going to die." Ignoring his panic, his master remained completely calm and composed. "Yes, you are talking about that kid working in the library, right?" Quan hesitated for a moment before adding, "But that kid is just a commoner." He stood there frozen, utterly speechless. "Master, I never knew you were this kind of person. You were the one who taught me." Ryan couldn't believe the master he deeply respected harbored the same narrow-minded, old-fashioned thoughts as his father. At that moment, his world completely crumbles. Losing control, he screams his heart out, shouting that if swinging a sword is all it takes to understand each other, then anyone can be his friend. Quan calmly looks at his disciple and begins to explain. "Ryan, do you really not know what is most important to a noble? Isn't it only natural for nobles to eliminate anything that threatens their family's standing?" Old Man Kite explained to him all the disadvantages his family would face. "Have you ever thought about the burden your friend has to carry, when his life is worth no more than a fly, because you became his friend without thinking things through?" Hearing his master's words, he clenched his teeth, choking back tears as his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Every single tear that fell was proof of his utter helplessness and the deep pain in his heart. Kite advised him, his voice low but firm. Don't even think about resolving this issue with words. Rian clenched his hands into tight fists. He spoke to his master, his voice filled with determination, yet laced with helplessness. But I can't just stand here and do nothing. I was the one who asked to be his friend in the first place. Rian raised his hand, his eyes burning with intense determination as he spoke up. I don't want to be a coward. His words seemed to defy adversity itself. His resolve clear in his every gesture and look. Kite looked at him in a new light, silently praising him. That is some good determination. He is kind, honest, and pure, but that alone won't make him a great swordsman. I have high hopes for you, and I will be cheering you on. Kite brought his sword in front of him and handed it over. Take it. Fortunately, he wasn't old-fashioned or blinded by class prejudice. He also warned him, I will let you go, but only if you bring this back with you. But if you aren't even mentally prepared for what is to come, don't dream of taking a single step out of here. He took the sword from his master, staring down at it with eyes that reflected his unwavering seriousness. Rian now had to make a choice that aligned with his own beliefs. His eyes lit up with unshakable confidence and determination. Master, I will never forget this favor. Every word of his was like a sacred vow, engraved deep into his heart and mind, driving him to move forward and face this challenge. He glanced at him. Remember, abandoning a friend is like cutting off a part of your own body. His words served as a powerful wake-up call. His mind was a raging storm. This was a duel where he would have to put his very life on the line. Back in the present, standing in front of the mansion's main hall, Rian finally understood the truth his master had taught him. He gripped his sword, threw his head back, and laughed out loud. His laughter echoed through the mansion, giving everyone goosebumps. You really are something, Dad. I almost let you break me. He roared in anger. Prove that we are friends? My own belief is enough, because I know deep down that Shirone and I are friends. He added that his very existence as Shirone's friend was the ultimate proof of their bond. Bishop was absolutely furious at this sharp rebuttal, gritting his teeth as he hissed in anger. This is absurd. This isn't just some petty father-son argument, he screamed in a rage. Even as we speak, the reputation of countless noble houses is crumbling. His words left the servants completely shocked. He continued frantically. If I can prevent the downfall of our family, I would gladly disown my own son. Those words sent shockwaves through the maids and Weena herself. Weena couldn't help but cry out, Father! Stepping firmly into a formal stance, his voice was resolute and completely unwavering. If I have to do this to save my friend's life, he bowed, placing his right hand over his chest in a formal, solemn salute to show his ultimate respect, then I will gladly leave this family. Everyone present was absolutely terrified by his actions. Bishop stood up in a fit of pure rage, his fists tightly clenched as the veins on his hands bulged. He roared at him, You brat, draw your sword. If you truly believe that boy is your friend, then stake your life right here. Rian didn't hesitate for a second as he drew his sword. The sharp ring of his blade cut through the air, signaling that his bond with his father was about to be severed forever. He couldn't believe his eyes. His own son was actually drawing a sword to fight him over a mere commoner. He looked at him, stammering in disbelief. You would actually raise a sword against your own father? He held his sword up high, pointing the tip toward the sky, a sharp, fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I'm not pointing my sword at you, father. I'm only showing my conviction. Bishop clutched his chest, trying to look helpless. How could you ever have any friends? You can't even get along with the other noble houses. Maybe it is because you can never measure up to the other nobles. Trying to manipulate Rian's mind, he added. You are only keeping someone weaker than you around to make yourself feel better. But Rian lowered his voice, cold and firm. This time, father, you are wrong. His eyes burned like fire, steady and unshakable, carrying a profound confidence and belief in himself. He lowered his sword, declaring with absolute certainty, Shirone is my friend, and he is far better than I am. I want to help Shirone so he can truly shine at a higher level. Ryan's absolute resolve caught Shirone completely off guard. Furious and humiliated, Bischoff pointed directly at Shirone, demanding in a voice thick with rage, Did you deceive my boy? Did you convince him that a commoner could actually be friends with a noble? His words were like a sharp blade piercing right through Shirone's pride. Shirone tried to object, but Ryan immediately stepped in, shielding him. His voice was full of protective energy as he defended Shirone. Shirone, stay right there. I'll protect you. Shirone knew this was a make-or-break moment, not just for himself, but for the friendship he cherished. He called out, Ryan. Hearing him call his name, Rian froze in his tracks. Shirone then stepped forward to take all the blame, saying, Young master, you don't have to take responsibility for any of this. I'll take full responsibility for my part. Ryan turned back to look at him in absolute shock. Shirone remembered the exact moment Ryan had reached out to grab his hand. From the moment you offered your friendship, I had a feeling that I'd eventually stand at a crossroads, choosing between being your friend and keeping my own life. His eyes were filled with profound gratitude. He looked at Rian. Even if it means I die right here, I will never regret becoming your friend. Rian lowered his head, tears welling up. Shirone's sincere friendship had not let him down. His voice cracked. That's right. Suddenly, he looked up and shouted at Bischoff, and that is exactly how I feel. Those words echoed through the room, a powerful declaration of their bond and his unshakable determination. His heart was filled with conviction and resolve, knowing deep down that he had made the right choice. Rian shouted, reaffirming their friendship once more. Even if I'm completely cast out, we are still friends. His fierce, powerful declaration left the Lord speechless, able to do nothing but grimace at him. Reyna, who was standing nearby, was also deeply moved by his genuine words, and tears began to pool in her eyes. She thought to herself, even if we're still immature, we're still human beings with real feelings. A true friend never turns their back on you. The servants were deeply touched as well, and tears fell from their eyes. Deep down, everyone wished they had a friend like that. Those rigid barriers had stripped them of their right to equality forever. The head butler glanced over at Rian and Shirone. He frowned and clicked his tongue. But suddenly, a booming laugh echoed through the mansion. Well, isn't this fascinating? Everyone below looked up in astonishment. Reyna called out to him, her face lighting up with joy. Looking down from the upper floor, Clump praised them with lively amusement. I never expected to witness such a touching scene with 1 foot already in the grave. Ah, youth really is the best. Reyna was absolutely thrilled, unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everything would be fine now. With her grandfather stepping in, she figured the situation would be resolved much more easily. But contrary to her relief, Bischoff's expression became incredibly strained. He looked at Clump in disbelief. Father, you're here? Reyna told me it would take a few more days. Clump shrugged. I came early because my friend ran off with some young lady. With that, he sat down in a chair. Shirone was also stunned by his sudden appearance. He stared blankly at him, slowly realizing who he was. That man was a general of Tormia, a grade 3 swordsman, and Rian's grandfather. Crossing his legs comfortably, he spoke in a cheerful tone. Well, this place is as lively as ever, isn't it? Ah, youth really is wonderful. He was the former family head, Klump Ogent. But while he laughed and chatted with everyone, the current head, his own son, looked far from happy. He addressed his father with a deeply troubled look. This isn't exactly a great situation, father. Our family's reputation has completely fallen apart. Paying no attention to his son's distress, he eagerly cast his gaze down toward the people in the main hall. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I've been watching from behind for a while, and it's clear that everyone here has a lot on their minds. So, why don't we listen to everyone's thoughts first to see if we've actually lost face? He called on the first person, witness number 1, the eldest daughter, Reyna Ogent. She was visibly thrilled to share her thoughts about him. Even though yesterday was my very first time meeting Shirone, I could already tell that he is an incredibly smart and talented young man. She stood there presenting her case like an eloquent speaker. Everyone in the room turned their eyes toward her, hanging on every word of her evaluation. With his legs crossed and his hand resting on his chin, he looked on with anticipation, waiting to see what his granddaughter would say. Furthermore, Shirone has fulfilled all the terms of his contract and was actually scheduled to leave the estate today. Given the circumstances, it's hard to argue that Shirone approached Rian with any kind of malicious intent. Because of that, I don't believe his actions have tarnished our family's honor at all. Clump stroked his chin, nodding in understanding. He snorted amusedly. I see. In that case, what do you think, my second grandson? The next person called to give their opinion was witness number 2, the second son. Even though he hadn't spoken up until now, his expression made it clear that he had absolutely no sympathy for him. He frowned, his words escaping through gritted teeth. I don't like that kid. Standing nearby, Bishop was highly pleased with his answer. He smirked, silently praising his second son. Exactly, I knew I could count on you. Rai had never cared about things that didn't concern him. But then again, this has absolutely nothing to do with me. His indifferent comment left Bishop quite stunned. Feeling a sting of disappointment, he blurted out, "What do you mean?" Bishop's face darkened as he turned to his indecisive son. His tone was accusatory. "What do you mean? You just said you don't like him, and now you're saying you don't care?" Folding his arms and leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes and replied with total indifference. "That's right. I don't like the kid, but whoever Rian chooses to be friends with is none of my business." He bluntly added, "I just want this to be over, so we can finally leave for the royal palace." Reina was also caught completely off guard. Seeing Rai's bold attitude, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, her little brother really didn't care. Meanwhile, the elder laughed out loud at his second grandson's blunt opinion. This is exactly why there is no place like home. Stroking his chin, he looked toward Ryan, wanting to hear the perspective of the person who had likely observed young Shirone for the longest time. He called for the next witness. Next is witness number 3, assistant butler Temura. Temura cleared his throat, but his attention quickly shifted to the head butler. The head butler was raising his hand to his chin, signaling him. In his mind, he thought, "I am sure you know what to do here." Looking at Bishop's demeanor, his eyes were also darting toward the assistant butler. His silent message to the assistant butler was crystal clear. "We are not here to share our own opinions. We are here to obey our master's will." It took a moment, but the assistant butler finally spoke his name, Shirone. Glancing at the head butler, he spoke his honest thoughts about the boy. "He did all the tasks I assigned him, and he completed them flawlessly. What is more, he finished the work a whopping 6 months ahead of schedule." His words hit the head butler like a bolt from the blue. He never expected the assistant butler to defy his silent instructions, and he grit his teeth in anger. What on earth is he doing? He thought. Meanwhile, Bishop let out a heavy sigh, his previous imposing demeanor completely fading away. Clump looked at the assistant butler and asked, "Did you know that the two of them were friends?" Placing a hand over his heart, he answered respectfully, "I knew he often went out with the young master, but I was unaware that they were friends. But from my perspective, if he were an ill-mannered child, he never could have categorized those 10,000 books." Shirone froze, unable to believe his own ears. He never expected that in this mansion, besides his friend Rian and the kind Lady Reina, someone else would actually take his side. And that person speaking up for him was none other than the assistant butler. Rian glanced at him with a knowing smile. Finally, someone had stepped up to acknowledge his hard work and ability. Reina rested her hand on her chin, secretly rejoicing for him. Yes, the tide has completely turned, but her joy was instantly crushed when she looked at her father. His cold gaze directed at Shirone hadn't softened one bit. Bishop scowled in deep annoyance as time after time, someone kept stepping up to defend the boy, especially ever since Lord Clump had returned. Nothing was going his way. She also knew that the only person in the room who desperately wanted to punish Shirone was her father. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice rang out. "No." He stood up, firm in his stance. "I cannot agree to this." As soon as those words left his mouth, Reina and Bishop gasped in unison. "Grandfather? Father?" Reina couldn't understand why her grandfather was changing his mind at the very last second. Just as she had started to breathe a sigh of relief, she was suddenly on pins and needles again. Meanwhile, Bishop's face lit up. Lord Clump quickly clarified his words. No, I do understand that the two of them view each other as friends." Shirone and Rian stood before him, completely tense and anxious. He stared at the two of them and muttered solemnly, "However, it must end here. If this relationship continues, rumors are bound to leak out eventually, and that could easily become a weakness for our political rivals to seize and use against us." Bishop sat listening to his father, paying closer attention now that Lord Clump was voicing his exact concerns. Guy, who sat right next to him, remained completely oblivious to it all. With a serious look, he began to state his view. "Every single member of our family is an outstanding individual in this kingdom. Guy is even preparing to take his certification exam. Besides, what choice do we have when so many families depend on us?" The maids standing in line couldn't help but worry about the fate of themselves and their families. After all, as commoners, just being able to work for the nobility was already a great honor. "Shirone, you are a smart boy. I trust you will understand." Reina turned to look at her grandfather, wanting to say something, but the words caught in her throat. But Ryan, on the other hand, could no longer sit idly by and watch. He gritted his teeth, locking eyes with the old man, his gaze filled with a fierce, unbreakable determination. The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his beloved grandson. He couldn't help but think, I see a lot of potential in you, and you're certainly clever, Ran, but why can't you just understand what I'm trying to say? The old man's heart was in complete turmoil. He desperately wanted the boy to understand the immense responsibility he carried. You of all people should know how heavy it is to carry the lives of countless others on your shoulders. The old man then turned to look at Shirone, wanting to know what he was feeling at this very moment. He also wanted to see what Ran had realized after becoming friends with Shirone. What do you think, Shirone? I want to thank you for teaching my naive grandson the true meaning of friendship. He didn't want the family to be condemned by the world because of Shirone. He was asking for Shirone's opinion, hoping to just end it all here. Shirone could only lower his head, slowly closing his eyes, remaining silent for a long time. Then, he suddenly uttered those two words, "No way," leaving both Lord Clum and Jen completely. Utter disbelief. Lord Bishop never expected him to be so stubborn, completely unable to tell what was truly important. Guy, who usually didn't care about anything, now had to look at him in a whole new light. Rian was also completely stunned by his answer. He thought he would beg for forgiveness and cut off their friendship just to save his own skin. He never expected him to be this brave. He hesitated, wanting to call his name, but looking at the sincere, straightforward Shirone standing right there, he couldn't hold back anymore and called out to him without a second thought. Siren. He placed his hand over his heart, looked at the old man, and spoke from the very depths of his soul. If I ever become an obstacle to Rian, I won't hesitate to never see him again. But right now, he didn't have any doubts or fear. He laid his heart bare. That doesn't mean I can just stop calling him my friend. He declared with absolute, unshakable confidence, Rian and I are friends. He wouldn't let their friendship be bound by anyone else, or let it be corrupted by mere words. He looked at Lord Clump and said, as long as you take that into consideration, I will follow any order you give. Rian's hand trembled violently as he gripped his sword. He felt utterly humiliated. Once again, tears began to stream down his face. Deep down, he was consumed by self-blame. How could I feel relieved just because Shirone doesn't have to die? Honestly, a part of me felt that way. But Shirone already understood that abandoning a friend is no different from throwing away a part of yourself. Rian stared at him with wide eyes. The lessons his master had drilled into him during training, he had struggled so hard to finally make a decision. Yet here, Shirone was willing to throw away his own life, just to protect the word friend. Overwhelmed with shame, he made up his mind. Fine. This wasn't up for negotiation anyway. He pointed his sword straight toward the heavens and roared at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. I hereby declare. Lord Clump and Reyna instantly panicked at what he was about to do. Reyna screamed, "Stop! I don't know what you're planning, but please, don't do it." She reacted this way because she feared her little brother was acting on a reckless impulse. One single mistake could ruin his entire future and drag their entire family down with him. She couldn't let him make such a rash choice, but his sword slammed violently into the ground, emitting a deafening screech that rang through everyone's ears. He dropped to his knees, driving the blade deep into the tiled floor, leaving Shirone completely dumbfounded. He made his declaration loud and clear for all to hear. I, Rian Ogent, the third son of the House of Ogent, shall become Shirone's sword from this moment forth. His oath echoed like thunder through the suffocating, tense hall, making his father tremble with sheer rage. Gritting his teeth in absolute fury, his face contorted into an ugly scowl as he roared, "What is the meaning of this, you miserable brat?" The entire mansion seemed to shake under his explosive wrath, his voice echoing through every single corner. You absolute fool. The origin of the Knight's Oath dates back to the very founding of the Kingdom of Tormia. During a chaotic era, nations of all sizes fought relentlessly for territory. Tormia, the most powerful faction among them, successfully conquered them all and declared the birth of the Kingdom of Tormia. Yet, the newly formed kingdom still had to defend itself against formidable neighboring empires. So, instead of being executed during the unification, the defeated rulers were allowed to govern their own lands. In doing so, the Knight's Oath was born. The defeated kings would kneel before the new sovereign. They swore to become a blade that only their new master could wield, and in return, they were granted noble status. This was how the Knight's Oath and the nobility itself came to be. To break this sacred oath was to make oneself lower than a rabid dog. Rian turned to look at everyone, a playful grin on his face. What do you all think? There is no taking it back now, is there? Everyone stood frozen in shock, their jaws dropping at his sudden, reckless decision. He remained kneeling on one knee, his grip still tight on the hilt of his sword. Deep down, he couldn't help but panic. Master. I think I really blew it this time. He could already picture his master blowing a fuse and screaming at him. I didn't give you that sword for you to pull a stunt like this. Shirone dropped to his knees beside him, grabbing his hand in sheer panic. Rian, what the hell are you doing? Rian didn't answer, only casting a silent glance back at the crowd. Lord Clump's voice cut through the silence, his expression hardening as his features grew incredibly serious. Rian, if I am truly hearing you say you will become his sword, then surely this boy must be worth it, is he not? Answer me! Shirone helped Rian to his feet, and both of them faced the old man. Lord Clump continued, is he truly that talented? Or is he only a genius to you because you yourself are utterly useless? Hearing those words, Rian relaxed, a confident smile playing on his lips. He placed his hand over his heart and declared proudly, a sword does not judge, it only protects. Everyone's face darkened the moment they heard his answer. Even Shirone was completely caught off guard. Out of nowhere, a long burst of laughter broke the suffocating tension. The old man covered his face and laughed so heartily that his entire body shook. He actually had to hand it to the kid. Exactly. Immature brats need to have at least this much fire in them if they ever want to reach the top. While the boy's father could only smack his forehead in despair, his grandfather couldn't stop showering him with praise. You've got quite a mouth on you, kid, but with that pathetic swordsmanship of yours, I honestly feel sorry for your friend having to rely on a sword like you. Rian never expected his grandfather to say something so harsh. All he could do was stammer, grandfather, grandfather. The old man then placed his hand on Siren's shoulder. With a warm, reassuring smile, he told him, all right, that's enough. It's all over now. He might not be the sharpest sword just yet, but Siren, he will never betray you. Take good care of my grandson. He gently patted his shoulder, and Shirone closed his eyes, taking in the weight of those words. Looking up at the old man with deep gratitude, Shirone said, thank you for acknowledging me, sir. Grandfather pointed at the head butler and commanded, since these two have sworn a lifetime of friendship, I can't just let you leave empty-handed. Head butler, take the carriage that Siren was supposed to use to go home, and bring his parents here. The butler quickly bowed, accepting the order. Yes, sir, right away, sir. The two servants exchanged smiles as they put on their hats. Still reeling from shock, the head butler screamed in his head, are you kidding me? He looked up at the clear blue sky where clouds drifted lazily by. Absolutely clueless, he thought to himself. I will never understand what goes on in the minds of these nobles. Rian finally let out a sigh of relief. He laughed, completely relaxed, and shouted, man, that feels amazing. He collapsed backward onto the bed, stretching his arms out wide. Shirone sat down beside him, and Rian grinned, asking, did you see my family's faces back there? That was priceless. But Shirone couldn't help but feel guilty. Reminded of Rian's nightly oath, he whispered, you didn't have to go that far for me. Rian sat straight up, startling Shirone. Shirone, I didn't do that just because you're my friend. He looked Shirone dead in the eye, a fierce determination burning in his gaze. I'm not like my older brother. You have this power to draw people to you. I'm simply choosing to bet my entire life on someone like that. Shirone blushed, feeling a wave of embarrassment. What? Flustered, he thought to himself. Why does he have to say things like that out of nowhere? Shirone looked at him with a sigh. Now I'm really feeling the pressure. Blushing even harder, he added. But if you really want to protect me, you're going to have to train way harder than this. That comment made Rian so frustrated he looked like he was about to cough up blood. Panicking, Shirone asked, hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Slumping forward, Rian groaned, nothing. You just stabbed me right in my sore spot. Suddenly, Rena kicked the door open and walked in. Rian, is it true you swore a knight's oath to be Shirone's sword? She demanded, but as she stepped inside, she saw him face down in what looked like a pool of blood. Surprised, she asked, what's wrong with him? Mustering every last bit of his strength, Rian whimpered, Shirone won't accept me. What are you even saying? Shirone sighed, remembering how much her sister had just helped them out. He turned to her and politely said, please, come on in. That's right, she said proudly. I've got some major news from the opposition faction. Rian immediately snapped out of his depression, a hint of worry in his voice. What is it? What are father and grandfather up to now? She sat down on the edge of the bed and explained, They might be bloodthirsty, but you did pull out the ultimate card with that knight's oath. They're currently trying to figure out their next move. But here's the real kicker. Father is actually planning to enroll both you and Shirone into the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. Shirone, you said your swordsmanship talent is absolutely insane, right? Those were your own words. Shirone looked completely bewildered. Wait, is it really that serious? She smirked. Of course, you're officially a member of this family now. I made sure to tell everyone about your talent just to see if they'd be willing to invest in you. They want your talent to be molded so that you can properly support Rian. Since Rian's future is on the line, they'll want to make sure you succeed. Hearing this, Rian screamed at her. I never agreed to this. Who said anyone could send me to school? I finally have the freedom to hang out with Siren whenever I want. Without a single word, she kicked him off the bed and planted her foot squarely on his back. She sighed, yelling at him with zero mercy. You blockheaded idiot. You caused this massive scene, and you still expect to do whatever you want? Ryan cried out in protest. He twisted his head around, glaring at her with daggers in his eyes. He yelled back. And besides, Shirone isn't going to some swordsmanship academy anyway. Shirone is going to be a mage. He's already unlocked his spiritual domain, Rena gasped, looking at Shirone in disbelief. What? A spiritual domain? Shirone unlocked his spiritual domain? Wait, does that mean you swore a knight's oath to a future mage? She stared at him, unable to believe her ears. Frustrated, Ryan yelled at the top of his lungs. There's a limit to how clueless you can be. Get the hell out of here, you old hag. Imagining Shirone and Ryan sparring with swords, Rena realized something and said, So, you used synesthesia to tap into his subconscious and read his movements to win the fight. Rubbing her chin, she mused in admiration. That is a pretty neat idea. Since your mental energy is actually quite high, this should definitely be possible. Shirone stammered, Is that so? Meanwhile, Rena could not stop showering him with praise. You are amazing. Based on what I learned at school, the more condensed the energy is, the more stable the mental world becomes. And being able to maintain that level of density while wielding a sword is just mind-blowing. Hearing those words, his cheeks flushed bright red as he sheepishly scratched his head. Rena and Rian were both thinking the exact same thing. Blushing already? She teased, before adding, I will talk to father about Shirone's path. Of course, the conditions for you to enroll in the Swordsmanship Academy will be part of it too. Hearing this, Rian gasped and shouted, What? Then what is going to happen to my master? Rena replied, Master Kite already knows about this. That is why he ended his contract yesterday, and tomorrow morning will be his farewell. He was completely stunned. Huh? Rian tightly gripped his sword, a wave of sadness washing over him. He silently thought of his master, the man who was about to leave this place for good. A butler opened the door and walked in to report. Young Master Shirone, your family has arrived and is waiting in the drawing room. The head of the house said you can go see them first if you would like. Rena gently turned to ask his thoughts. What do you think, Shirone? At first, he only offered a faint smile, but then, unable to hide his excitement any longer, he leaped to his feet with joy and cheered. I will go. Shirone dashed down the stairs, making the two butlers panic in concern. The stairs, please watch your step on the stairs, Shirone said, a bit awkwardly. You can just talk to me like you used to. It is a bit embarrassing when you act so formal all of a sudden. They gasped in a panic. Oh heavens, no, please do not say that, young master. Our heads will literally roll. Shirone smiled to reassure them. Do not worry, I will not tell a soul. But they still adamantly refused. Even so, we absolutely cannot. After a few brief moments, they all arrived at the drawing room. In a rush, Shirone threw open the door to look inside, where his most cherished loved ones were waiting. Spotting the two inside, he cried out, Mom, Dad. Overcome with emotion, they called out his name in unison, Shirone. Leaving everything else behind, he rushed toward them like a little bird returning to its nest, finally burying himself in the warmth of his parents' embrace. The three of them held each other tightly as happiness washed over them. Shirone looked closely at his parents, his heart aching. They had gotten so thin. They must have suffered so much, losing sleep day after day worrying about him. Shirone's mother wiped away her tears as she reassured him. Do not worry, we are perfectly fine. Vincent asked, puzzled. But why did you suddenly call for us? If your work here is done, shouldn't you be coming home? He suddenly pressed, growing anxious. Did they force you to stay? Are they refusing to let you leave? He explained. No. It is not like that at all. It is just that I have been given a really great opportunity. He did not understand, and Shirone's mother was equally confused. A great opportunity? He replied, then immediately went on to explain the entire situation and everything that had happened to his parents. After listening, they froze in complete shock, their faces blank and frozen in disbelief. Vincent's eyes widened, his entire body paralyzed as he stared blankly at his son. Then, squeezing out a forced smile, he stammered, "So, what you are saying is, while working at the library, you became friends with a young noble lord, and that young lord made a knight's oath to you, and you were officially allowed to be his friend?" Shirone casually replied, "Yes, that is right." Vincent's voice suddenly dropped. "Shirone, tell me the truth." He grabbed both of his shoulders and shook him violently, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "How could a smart boy like you be having such wild delusions? Did someone mistreat you? Is that it? Tell me." Shirone was being shaken so hard he felt his soul leaving his body, but he managed to squeeze out, "No, Dad, it is the truth." He hugged his beloved son tightly, bawling his eyes out as if they were saying their final goodbyes. "Oh my goodness. They say anyone who enters a noble's house never comes back in one piece." Shirone's mother tried to pull her husband off. "Vincent!" Suddenly, the door swung open again, and the butler announced, "Young master, the head of the house has arrived." At that moment, 3 people walked in. Bishop spoke first. "It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am the head of this house, Bishop Ogent." Rian bowed slightly and said, "Hello, I am Shirone's sword." Reina introduced herself gently. "I am the eldest daughter, Reina. I have heard so much about you two." Witnessing this shocking turn of events, the parents turned pale as ghosts. They immediately bowed deeply in respect, stammering, "Hello, we are Shirone's parents. Why would such great people like you?" Overhearing this, Reina looked a bit puzzled. "Oh dear, did Shirone not tell you yet?" Completely frantic, Vincent's voice trembled as he asked, "So, all those crazy things he said were actually true?" Even after they sat down at a luxurious banquet filled with the finest delicacies, he still could not wrap his head around it, repeating, "This cannot be happening. This is impossible." In the end, Vincent looked completely spaced out, while Shirone's mother was flustered, saying, "Dear, there are so many plates." Even after the meal was over, he still looked like he had just fallen from the sky, his mind completely tangled. What on earth is happening? Beside him, she was offered a cup of hot tea and said gratefully, "Thank you." Vincent, on the other hand, felt the suffocating atmosphere of the place, his mind screaming in utter confusion. He turned pale. What on earth was happening? His hands were shaking so hard he was about to drop his teacup. Even if I do not understand what a knight's oath is, there is no way nobles would treat a family of commoners this well. I need to get to the bottom of this. With that thought, Vincent spoke up. "Forgive me. While I am incredibly grateful that you think so highly of my son, I cannot help but feel deeply anxious. It was simply unbelievable that Ryan, a young master of a prestigious noble house, would swear a knight's oath to Shirone." Frowning, Bishop replied, "To be honest, I find it a bit unsettling myself." He then continued, "However, for a militaristic family like the Ogent house, a knight's oath is absolute. If we were to discriminate based on status, it would tarnish Rian's honor. Therefore, we will be addressing you with formal respect from now on. Please do not feel burdened by this. Our family will provide your son with our full support." Clump burst into laughter and boomed, "That is the first sensible thing I have heard you say in a long time." Annoyed, Bishop grumbled, "Father, you are being too loud." Shirone thought to himself. As the head of the house who manages and decides all major family affairs, words like decisive and proud truly suited him, even if he was struggling with the decision to take a commoner under his protection. Turning his head slightly, he saw Reina giving him a warm wink. Watching Rian's bright, genuine smile, he continued to reflect. But he feared no one. Regaining his serious composure, Bishop said, "To get straight to the point, your son is someone who can utilize the spirit zone. The spirit zone is not something that can be achieved through sheer hard work. To put it bluntly, it's a rare talent one is born with." He continued, "From what I understand, you are aiming to become a mage. If he wishes to obtain his provisional mage license as quickly as possible, then I believe the Alpheas Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, would be the perfect fit for him." Bishop rubbed his chin and continued, "I am not saying he must attend that academy to become a mage, but wasting such immense talent would be a shame, and I highly advise against it. He needs to enroll at Alpheas to meet the standards of the Ogent house." Clump chimed in, "Keep their background in mind, son. Explain it in simpler terms. Noticing Vincent's frozen expression, Bishop immediately understood what his father was trying to say. So, Bishop got straight to the point. If your son graduates from the Magic Academy, he will become a certified mage. Only then did the reality of the situation sink in, and Vincent leapt to his feet in shock. Our son is going to become a mage? Vincent thought. A Magic Academy. His voice began to tremble. This can't be happening. Is this a dream? Our son, Bishop went on. However, the greatest hurdle we face is his social status. Vincent tensed up as Bishop awkwardly explained. Magic academies are highly exclusive. They only admit children of noble families. Clump chimed in. There is only one solution. He then added with a serious tone, we will adopt Shirone into the Ogent family. Vincent couldn't believe his ears. He stood there, completely frozen, his mind spinning. What? Clump firmly pressed on with their proposal. This is the only viable option we came up with after discussing it as a family. He then slid a pledge of agreement across the table. I have a cousin who has no children. If we register the boy under his name, all our problems will be solved. Of course, we have no intention of taking your son away from you. This is strictly on paper. But because of this, Shirone will become a noble. Vincent's mind raced. Shirone will be a noble. What kind of miracle gave my boy an opportunity like this? But if I agree to this, it feels like my own son is being taken away from me. With a conflicted and pained look, he turned to his son, silently pleading in his heart. Tell me, Shirone, what should I do? But seeing the calm expression on Shirone's face only made Vincent panic more. Has he already made up his mind? At that moment, Shirone stole a glance at his father. He slowly reached out and touched his father's rough, calloused hand, the large hand that had spent a lifetime weathering hardships to raise him. Squeezing it so tightly that Vincent actually felt a dull ache, Shirone looked up with a fierce, unwavering gaze and firmly refused. I can't do that. I am my father's son, and I will never become someone else's adopted child. Hearing his son's words, Vincent gasped in sheer panic. Shirone, Reina, sitting across from him, tried to explain. Shirone, this is only a formality. Of course, we will still honor your parents as your true family. You'll be able to achieve your dream, and absolutely nothing will change between you. Before she could even finish, Clump chimed in. You'll be a noble boy. Opportunities like this don't just fall into your lap, but Shirone remained absolutely resolute. If the price of my dream is trading my father for another, I would rather live the rest of my life as a commoner. Furious, Clump barked. Commoners cannot enroll in a magic academy. Without missing a beat, Shirone replied. Then I won't go. Trying to break his resolve, Clump countered. Then you will never become a mage. Bishop and Reina watched the exchange, utterly stunned. Once again, Shirone stood his ground. Then I won't be a mage. Hearing those words, both Vincent and Shirone's mother froze in absolute shock. Getting even more heated, Clump roared. Shirone, why are you being so incredibly stubborn? The world doesn't work that easily. There are things you must throw away if you want to achieve success. If you can't even make a sacrifice like this, then is your dream nothing more than child's play? He casually replied, I suppose so, sir, leaving the patriarch completely stunned. What? Tears began to well up in Vincent's eyes. Usually so passionate and full of life, his current awkwardness and sadness were now plain to see. Shirone spoke up. No matter how wonderful my dream is, it's still something I received from my parents. If they are the roots, then my dreams are the sweet fruit nourished by them. He remembered the past, filled with memories of standing side by side with his family, learning to read and getting the chance to work at the Ogent estate. These are all things I achieved because I had my parents as my foundation. This is just one opportunity I've gained, and it's nothing compared to the countless opportunities my parents have given me. Shirone smiled warmly, speaking with firm resolve. To ask me to abandon my roots now is no different than asking me to die. I truly appreciate everyone's offer, but they are my only parents. Hearing his words, everyone in the room froze. Not a single word was spoken. The patriarch's eyes widened in sheer shock as he thought to himself, what is this overwhelming sense of guilt? No, that's not what this child means. Suddenly, Vincent bowed his head low and cried out, Please, adopt Shirone. Please, I beg of you. Shirone was visibly flustered. From across the room, Clump said, I understand where you're coming from, but Vincent paid no attention to what anyone else was saying. Keeping his head bowed, he forced out the words, Shirone isn't my biological son. Hearing her husband's words, Shirone's mother gasped in disbelief. Vincent, What on earth are you saying? With his head still bowed, he continued, we couldn't have children. He explained, we were blessed with Shirone through a stroke of fate. I'm sure you can tell, but he definitely comes from a noble family. He is just too extraordinary. Clump and Jean grew more and more astonished as they listened. Vincent continued to pour his heart out. If he is adopted by a noble family, he will return to where he truly belongs. So this isn't about abandoning his parents or rejecting his roots. Bischoff thought to himself, is that really true? Looking at their family, he could understand why. Surely, everyone in the room had already guessed as much. Shirone looked completely different from his parents. Bischoff lightly stroked his chin, pondering, but does saying that mean he's really willing to give up his son? Shirone couldn't listen to any more of this. Overcome with emotion, he tightly grabbed his father's arm and yelled, Dad, what are you doing? How could you say that without telling me first? Vincent could only avert his gaze. I'm sorry, but you're all grown up now. You were bound to find out sooner or later. Suddenly, Shirone looked at him with utmost seriousness and asked, did you really think I didn't know? His words left Vincent completely stunned. His heart grew heavy, and he choked out the words, the reason I never asked is because everyone only has one father and one mother. I wanted that too. And yet now you want me to have 6 parents? Panicked, terrified, and heartbroken, Vincent stammered, I just didn't want you to give up on your dream because of me. Tears began to stream down his face. Shirone shouted back fiercely, who's giving up on their dream? As long as I work hard, opportunities will come. But then, sobbing from the bottom of his heart, he looked at the man who raised him and asked, did you ever think about how I feel? Who would ever want to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent gripped Shirone's hands, his entire body trembling violently. Everything I did, it was all my fault. Shirone, I will never, ever abandon you. With those words, he pulled his young son into a tight embrace, as if terrified of losing him. Tears of fatherly love poured down like a river. Vincent sobbed, please, forgive your foolish father. You are my everything. They held each other tightly, pouring out their hearts. Everyone around them watched in silence, deeply moved by the sacred and beautiful bond of family. Witnessing this, Bischoff suddenly realized something: the things we do for our children can sometimes end up hurting them. Clump replied, being a parent really is hard work. He then asked, wasn't it incredibly tough for you to raise your son on your own as well? Bischoff's eyes welled with tears. Trying to hide them so no one would see him cry, he gently glanced at his son standing ahead. Rian was crying too, deeply moved by the profound love between Vincent and Shirone. Suddenly, Bischoff said, I heard that the Alpheas Magic Academy has a special consideration slot. Father, you could help with that. Clump grumbled. Huh? What could an old man like me possibly do? How could I ever convince that stubborn Alpheas? Can you really not do it? I heard he owes you a favor. Hearing that, Clump burst out laughing. Ah, for someone who strictly follows every single rule, isn't being stubborn the best approach? Bischoff chuckled along. He teased, you used that exact same method to force me to become the head of the house. Clump looked away slightly and muttered, it was all for your own good. 3 days later, after Rian left for the Swordsmanship Academy, the patriarch permitted my family to stay at the Ogent estate. My father still felt incredibly guilty, and I had no idea how long he would carry that regret. Finally, Rian and I had some free time, so we both made the most of it by taking a long nap together. He looked incredibly happy, smiling warmly at his friend lying right beside him. As they listened to his stories, they couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. And then, 3 days later, both of them would have to leave home for the academy, the place where their dreams would become reality. Shirone turned his head slightly to catch one last glimpse. Just then, someone started sobbing. It turned out to be Rian, crying his eyes out. Shirone spoke up. Rian, don't cry. Rian said through his tears. It hurts so much, how can I not cry? Once I get in this carriage, I have to go to the Swordsmanship Academy. This is a real goodbye. The more he spoke, the harder he cried. Why couldn't I just enroll next year like you? Shirone replied. I'm not even sure if I'm being considered for special admission yet. We can still see each other during the holidays, so make sure to write to me every day, okay? Rian suddenly placed his hands on Shirone's shoulders and called out his name with absolute determination. Gathering all his strength, he shouted, You have to become a mage, and I will become the strongest knight to protect you, I promise. Before he could even finish his sentence, Sienna landed a painful punch right on his head. Just focus on graduating first. You're the one I'm most worried about." Then she turned to Shirone and said, "Shirone, don't worry about a thing. Just enjoy your time with your family first. He will definitely help you get admitted." He softly replied, "Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your help." Placing his hand over his chest, he bowed to express his deep gratitude. Sienna smiled, thinking to herself, what a strange child. At first, I thought he was just a cute kid, but he's also incredibly thoughtful, and he managed to hold on to his conviction in such a terrifying situation. She suddenly looked at him and spoke up again. "Shirone, perhaps when you graduate." But then she stopped herself, falling silent. She thought, what on earth am I thinking? He's just a child about to enter a completely new environment at the Magic Academy. Then Sienna stepped forward, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said, "Never mind, just do your absolute best. You will definitely become a mage." He replied, "Please take good care of Rian." With that, she pulled Rian into the carriage, turning back to wave goodbye to Shirone. He climbed into his own carriage, where his parents were already waiting, filled with excitement and anticipation. As the horses set off, the two carriages headed in opposite directions, slowly drifting apart. Sitting inside, he suddenly heard a loud shout echoing from the outside. "Shirone." He immediately poked his head out to see who was calling his name. It was none other than Rian Ogent, shouting toward him, "When you get to the Magic Academy, make sure you show those guys up." Hearing that, Shirone found it so amusing that he burst out laughing. Then, Shirone Arian yelled back at the top of his lungs, "You too." And that was the meeting of those two passionate young men, which would be remembered as the beginning of an event that would shatter the balance of the entire continent. By the roadside, a nest of young birds rested. The mother bird flew back to land beside them before taking off again, soaring high above the grand and majestic castles. This place was the Alpheas Magic Academy. A man was setting his teacup down on the table. It was Clump, who gave a tired, wry smile and said, "You've been thinking for 30 minutes now. Surely the answer is yes?" Alpheas replied, "Even though we have been good friends for 50 years, I truly cannot accept your request." Hearing this, Clump shouted in frustration, "What did you say? Do you have any idea how much I struggled because of you when we were young?" Alpheas said, "It must be a very important matter for you to resort to such cheap talk. But special admission is not a backdoor for nobles. We receive countless requests every year, but this process has its own strict standards." The more Clump listened, the more irritated he became. Grimacing, he silently cursed the sly old man for making him wait 30 minutes for nothing. Then Clump suddenly laughed. "This time is different." The old man was slightly surprised. "It must be important indeed. It's been a while since I've seen that look on your face." Clump smirked and continued, "I'm not asking you to accept some useless kid. Quite the opposite, actually. The boy is a friend of my youngest grandson, and he is incredibly talented. Do you know what crossed my mind when I met him?" He said seriously, "I thought I was looking at you when you were young." Alpheas took a sip of his tea and questioned, "If he is so talented, why doesn't he just enroll normally? There must be a catch." Clump explained with the same serious demeanor, "There is a massive catch. He is not a noble." Hearing this, the old man gasped so loudly it made Clump jump. "That is impossible." Then Alpheas described Shirone's appearance to a T. "Is he a child with blonde hair and blue eyes?" Clump recalled what Shirone had said earlier. "Even if it costs me my life, I will never regret being his friend." He remarked, "That was my first impression of him. He is quite a bold talker." He continued seriously, "I used to think he was just a clever kid who knew how to manipulate adults. However, when I offered to adopt him, he shot back like this. If you ask me to deny where I came from, you might as well ask me to go find a place to die." Just remembering that made Clump cover his face and laugh out loud. "Doesn't that sound absurd to you? Who in their right mind would refuse to become a noble?" Alpheas gently stroked his beard. "He understands the natural law of cause and effect." Clump replied, "Exactly. Without a cause, there is no effect. Still, not everyone understands this rule, and it is easy to lose yourself. But a new opportunity can come at any moment. But the moment you turn your back on your roots, you lose everything, and you won't even be able to stand up for what you believe is right. Does that remind you of your younger self?" Alpheas stayed quiet, not answering right away. After a long pause, the old man finally spoke. "Refusing to compromise means others might agree with what they believe is right, but it also means those same people can judge them. That is what I find dangerous." Sitting across from him, Clump clicked his tongue at those words. Then, he asked softly, "You still haven't forgiven yourself, have you?" You have already done everything you possibly could. You have raised so many geniuses. Isn't it time you let yourself off the hook? The old man chuckled. Forgiving myself? Now, that would be far too arrogant. Looking out the window, Alpheas confessed, the only reason I teach these kids is to make sure another person like me never appears again. With a look of deep sorrow, he continued, if that boy really is like me, as you say, there is no guarantee he won't walk the same terrible path I did, right? Hearing this, Clump spoke up. You were a genius, Alpheas, a once-in-a-century genius. He continued, you, the man who was once hailed as the light of the Milch family, strayed off course just once and nearly lost everything. But in the end, you made it back. Though, who would have thought you would end up as the headmaster of an academy in the middle of nowhere? Alpheas teased back. Oh, please. Heaven must have been looking out for you then. A talentless brat actually grew up to become an official third-class swordsman. Honestly, I am worried about the future of the Tomiya kingdom. With that, both of them burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, the old man stood up and walked over to the window, gazing out at his academy. Every cause has its effect. Pouring more tea into his cup, Clump asked, is this fate? Who would have thought you knew that boy? The child cast out 4 years ago has finally returned. The headmaster chuckled. I do not believe in fate. But deep down, Alpheas couldn't help but think of Shirone, a genius whose talent was buried by class barriers, who wandered for 4 long years and was now standing right before him. Is this really fate? Finally, he made his decision. I will accept Shirone. Spring, 3 years later. A carriage rattled toward a small cottage nestled deep within the forest. Fully dressed and his hair neatly done, Shirone called out, Mom. Shirone Arian is 17 years old today. With an excited smile, he added, I will be back before you know it. Shirone's mother pulled him into a tight embrace, showering him with affection. My sweet boy, I am going to miss you so much. I promise I will write often. But, does my hair look okay? I have never styled it like this, so it feels kind of weird. She smiled. Lady Jenna said short hair is all the rage among the nobles these days. Just act natural. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Vincent chimed in, Aren't you forgetting something? Shirone quickly waved his hands. Come on, Dad, I am 17 now. A goodbye kiss is a bit much, don't you think? If you won't do it, I will, his father declared. Shirone let out a playful shriek. Vincent gently pressed a loving kiss onto his son's forehead, pulling him into a warm hug. With a voice full of fatherly pride, he whispered, Shirone, I am so proud of you. Shirone leaned into the embrace, basking in the comforting warmth. Siren then asked, But are you sure you are okay with this? Even the head of the clan offered to give you a house. Vincent replied with a grin, Oh, come on, son, your old man is a hunter, remember? A hunter's true home is the forest and the open fields. Taken aback, Shirone thought to himself, Is that really true? Guiding Shirone toward the carriage, he added, Even though I declined the financial support from the Owen family, they still insisted on sending it out of sincere gratitude. Siren thought to himself, Today is supposed to be a massive celebration in the village because I am heading to a magic academy, yet Dad kept it a complete secret from everyone. I am sure the real reason he refused to move to the city is because he doesn't want to be used as a weakness against me. Waiting outside, Tamura bowed respectfully. Please step inside, young master. We will escort you to the academy. Shirone climbed in and poked his head out the window, shouting, I will be back soon. And just like that, as the carriage rolled away, my first day at the academy began. Behind him, a loving couple waved goodbye, sending their growing boy off to chase his dreams. Inside the carriage, the silence between Shirone and Tamura made the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Once they arrived, Tamura opened the door. Young master, we have arrived. He gently helped Shirone step down. Shirone's face lit up with absolute awe and wonder. Welcome to the Alpheas Magic Academy, a place teeming with bustling crowds and lively energy. The massive academy gates loomed before them, grand and incredibly majestic. Tamura spoke up. All costs for your study materials will be handled through me, young master. Your only job is to focus on your studies. Shirone was deeply touched. Thank you so much, Butler Tamura. Tamura replied with a straight face. I am simply doing my duty. Shirone lowered his head slightly, expressing his deepest gratitude. I feel like this is my first real chance to properly thank you for helping me make it this far. It's all because you believed in me. I'll never forget what you've done for me, he said with a smile, finally letting out the words he'd been holding close to his heart. Suddenly, a harsh reality hit Shirone. No matter how talented a commoner is, they're still just a commoner, and they will never, ever be better than a noble. Right in front of him was Altamura's stern, dark expression, but the man didn't hold back and spoke his mind. But remember, not everyone gets an opportunity like this. Once you enter the academy, a lot of nobles are going to look down on you. He offered a warm smile and advised, but you have to endure. If you can hold on until the very end, everything else will just fade away. Deeply moved, Shirone replied, "Thank you so much. I promise I will become a great mage." Altamura said, "Now, if you're ready to follow me, let's get you registered." With that, the two of them headed deeper into the academy. He couldn't help but wonder, the Alpheas Magic Academy, the cradle of geniuses. What am I going to learn here, and who am I going to meet? Once inside, the guards saluted and shouted in unison, "We are at your service." They bowed deeply. Scattered across the campus were other young hopefuls, all there to chase their dreams just like Shirone. Once the paperwork was done, Altamura said, "I must take my leave now. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out." Shirone replied, "Yes, thank you so much for everything." But looking around, he began to wonder. Who was supposed to pick him up? Should he maybe look around while he waited? Wait, where was it? Suddenly, his eyes caught some large plaques on the wall. It explained that the Alpheas Magic Academy operated on a 10-class system. The school had a total of 420 students, with only 30 of them in the graduating class. The incredibly low graduation rate made Shirone's eyes pop in shock. Wait, only 10 graduates a year? Just then, a warm voice called out behind him. "Ah, so you must be young, Shirone." Hearing his name, he spun around and immediately bowed in respect. "Hello, headmaster." Alpheas chuckled warmly and said, "We've actually met before. Do you remember me?" Shirone quickly said, "Thank you so much for your help back then." The headmaster patted his back gently and smiled. "Don't worry about it. Let's walk and talk, shall we?" Then Alpheas broke the news. "You'll need to take an entrance exam first." Shirone froze. He hadn't prepared or studied for anything at all. An exam? But I don't know anything yet. The headmaster reassured him. "Don't worry. It's just a simple assessment to see which class fits you best." Alpheas then asked, "Can you access the spirit zone?" Shirone nodded. "Yes, sir." Hearing this, the headmaster was absolutely blown away. "Wow, that is incredibly impressive," he praised. But in his mind, he was reeling. To think he unlocked the spirit zone all on his own. If only I had started training him when he was younger. How did I miss a genius standing right in front of me? It's a bit late, but I need to teach him the basics first. Besides, the entrance exam hall was going to be packed with 10-year-olds. If Shirone showed up there now, he would be completely embarrassed. So, the headmaster made a suggestion. "Would you like to take a little tour of the academy first?" And with that, they headed towards another part of the school. As they walked, a young boy passed by, casually reading 3 books that were literally floating in midair. The moment he walked past, Shirone noticed something very strange. Shirone stammered as he asked about it, and Headmaster Alpheas explained that this was where the students did their self-study. Looking up in awe, he realized this was Class 18, the introductory class for freshmen. Inside Class 18, kids were literally floating around the room, casually casting spells, while Shirone just stood there, completely dumbfounded. They looked so happy, passing books back and forth like toys. Some were huddled up, playing games and munching on snacks. Shirone looked around with wide, sparkling eyes and gasped, "Whoa, everyone here is actually using magic." Alpheas chuckled, "Indeed. But where we're going next is a little different." They continued on, heading toward Class 74, an advanced class. Unlike the last room, this place was dead silent. Everyone was laser-focused on their studies, with absolutely no playing around. Shirone immediately felt the heavy shift in the atmosphere. The students here were around his age, but they were in the middle of a heated discussion. A black-haired boy spoke up first. "Since a massive burst of mana can bring the air down to sub-zero temperatures, wouldn't it be more efficient to condense the cooling agent first?" "True, but the downside is that the reaction triggers way too fast. What if we adjust the time delay instead of changing the mana output?" Shirone's jaw dropped, and he wanted to scream, "Wait, what?" He was completely shocked to realize he couldn't understand a single word they were saying. How can I not understand them when we're speaking the exact same language? Suddenly, a loud explosion boomed right behind him. A girl emerged from a thick cloud of smoke, coughing up a storm. The moment she spotted Alpheas, she quickly bowed and squeaked, "Oh, good afternoon, headmaster." The headmaster just smiled warmly and said, "Well now, looks like you had a bit of an accident there." The red-haired girl with glasses replied nervously, "Yes, sir. I was experimenting with sound amplification, but something went wrong and caused a backfire." Shirone's sweat dropped, thinking, "Wait, are they just going to ignore the explosion?" Alpheus stroked his chin and noted, "It looks like there's an imbalance between your input and output. Try checking if the current is properly balanced," the headmaster advised. She flashed an enthusiastic thumbs up and beamed, "Thank you, headmaster. I'll try again right away." Shirone was utterly dumbfounded. Not only did the headmaster not stop her, but she was actually going to blow herself up again? Shirone looked around in sheer disbelief. It felt like he had been transported to an entirely different world. But as the two continued their tour, a girl with long, gorgeous red hair floated right past them. It was Amy, a stunning young lady whose breathtaking beauty left all the boys nearby completely spellbound. The two of them continued on to another room. Suddenly, something caught Shirone's eye. Was that a bulletin board? Hanging on the wall was a yellow poster packed with names. Looking closer, he realized it was the ranking list for the entire intermediate class. Right at the top was Amy Karmas. Wait, wasn't she a top-tier noble? Yes, it was definitely her. He stood there, completely frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Everyone on this list was incredibly talented, just like him, yet she was the one ruling over them all at number 1. A burning desire flared up inside his chest. He wanted to be up there, too. He vowed to start over and work his way up right here. Shirone's eyes sparkled with newfound hope for the future. A voice inside urged him on, telling him he had to climb those ranks. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Hey, Amy, wait up!" Curious, Shirone turned around, wondering if this was the same Amy Karmas who topped the intermediate class. But as soon as he saw the red-haired girl, he froze. Her face instantly dragged him back to a dark and terrifying memory. He remembered being grabbed by the collar by a group of thugs. They were beating people up, and the one leading them was none other than Amy. Back then, she was like a little psycho demon, pointing right in his face and demanding, "Where did you learn this magic? How does a commoner know how to use it?" In reality, Amy just walked past him without saying a word this time. But then, she suddenly glanced back at Shirone. He quickly looked away. Just then, an orange-haired girl ran up from behind, complaining loudly, "Amy, I told you to wait so we could walk together, you dummy." Shirone hung his head, desperately praying inside. "Please don't notice me. Please." Fortunately, the two girls walked right past him. Sariel looked back with interest and asked, "Did you see that? That guy we just passed, he's actually super handsome. Is he a freshman? But he doesn't really look like one, does he?" she wondered. "Maybe he's a transfer student?" Amy replied, "Interesting. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Sariel gasped, "What? Are you actually interested in him? You never care about guys, remember?" Amy quickly fired back, "No, that's not what I meant. He just looks really familiar, that's all." Unconvinced, Sariel teased, "Stop lying. You've totally fallen for him, haven't you?" Amy snapped back defensively, "No. I did not say that." This was Amy Karmas, the rank 1 student and the most popular girl in the intermediate class. She had rejected countless confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates alike. She was the ultimate model student, the gold standard of the academy. Yet, the only guy who knew her dark, violent secret was currently standing there, trying to pass the entrance exam. Sensing his tension, Alpheas asked, "Are you cold?" Shirone shivered and replied, "No, sir." The third testing site of the Magic Academy was a grand, majestic building. Together, they stepped inside. Alpheas noted, "It looks like the current exam isn't over yet." Leaning toward Shirone, he whispered, "Perfect. Watch closely and see how that child handles it." Standing in the center of 3 glowing magic circles was a brown-haired boy, while the panel of judges observed from above. Alpheas began explaining to the boy, "When you enter the spirit zone, you'll see the writing on the walls change. How you perceive those changes tells us the size, strength, flexibility, and affinity of your spirit zone." He continued, "So, all you need to do is answer the professor's questions honestly." "Understood, sir," Shirone replied, his heart racing with excitement. This was going to be fascinating. Thad, sitting at the judges' panel, called out, "Now, Cammy, can you use magic?" The boy replied, "Yes," and demonstrated his ability, saying, "I can lift things into the air." Thad praised him. "Well, Aren't you adorable? Very good. Now, try entering your spirit zone. Kami nodded. Okay. The boy closed his eyes and announced, I'm in. Thad gently asked, what is the furthest number you can see? The boy replied, 6. One of the professors smiled and asked, 6? Alpheas leaned in to explain to Shirone, the number 6 means the diameter of his spirit zone is 6 meters. Shirone quickly absorbed the information. I see. A brown-haired professor then asked, what color stands out the most to you? Kami replied, red. It feels like I'm stepping into a completely red world. Hearing this, the professor noted down that the boy's affinity was the divergent type, associated with light and fire. This indicated a highly active and energetic disposition. Alpheas whispered another explanation. The divergent type means his spirit zone is exceptionally powerful for someone his age. Another professor then asked the boy, can you see the giant tower? It's on my left, Kami replied. Next, Sienna chimed in, asking, how does the temperature feel in there? The boy answered, it's kind of hot. I'm already sweating. With the test complete, Sienna smiled. Well done, Kami. Thrilled by the praise, the little boy happily skipped back to his seat. Sienna remarked in awe, this year's new students are seriously impressive. Thad chuckled and agreed, indeed, his spirit zone is 12 meters wide. It seems the caliber of our applicants keeps rising every year. Finally, they wrote down their evaluation. Overall assessment. Excellent spirit zone control, but slightly lacking in stamina. Then, they called his name. Next up, Shirone Arian. Alpheas threw an arm around his shoulder, smiled, and said, go show them what you've got. Shirone smiled back and replied, yes sir, I'll do my absolute best. Up on the stage, Thad stroked his chin and thought to himself, so that's the kid taking the special test the headmaster mentioned. Sienna was also thinking to herself, what an unusual choice. But he's already quite old. Using a noble household's name. Isn't his family highly renowned? The papers state Shirone Arian is 17 years old, listed as a guest of a noble. She thought again. It seems like his talent was discovered a bit late. Looking at him, Sienna couldn't help but marvel. Wow, he really has a unique look. But at this academy, he will quickly be buried and forgotten. Thad spoke up, asking, Shirone Arian, can you use magic? He replied, no, I can't. I've never been taught before, Thad responded. Is that so? But even if you haven't learned it, you should still be able to manage something. Alpheas frowned slightly. That was exactly how they would think. Magic was the act of bringing knowledge into one's mind. Noble children were taught all kinds of subjects from a young age, allowing them to naturally channel magic. But that kid has no foundation at all. Thad spoke again. All right then, step into the circle now and access your spirit zone. He asked, can you enter your spirit zone? Shirone hesitated before replying, I will try. Thad let out a soft sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't seem to be a severe case of abuse. Meanwhile, Shirone slowly began entering his spirit zone. A blue light began to glow around him as a beam of light descended from above, striking the top of his head. The surrounding runes started moving and floating in the air. When he opened his eyes to take in the sight, he was completely stunned. So, that's how it is. Thad asked the standard question. Now, Shirone, tell us the farthest number you can see. He froze and didn't answer, prompting Thad to call out again, Mr. Shirone? The brown-haired woman smiled and said, it looks like he is just shy. Alpheas, standing on the sidelines, chimed in, Shirone, go ahead and answer. We won't judge you. We're just trying to find the best way to help you with your education. Shirone still hesitated before finally explaining his current situation. I see a number, but it is so long that I can't read it. Thad was puzzled. You can't read it? It doesn't rely on your physical sight. It's about what you perceive. Shirone clarified. No, that's not what I mean. I can perceive it, but it is just too long. In fact, it's still growing longer even now. Thad sighed, thinking, good grief. He then frowned and said, well, then start with the first few digits you can see. Shirone focused, slowly looking at the result. Inside his spirit zone, it was incredibly long, and he focused on the digits, 3.1415. There was a whole line of numbers behind it, so he rounded it up and answered, 3.14. Thad gasped in shock. What? Sienna was completely startled. Shirone, we didn't put the number 3.14 in there. Are you mistaken? Shirone frowned and replied, really? But that is what I see. She wondered to herself, Could it be? Of course, there are rare cases where the pi ratio appears. That would mean the size of his zone has exceeded the range we set up. Can he really see as far as 30 meters? The brown-haired woman asked. Then, what is the strongest color you see? Siren looked around and answered, It is blue, purely blue. Once again, the professors exchanged startled looks. If it really is blue, doesn't that mean he is a convergence type? But how is his spirit zone still this massive? Convergence types prioritize durability over size, unlike divergence types. Alpheas was also utterly astonished, thinking, Now I understand why you were so adamant about this. But this isn't just standard talent. His eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. On his record sheet, they wrote down the word convergence, followed by both hemispheres. The elderly professor asked, How many numbers are floating around you? Siren looked up within his spirit zone and thought to himself, Is he asking about this? There's no need to count them one by one, when I can just feel them. Inside this space, there were countless glowing dots. He confidently answered, 857 numbers. Hearing this, he was so shocked, his face went blank. Stuttering 867, he tremblingly wrote down on the paper, density, 86.7%. Alpheas stood outside in silence, his expression suddenly growing incredibly serious. This is dangerous. Sienna gently pushed up her glasses, her eyes filled with a hint of caution. Regaining her composure, she continued the evaluation. Siren, how cold are you feeling right now? Hearing the question, Siren replied, It's pretty cold, to the point where I'm freezing. Unsurprised, she quickly noted it down, just as expected. Sienna wrote the following in the overall evaluation. Convergence and defense with outstanding durability, yet his spirit zone's size is abnormally large. The brown-haired woman smiled warmly and praised him. Excellent. Now, we need to hold a meeting to decide which class you all will be assigned to. So, would all new students please wait outside? Shirone did as instructed, turning around and walking out with the other children. He took the lead, pushing the door open and stepping out slowly, waiting for all those kids to exit before closing the door behind them. Just moments after the door shut, the room erupted into a heated discussion. What an interesting student. Exactly. How on earth can a 17-year-old student possess a spirit zone with a diameter of over 300? The density of a spirit zone increases, along with its size, but that student's spirit zone density is a staggering 86.7%. The old professor added, Above all, that is pure concentration without using any boost skills. What? Is he some kind of monk who trained non-stop in the mountains or something? Suddenly, a remark from Thad silenced the entire room. What if he is lying? He sneered, thinking about the possibility. A spirit zone with 90% density and a 30-centimeter diameter, coming from a 17-year-old kid who knows absolutely nothing about magic. That makes no sense. Is there a chance he inflated the numbers before telling us? Sienna frowned as she spoke. But Mr. Thad, you seem to have forgotten. There is absolutely no reason for new students to lie. Even if they managed to get into an advanced class that way, they wouldn't be able to keep up, let alone taking exams. Why would a student pull a scam like that just to get into school? Above all, it seems some teachers here have forgotten that Shirone showed up as an error code. At that time, Shirone was just sitting awkwardly among the kids. She continued, That is not something a student would fake just to get attention. Thad clicked his tongue in irritation. Suddenly, Alpheas stepped in and asked, So, where would be the best place to put him? I am talking about Shirone. She stood up abruptly. Headmaster, Sienna Oliver, a level 6 mage, said, Class 6 covers spirit zone development and its theories, while Class 5 is where they begin learning actual magic, right? I believe this student's spirit zone is already near completion. Therefore, I propose we place him in Class 5. The man behind her firmly stated, I object, which made her extremely angry. Thad, a level 6 mage, spoke up to voice his opinion. He is a 17-year-old kid who knows nothing about magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant if we throw him straight into an advanced class. Right now, I think we should teach him from the very basics. Sienna bluntly shot back. That might be true, but not every student is like you, Mr. Thad. He snapped angrily, What? And just like that, the two of them got into a heated argument. Thad yelled, Honestly, you only want to put him in Class 5 because you run that class and you just want him for yourself. Sienna fired back. Is there a problem with wanting to teach such a talented student? A brown-haired professor chimed in. Mr. Thad has a point. Even if he has incredible talent, he is still just a young student. So how about we teach him step by step starting from class 10? The old professor next to him sighed wearily. Those two are at it again, the brown-haired woman gently remarked. He might lose motivation if we send him to a beginner class because of his age. What do you all think if we hold off on his placement and just observe him? The old professor suggested. I think class 7 would be a good fit. Class 7 is an advanced class that still covers the fundamental lessons on the spirit zone. If that kid is really that talented, skipping grades is always an option. Alpheas stroked his chin and replied, As expected, you make an excellent point. Without any further hesitation, he decided that Shirone would be assigned to Class 7. The Magic Academy operates on a 10-class system. Based on their evaluation, students are placed into 10 different levels. However, these classes can also be divided into 3 main groups. Class 10 to Class 8 are beginner levels, where the education focuses primarily on developing the spirit zone. Class 7 to Class 4 are advanced classes, where students learn how to utilize their magic and spirit zone. Finally, the graduation division consists of Class 3 to Class 1, offering rigorous training to produce professional mages. And the following morning, at the grand and prestigious academy named Alpheas, a Class 7 badge sat proudly on the chest of a newcomer. He instantly caught the attention of every girl around. They couldn't help but gasp in admiration whenever they saw him. Clutching his school bag, Shirone slowly walked into the classroom under the gaze of countless eyes. The teacher announced, We have a new student joining us today. The girls in the back whispered excitedly among themselves. He was placed into the intermediate class on his very first day. He looks a bit on the older side. But wow, he is so handsome. Standing at the front, he flashed a bright, warm smile and introduced himself. I am Shirone Arian. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The classroom instantly erupted with excitement. Cheers, applause, and happy chatter filled the room, mostly from the girls, who gave him an incredibly warm welcome. The teacher had to call for order. Shirone was thrilled, feeling his dream finally within arm's reach. He had finally made it to the Magic Academy. The Alpheas Magic Academy. The Alpheas Academy occupies 75.425 kilometers of the mountain, including the dormitories. It features 33 buildings and 40 training facilities. Even though leaving campus is restricted on weekdays, it poses no inconvenience since almost every facility is located right inside the school. Classes dismiss at 5 o'clock, and any time after that is free time. However, students usually head to the school library, which is open 24 hours, connecting with other students who share the same interests, satisfying their desire to learn. All of these things are the driving force behind creating a prestigious school, Shirone thought to himself. But keeping up with the classes was so hard, there were so many subjects, and they all covered advanced knowledge. This place was made for aristocrats, people who had studied since childhood and spent years mastering it. That was why he ran into so many obstacles. Still, by doing whatever it took, he managed to keep up. Centuries of historical knowledge were now deeply engraved in Shirone's mind. He was slowly but surely absorbing all the knowledge in the world. One beautiful morning, the teacher announced, That is all for today's class. Well done, everyone. As Shirone closed his book, he realized something. The afternoon session was a practical field class, but the schedule did not list the location. Looking around the room, he felt a bit awkward. Who should he even ask? Luckily, there were a few students around his age. Shirone quietly approached one of them and asked, Excuse me, do you know which training center we are supposed to go to? Startled by the sudden question, Maria gasped. Are you talking to me? He thought to himself, She is a pretty shy classmate, huh? No wonder I feel so relaxed around her. She replied, You probably do not know yet, but today's practical class is at the second joint training center. Shirone blinked. Joint? Joint training for what? Maria explained. All the intermediate classes will be training together for 2 weeks. Today is just the orientation. Hearing that, he froze for a second. Joint intermediate training? The scene then shifts to the second joint training center. By then, a crowd of students was pouring inside. The place was bustling with chatter, laughter, and greetings. Hello, senior. Thank you so much for last time. Hello, senior. Please come sit over here. They then chimed in unison. Hello, senior Amy. So she was the reason it was so lively. Sariel, walking right next to her, soaked in the attention and waved back at them. Watching from the upper seats, Shirone thought to himself, Wow, being popular must be nice. She was the last person he wanted to deal with. Yet they had to do these joint training sessions twice a week. Even so, since she was already in the intermediate class, She would probably move up to the graduating class soon. Even though the upperclassmen and underclassmen were chatting happily, there was still a strict hierarchy here. Siren nervously wondered, "Can I just play invisible and get through this?" Right then, the special instructor for the intermediate field class, a level 6 mage named Atella Romit, stepped up and announced loudly, "Hello, intermediate class. I am Atella, and I will be in charge of your field training again this year." She scanned the room and continued, "I am sure some of you transferred into this class at the start of the new year, right? Even though this class is already full of famous faces, look at that. We have a brand new face joining our intermediate class today." With those words, every eye in the room locked onto him. Are the rumors true? Who is he? All Shirone could do was offer an awkward smile. Wait, this is bad, really bad. To make matters worse, Atella added fuel to the fire. "Shirone, why don't you stand up and introduce yourself to everyone?" Shirone froze up completely, but he had no choice. He swallowed hard to gather his courage. Over on the other side, Amy and Serial also turned their heads to look at him. Forcing a smile, he introduced himself. "Hello everyone. I am Arian Shirone, and I just started my studies in Class 7. It is a pleasure to meet you." Before he could even finish, the entire room erupted into loud applause. Shirone stood there like a statue, completely overwhelmed. "I just want the earth to swallow me whole right now." Serial nudged her friend excitedly. "Amy, is that the guy you saw yesterday? It looks like his name is Shirone." Amy pretended not to care, but she secretly thought, "This is the first time I have ever heard his name. Who on earth is he? He seems to be quite popular, but I am sure I would have known about someone like him by now." Suddenly, a brunette chimed in. "Do you know him, senior? Word on the street is that the instructors are keeping a very close eye on him." Serial gasped. "Seriously?" The girl nodded. "Yeah, they said his evaluation scores were absolutely off the charts during his entrance exam." Serial squealed, "Oh my goodness. Now I am even more interested. I wonder which noble house he belongs to." That casual question made Amy freeze. Her eyes suddenly glowed a piercing red as her hair fluttered wildly. A shocking memory flashed through her mind. It was a memory from her past, back when she and a few others were swallowed by a violent, tornado-like vortex. Back then, she had stared down at a crying boy on the outside and demanded, "Where did you learn magic? How could a mere commoner do this?" And that sobbing boy was none other than Shirone. Snapping back to reality, Amy was trembling as cold sweat rolled down her face. She forced a strained, awkward smile. Damn it. The Karmas family was famous for their bloodline of geniuses. Their signature red eyes were a unique trait passed down through generations, allowing them to perfectly recall every single detail they laid eyes on. An arrow flew through the air, hitting the bullseye dead center. Another arrow shot right after, splitting the first one clean in half. For someone with this gift, traditional practice was almost pointless. The archer was a red-haired girl. Despite hitting the bullseye repeatedly, she did not look pleased at all. On the other hand, the butler standing nearby clapped enthusiastically. "Outstanding performance, young lady." That red-haired girl was the youngest daughter of the Karmas family. Amy was by far the most gifted among her siblings. Amy's father laughed. "That's my daughter." He placed a chess piece down and added, "As expected of a descendant of the Karmas family." Amy stared silently at the chessboard in front of her. The butler called out, "My lady." Amy's father asked, "Is something wrong?" With a cold face, Amy stood up. Boring. She turned around in frustration and walked away, followed by a gang of thugs. Amy thought to herself in anger, "I hate everything. Family, family, family. What does my own ability have to do with this damn family? I can make it on my own without relying on this family's name." Carrying this resentment, she hung out with a gang of thugs, getting into fights everywhere. Amy believed she could do whatever she wanted. Watching the thugs brawling, she sat with her legs crossed, thinking, "This is so incredibly boring." But then, that boy did something that completely shocked her and made her reconsider. Amy stared in astonishment at the thugs collapsed all around her, and at the young boy standing right in front of her. The boy was crying his eyes out, tears streaming down his face. And yet, the one who changed her perspective was none other than a kid from the lowest class. In the lecture hall, Shirone bowed to greet everyone. Looking at the scene in front of her, Amy's mouth twitched and she blurted out, Damn it." Suddenly, Serial called out, "Amy, Amy!" The brown-haired girl next to her also stammered, "Senior." Both of them looked utterly confused. Amy quickly tried to cover it up, explaining, "Oh, I mean my shoes." My shoes are just a bit uncomfortable. Amy thought to herself, I knew it. The memories I saw with my red eyes couldn't possibly be wrong. The person next to her continued, Wait, what were we talking about again? But Amy was completely lost in her own thoughts. I thought he was a noble. Amy stared at Shirone. Who would have guessed he's actually a commoner? How on earth did he get into this academy? Amy's body trembled. To her, that past was incredibly deeply embarrassing. She face-palmed, wanting to crawl into a hole and die. Her eyes went blank. I wiped out every single trace of my rebellious phase. There's no way he still remembers that day, right? Amy flashed back to 5 years ago, when she squatted in front of a blonde boy whose face was stained with tears. Amy covered her mouth and mocked him. Slaves don't have fingernails, do they? Why don't I just cut them off for you? Moments later, standing in the back with a flushed face, she covered her mouth as she watched the thugs strip the boy. They're taking off his clothes? What are they doing? Amy then pictured Shirone telling other people about her. Senior Amy isn't the person you all think she is. In her imagination, Shirone waved his hand and said, 5 years ago, she used to hang out with street thugs in back alleys. Why would a student trusted by the professors like me lie about that? And is that all? No, there is more. In her head, Shirone whispered to the crowd, she actually has a huge thing for guys. Get this, she even tried to strip me naked. Overwhelmed with rage, she accidentally ripped a page of her book. Clenching her fists, she swore, no, never. I absolutely cannot let that happen. I have to nip these rumors in the bud. Meanwhile, Shirone shivered repeatedly. Is someone staring at me? Standing at the podium was the intermediate Spirit Zone instructor, a Class 6 certified mage. Romy Atella stood at the podium and asked, Now everyone, what exactly is a Spirit Zone? Someone answered, It's a mage's mental state. She nodded. Correct. It is the awareness of a mage's mental state. In its initial stage, it forms a sphere, as that is the easiest shape to focus on. The blue glow of the Spirit Zone reflected in Atella's eyes. Through practical training, we can perceive and alter its shape at will. Atella deployed her Spirit Zone. She said, I will show you the image zone. Shirone's jaw dropped. I can see it. He stared intently at the blue image zone right in front of him. I can actually see the professor's image zone with my own eyes. The image zone had a range of 10 meters. Atella explained, This is the basic spherical form of the Spirit Zone. But as I said, in actual combat, the spherical form is rarely used. Atella snapped her fingers. Let me show you an example. A target appeared, floating in midair. Atella stated she would use magic to hit the target. She stood in the center of her Spirit Zone. My Spirit Zone is 10 meters wide, but the target is 20 meters away. I will use Fireball, a fire attribute spell. Shirone covered his mouth in excitement. I finally get to see someone use magic. A small fireball conjured at Atella's fingertip. She said, First, I'll create a small flame. Controlling the small fireball, Atella said, Now, let's see if I can hit it accurately. In an instant, the fireball shot forward, carrying its flames toward the target. However, the moment it reached the boundary of the Spirit Zone, the flame instantly went out. Below, all the students watched with wide eyes and open mouths. The flame just vanished. Atella smiled and explained, As you can see, most spells cannot leave the Spirit Zone. Thus, magic can only maintain its form within this area. Atella leaned down slightly, reached her hand out, and continued. However, if we expand the Spirit Zone, Atella's spherical Spirit Zone instantly stretched into a straight line. She continued, stretching straight to the target like this. Atella's small flame immediately obliterated the target. She told the students below, Then we can reach it. Gasps of awe and admiration echoed throughout the lecture hall. Look at those surprised faces on the 7th graders. They're so cute, some upperclassmen whisper to each other. Shirone and his classmates applaud Professor Athella's impressive demonstration. He thinks to himself, I had no idea something like that was even possible. Can you really change the shape of a Spirit Zone like that? Then, Athella continues, But this method has one weakness. The students look a bit disappointed. One boy asks, Isn't that the correct way to do it? Athella turns on the projection screen next to her and points to it. Changing the shape of a Spirit Zone requires an immense amount of focus. In real combat, when your opponents will do whatever it takes to attack, constantly changing forms is not the best choice. Athella points to the blue screen displaying information about the Spirit Zone. She explains, which is why the Spirit Zone is categorized into 4 main forms: the defense form, the attack form, the target form, and the deviate form. These are its 4 main forms. Athela continues, let's start with the defense form. The basic defense form is an octagon. It allows the spirit zone to block most incoming attacks. Athela's spirit zone instantly transforms into an octagon, surrounding her. She explains, the more faces it has, the higher the defensive capability. Athela waves her hand, changing the shape of her spirit zone again. Next is the star shape, also known as the attack form. Based on its structure, it helps the user easily locate their target. The brightest point indicates where the most targets are located. Athela's spirit zone changes shape once more as she continues her lecture. Next is the target form, which is extremely effective in long-range battles. However, it won't be as effective against fast-moving targets. In theory, it sounds simple, but in reality, the distance between the tips and the center is quite large, making it difficult to rotate. Athela explains in a calm voice. The key to using this form is how fast you can rotate its shape. The students whisper among themselves, she can use that technique without even blinking. Does the professor really think we can do that? Unlike his peers, Shirone is deep in thought. With a method like that, you could actually use a 10-meter spirit zone in a real battle. Athela continues, and finally, we have the deviate form. It's not very popular because even 5th graders struggle to master it. Athela says, but let me show you an example. Right then, a student behind Shirone speaks up. If we can do that, it means we get promoted to the higher classes, right? Back in 8th grade, I got a perfect score in this spirit zone class. It was a piece of cake. Before she can even finish her sentence, she is completely silenced by the transformation happening below. The students stand there with their mouths wide open, and even Shirone is taken aback. A student mutters in disbelief. Is that her spirit zone? Below them, the blue sphere is slowly separating from Athela. The students in the lecture hall gasp. It's detaching from the professor's body? Shirone's so shocked he almost stands up. I don't get it. A spirit zone is a mage's mental state. How can it be separated from the body? Athela's spirit zone gradually flows like a stream. Shirone wonders, what's inside of it? What's at the center of that spirit zone? Athela stands below, surrounded by the flowing energy of her spirit zone. She says, the deviate form is extremely difficult to use. It's so difficult that even professional mages struggle with it. But the strength of this form lies in the fact that the mage is no longer the center of the spirit zone, meaning there are no movement restrictions. Because of this, targeting an enemy with instant casting is no longer just a theory, since its range becomes virtually limitless. Instant casting means the mage embeds a spell within the deviate form, and it automatically triggers upon reaching the target. Hearing Athela's words, the students erupt in amazement. They whisper to one another, how is the professor even doing that? She makes it look as easy as breathing, when just entering the spirit zone is already hard enough. The girl behind Shirone replies, she's on a completely different level. She's a class 6 mage after all. Shirone stares blankly, realizing her gentle expression hides an extraordinary talent. Athela reaches up to adjust her glasses. You'd all be disappointed if we skipped the practical exercise on our first day of class, wouldn't you? The student who ranked first in the target form speed test. Before Athela can finish, the class erupts in excitement over the upcoming practice. Athela calls out, Amy from class 4, where are you? Let's start with our student representative. The girl sitting next to Sariel says, you're so amazing, the absolute number 1 in our class. Sariel turns to smile at Amy. Here we go again. Amy really is a star. All the boys fall in love with her the moment they see her, but as she turns to face her, she notices Amy's completely pale and nervous face. Sariel stammers, are you okay? Sweat drips down Amy's face. The last thing she wants right now is to be the center of attention. Out of the 4 forms of the spirit zone, the target form has the advantage of a long attack range. However, its downside is dealing with fast-moving or multiple targets. But when used by someone with exceptional focus and high-speed control over their spirit zone, boom, boom, 2 successive explosions ring out as Amy swings her hand, launching several fireballs at the target. That weakness completely vanishes, turning her into an impenetrable fortress against distant enemies. The students in the stands watch in awe, exclaiming, as expected of senior Amy, she's absolutely amazing. Normally, participants in the rapid-fire test switch between 4 different forms, but senior Amy always takes first place, even though she only uses the target form. A student sitting in the same row as Shirone mutters, I wonder if I could ever become a mage like that. Shirone stares blankly, thinking, even an amateur like me can tell just how incredible she is. Shirone can't tear his eyes away from Amy's performance. Fireballs repeatedly smash into the targets. Not only does she constantly shift her spirit zone while standing completely still, but she can also attack every single target her zone sweeps across. Amy rules the arena with just a single spell. Shirone thinks in admiration, her face is completely expressionless, yet every single move she makes radiates elegance and royalty. Cheers erupt from the crowd. That was incredible. The boy behind Shirone remarks, "Man, if I could date a senior like her, my school life would be completely different." The girl next to him scoffs, "In your dreams, she doesn't care about anyone. And don't forget she's from the prestigious Karmas family." Listening to their conversation, Shirone understands why all the guys are crazy about her. She's high nobility and literally has everything. Shirone shifts his gaze back down to Amy, a person so perfect. Then why was she hanging out with those street thugs? Down below, Amy finishes her demonstration and bows to the crowd, concluding with high-speed casting. Her score is grade 9, with a time of 205. A massive round of applause fills the room. Amy freezes for a moment. Suddenly, she looks up, her sharp blue eyes locking onto a specific direction. Shirone flinches as he feels her intense gaze. The surrounding students whisper in shock, "What? What was that? There's no way Senior Amy is looking over here." Someone blares out loudly, "Did she just stare at that new kid?" Jolted by the shout, Amy instantly turns around and heads back to her spot. "Damn it, why did I have to look at that brat?" Amy thinks, practically squirming with frustration. "This is so annoying, but at least I've confirmed one thing." Everyone around begins to gossip. Do they know each other? No way, he just enrolled today. Shirone's face turns pale as he realizes the situation. And he isn't the only one. Amy is thinking the exact same thing right now. Amy realizes that Shirone remembers her, and Shirone knows she remembers him too. Amy groans to herself, thinking, "If he leaks anything about my past, it'll be a total disaster. I guess I'll have to silence him." But after a second thought, she shakes her head. "No, stay calm. I am the top student of this academy. Who would actually believe some random rumors spread by a kid like him? If I'm careless, I'll only make things worse." Sariel runs up to check on Amy. "Amy, did something happen inside the image zone? Your face is completely red." Amy quickly shakes her head and rubs her face. "No, it's nothing." After that, the class splits into practical training groups, and the students move down to the training ground. Athela says, "All right, Class 7, we will start with the defense form. To begin, you must master the defense form first." She walks around lecturing the students, explaining that mages must maintain absolute focus to survive on the battlefield. Shirone stands alone, closing his eyes to concentrate, reminding himself that the trick is to imagine his consciousness shrinking and condensing. In his mind, Shirone visualizes his own spirit zone, first condensing it and shaping it, then raising the framework to prevent it from collapsing. Just as he thinks he's succeeded, he suddenly snaps out of it. Shirone looks at the image zone in front of him. "No, until I actually manifest it, I can't be sure. It would be much easier if I could actually see my spirit zone inside the image zone." Shirone walks over to Athela and asks, "Teacher, may I use the image zone?" Surprised, she replies, "Huh? The image zone?" Athela looks around and says, "Well, usually, the upperclassmen have priority to use it first." Shirone follows her gaze, thinking to himself that there's no need to worry about others when studying magic. He believes that the chance to truly make progress doesn't come around very often. Athela turns back to him with a smile. "It looks like no one is using it right now." "All right, go ahead," she thinks to herself. Is it a bit too much to have the student representative do a demonstration, though? The surrounding crowd starts buzzing. "A freshman? Nice, he's pretty cute." Sariel nudges, Amy, look." But Sariel's next words make Amy choke. That new kid just walked into the image zone. Amy turns around and yells, startling Sariel, "What on earth is he doing? What can a Class 7 student even do in there?" Sariel mutters quietly, "Amy, you're acting really weird today. Did something happen? You're starting to scare me." Everyone focuses their attention on the image zone. Shirone stands alone in the center of the zone, while the display behind him shows the image zone's diameter in meters. Shirone stares straight ahead. I finally get to see it. A blue sphere envelops Shirone. He can see it with his own eyes. My spirit zone. The surrounding students instantly gasp. What is up with that size? The diameter on the display panel fluctuates rapidly. Shirone looks up. Now that I think about it, did they ever tell me the size of my spirit zone during the entrance exam? If his teacher heard him, they would definitely reply, "No, We didn't even bother to measure it. Okay. Shirone raised both hands. Just how much bigger can this thing get? Watching his spirit zone expand rapidly, he panicked internally, screaming, "Stop!" The measurement screen displayed, "Image zone range, 20 meters." The Class 5 students stammered in disbelief. Is he really only in Class 7? Isn't the average for Class 7 only 13 meters? Whispers broke out across the room. Are you sure he isn't just showing off? If that happens, the density will drop so much it'll be like a balloon. Shirone broke into a cold sweat. All right, that's enough. Stop. Thank goodness. I've already drawn too much attention. Now, onto the defensive form. But just as he was about to change his spirit zone's form, Shirone froze. What is this? Shirone stared at his spirit zone. Instead of rising, it was collapsing. But everything went perfectly when I was practicing earlier. Amy stood in the Class 4 area, her eyes wide. There's no way he'll succeed on his very first practical lesson, right? Shirone wondered where he had gone wrong. Was it stage fright from seeing it in person? No. His concentration couldn't be broken by something so trivial. Shirone focused, determined to find the reason. What's the difference between being inside and outside the image zone? There had to be something. Suddenly, a realization rippled through his calm mind like a single drop of water on a still lake. I get it now. Shirone remembered when Professor Atella stood in the image zone. He had been misled because Professor Atella made the demonstration look so effortless. Changing one's spirit zone requires focus. Therefore, his attempt to shrink the spirit zone had consumed that very concentration. Shirone took a deep breath, composing himself. If the conscious desire to shrink the spirit zone is what's disrupting it, Shirone opened his eyes wide, concentrating deeply. Then all I need to do is keep it at its normal size. As soon as he spoke, his spirit zone began expanding non-stop. The students around him gaped in shock. What? It's getting even bigger? Shirone's spirit zone grew larger by the second. His eyes burned with pure determination. The numbers on the range monitor climbed rapidly. Watching this, Amy's eye twitched. What on earth? The entire hall was almost completely covered in a blue glow. Every student standing nearby looked up, completely jaw-dropped. The display on the image zone screen reached 41 meters. The entire hall erupted in screams. It's huge! Staring at the massive zone in front of them, some began to panic. What kind of crazy spirit zone is this? Raising both hands high, Shirone focused his mind. There's no need to offset it to one side anymore. Staring at his hands, he decided, I'll shrink the entire thing all at once. Instantly, Shirone's spirit zone contracted, forming into solid, sturdy, flat barriers. The upperclassmen marveled, that new kid is really. Looking at Shirone standing inside his own barrier, the crowd buzzed with excitement. He did it, and on his very first day, even Shirone was surprised by his own spirit zone. He reached out to touch the barrier, feeling as if he were standing inside a giant gemstone. Standing nearby, Atella adjusted her glasses in disbelief. She thought to herself, while the high convergence of the defensive form certainly helped him, succeeding on the very first day is absolutely mind-blowing. No wonder they say he left the entrance examiners speechless. Serial turned to Amy and said, It looks like those rumors about him catching the eye of every teacher are actually true. What do you think, Amy? But Amy's expression was incredibly dark, which startled Serial. Amy thought to herself, how could I forget? Memories of her past connection with Shirone kept swirling in her head. He was the source of my deepest humiliation, yet he's managed to climb all the way up here. He must have some powerful backer supporting him. She glared intensely at Shirone standing inside the image zone. At this rate, he'll close the gap between our classes in no time, and his popularity will only keep growing. Amy decided she had to change her plans. I need to get close to him in secret. Meanwhile, even Professor Atella was in awe. He's exceptionally well-rounded, as if he spent his whole life training in isolation. Shirone called out, Professor, the size has shrunk significantly. Atella nodded. Yes. While the size is smaller, the density and hardness of the barrier have greatly increased. With this level of durability, almost no physical impact will be able to shatter your spirit zone. Furthermore, this density grants you a degree of resistance against mental attack magic. After explaining, Atella continued, Well done. You can dispel your spirit zone now. As the barrier around Shirone faded away, he said, Thank you, Professor. At that moment, the entire hall erupted in cheers. Students from all different classes showered Shirone with praise. Incredible job! Congratulations, rookie. Startled by the sudden attention, Shirone blushed. Why is everyone looking at me? Embarrassed, he muttered a quick thank you and hurried out of the spotlight. Thank you, everyone. Atella smiled warmly as she watched Shirone. She thought, I see. His keen insight was the key to mastering the defensive form. With such an unusually massive spirit zone and an incredible talent for convergence, it's only natural he succeeded. Watching Shirone blush under the heavy attention, she smiled. I definitely need to keep a close eye on this boy. At that moment, countless eyes were locked onto Shirone, though not all of them held the same warmth. A group of students whispered among themselves, looks like he'll be joining our class sooner than we think, right? That talent of his is truly mind-blowing. Some looked on with fierce rivalry, while a few girls gasped, saying, wow, he is so impressive. It was only the first day, yet eyes of admiration and affection were already clear, right alongside a heavy dose of envy and jealousy. And finally, standing in the very back row, Amy. She was staring at Shirone with a terrifying glare. The next day at the academy, yet another pair of eyes joined in. A woman with purple hair tied up in a high bun was about to step inside, casting a curious glance toward Shirone. The door slid open, and the classroom instantly buzzed with excitement as they realized the person walking in was Professor Sienna. Professor, please tell us about your first love. Shirone, too, watched the person who had just entered. Meeting the class was the cold, serious gaze of the person on the podium looking down at them. The students began to murmur in whispers. Shirone recognized her as the terrifying professor who had given the presentation during the entrance exam, Sienna Oliver. Shirone did not know this, but she was actually the professor in charge of Class 5. Other students were visibly thrilled, whispering, awesome. Who would have thought that we in Class 7 would get to attend her lecture? But what reason could someone like her have to go out of her way to teach Class 7? The more Sienna thought about it, the more annoyed she became, thinking, the principal is such a pain. If he had just placed a talent like him in Class 5, he would have found a way to catch up with the others anyway. Sienna pushed up her glasses. She came to this class because she wanted to personally guide Shirone. Sienna thought to herself, I will get you promoted as fast as possible, and you must become my student. Shirone startled, his eyes widening as he looked ahead. He thought, wait, did she just look at me? No, I must be overthinking things. The classmate sitting in front of Shirone asked out loud, since this is the first class, could you tell us a story, please? Another student joked, is it true that you are dating Mr. Thad? Sienna said nothing, but her furrowed brow showed her absolute disgust. Sienna raised her hand, and a small block of ice instantly materialized in her palm. The ice was as beautiful as crystal. Sienna asked the class, can anyone here explain the theory behind this spell? A layer of frost had already coated the glass window next to Shirone from the cold. Sienna's voice remained flat. What is cold air? Up on the classroom ceiling, ice crystals had also formed due to the dropping temperature. Sienna continued to question, and what is freezing? A few students shivered, wrapping their arms around themselves and stammering, Professor, it is too cold. Sienna calmly explained, the reason you feel cold is because you lack heat. She controlled the small ice block in her hand, letting it float down toward the classroom, but the term cold energy does not exist in this world, which is why temperature can only increase infinitely, not decrease infinitely. The block of ice in her hand suddenly shattered, she explained, and the state when energy reaches zero is what we call absolute zero. Sienna smiled. If we draw a little energy from this room, we can easily create things like this piece of ice. But if we break it down into microscopic particles and create a convective current, what do you think will happen? The tiny ice shards fell to the floor. Sienna answered her own question. The answer is that we can create a temperature cold enough to kill a human being, just like you are experiencing right now. Terrified and utterly speechless, the students thought. So, are we actually about to die? Sienna turned back toward the podium. So, the question posed here is, how can a mage absorb that energy? She picked up a piece of chalk and began to write, looking back down at the class as she continued. Without any tools or equipment, how could they activate magic like that? Shirone focused his gaze on Sienna. She drew a circle on the board, representing the spirit zone and the mage, then said, a mage controls the world within the range of their spirit zone, and of course, it is only within a certain boundary, but once inside, that mage is a god. Sienna's voice remained steady. And if you want to influence the senses, it can create light, sense, or even physical sensations. That is the unique sense of a mage. giving them the extraordinary ability to dominate reality. But even with a divine power like this, Sienna paused, tapping her chalk against the board. What if they do not know what they are capable of? Raising her voice, she declared, "For a mage to activate magic, they must satisfy certain conditions, and those are omniscience and omnipotence." The Class 7 students sat there slack-jawed, listening to Sienna lecture. Mages activate magic based on their omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how omnipotent you may be, without knowledge, you cannot activate magic. Sienna's words felt like a sudden awakening to Shirone. That is why mages, despite possessing unique senses, still study the world just like scholars. Shirone also realized one thing. So that's why I couldn't use magic. Shirone recalled how he used to protect himself back then. He realized that because he had no concept of omniscience, he had only been training his omnipotence. Sienna continued, "You will be studying countless subjects at this school. The spirit zone is only half of what's needed to cast magic." Sienna smiled. "If you don't work hard, you can never become a true mage." After her introduction, Sienna began today's lesson. "All right, let's begin basic magic class." "Yes, Professor." Shirone steeled his resolve. The look in his eyes said it all. He was going to become a mage. As evening approached, a few girls were chatting outside the academy campus. "Are you heading to the library today?" "Of course, exams are coming up soon." They were even talking about studying at the dinner table. "What is the topic of your research paper?" Another classmate replied, "There are a few things I need to make first." Students were bustling back and forth across the campus. Once classes ended, students usually headed to the library or joined study groups. Shirone clutched his bag and walked ahead. He hit the library every single day, which was the only reason he could barely keep up with the noble students. Looking up at the sky, he realized he'd been losing sleep too. "Man, I'm exhausted." Shaking off the fatigue, Shirone forced himself to snap out of it. Still, learning magic brought him a sense of relief, knowing his dream was finally coming together piece by piece. Shirone quickened his pace. "I wonder if anyone's ever invented a spell to make humans not need sleep." Suddenly, his feet were no longer touching the ground. "Why does my body feel so light?" Shirone suddenly realized with a shock that he was floating in the sky. "What the hell is going on? I'm flying." Shirone glanced over his shoulder and saw someone hoisting him up by his collar. "What is happening?" Shirone was dumbfounded. Someone was carrying him through the sky like a hawk clutching its prey. Deep in the woods, with a loud thud, Shirone was tossed onto the ground. Tears welled up in his eyes from the pain, and he sat there looking up at the person in front of him. Shirone gasped when he saw the red hair. It was none other than Amy Carmus. A cold sweat broke out as he thought to himself, "I knew I'd have to face her eventually, but I never expected her to show up out of nowhere like this." Shirone hesitated. Is she really the same kid from back then? Just then, Amy spoke up. "That look on your face. Yep, you definitely remember who I am." Shirone asked blankly, "What?" A tiny spark appeared on Amy's fingertip, then erupted into a roaring flame right before his eyes. With a menacing smirk, Amy said, "That's right. Maybe I should just settle things once and for all right here." The past played back in his mind like a movie reel. Shirone covered his head, bracing for a barrage of attacks. Someone called out, Hey, stop." A thug looked at Amy, who was squatting in front of Shirone, and said, "Lady, you're gonna kill that kid." Amy recalled that day. Initially, she had planned to take the boy home, but seeing him cry like that made her savor the moment. She wanted to enjoy his misery just a little longer. Amy controlled the bright flame. She thought about it, but then suddenly glared at this jerk. Shirone sat up straight and looked at Amy. That look made her wonder, is he really the same boy from 5 years ago? Shirone sighed and replied, "Of course I remember," Shirone continued. "Back then, you ordered those thugs to strip me naked." Hearing his words, Amy also recalled that moment, back when she covered her mouth and giggled. "Well, why don't we check and see?" Amy cut Shirone off, raising her voice. "Stop right there." "Okay, fine. You clearly remember everything." She started yelling to explain herself. "That's not how it happened. Actually, your memory is seriously messed up." Shirone tried to say something, but Amy cut him off again. "You'll see." Amy blushed and stammered. "I'm not some shameless girl." Shirone couldn't keep up with her train of thought. "Huh?" Amy yelled. "Those thugs decided to strip you on their own. I never ordered them to do that." Then she hurriedly added, "No, wait. Didn't I hear you say you wanted to see it?" Or something like that. "No, that's not it either." "Anyway," Amy declared, "I was never interested in men to begin with." Shirone muttered under his breath, "No way." Did you kidnap me just to say that? Amy froze too, her inner voice screaming, "Of course not. But then why am I standing here making excuses?" Shirone suddenly put two and two together. Was she worried he would spread rumors all over school about her bad behavior? Things were already super awkward between them. What a pain. Shirone stood up and said, "Look, can't you just say you're sorry? Is that so hard?" Amy backed away. "What?" Shirone said wearily. "I get that it's a memory you want to forget. After all, you have some of the highest grades in the intermediate class, and you're really popular too. But what's done is done," Shirone said calmly. "So instead of making excuses, wouldn't it be better to just apologize and get it over with?" "I think that's the right thing to do." Amy froze. Apologize? In her head, alarm bells started ringing. Wait a minute, snap out of it, Amy. Her eyes filled with panic. This guy is too smooth with his words. It felt like a chessboard had appeared in front of her. He was saying all the right things, to make her feel embarrassed, scheming to gain the upper hand. How dare he try to play mind games with her? He must think I'm an easy target who's soft and weak, Amy thought to herself. Steeling herself, she spoke up. Apologize? Listen here, commoner. What do I get out of apologizing to you? Shirone couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Amy stroked her chin. I mean, even if I did apologize, why should I trust you to just accept it and move on? You'll probably just stab me in the back anyway. It's not like there's any trust between us, right? She continued. She nodded. If I just offer a hollow apology, it means I'm admitting I did something wrong in the past. Won't I just end up getting the short end of the stick? Shirone asked her. Do you absolutely have to get something out of an apology? An apology is the bare minimum of courtesy you owe someone you've hurt, not some transaction for personal gain. Amy's loud laughter cut Shirone off. It seems you don't understand how the world works at all. She thought to herself, another moral guilt trip. I see, Amy thought as she sized up the situation. I will turn the tables right here, right now. She continued, if there is nothing in it for me, I have absolutely no reason to waste my breath. I can't believe you're preaching about that stuff just to act all high and mighty in front of me. Her words made Shirone freeze. It seems even if I do apologize to you, it won't be easy for me to survive in this magic academy. Shirone was completely flabbergasted by Amy's twisted logic. He thought to himself, what on earth is wrong with her? It seems her model student persona is just an act. Her wicked nature is still very much alive. Amy covered her mouth and let out a soft sigh, secretly rejoicing. I'm about to win. Should I push it a bit further? She asked Shirone. You know what the most terrifying thing in this magic academy is, right? Shirone stared back blankly, completely clueless. With a cunning look, she said, it's the upperclassmen. Amy's next words felt like a massive weight pressing down on Shirone's shoulders. If you get blacklisted by an upperclassman, not only will every senior become your enemy, but your own classmates will turn on you too. And of course, if the rumor that you're a commoner gets out, with a sharp, piercing glare, Amy said, there's a very high chance you'll be expelled from the academy. Shirone asked loudly, are you really that afraid of me spreading rumors that you'd go out of your way to get me expelled? She covered her mouth and giggled. Of course not right away. I'm just saying I'll wait and see how you behave first. I need to test how tight-lipped you can be. Shirone asked. What do you mean by that? She ordered. From now on, bring me coffee every single day. I'll test your reliability through these little errands. Shirone asked loudly. Why should I do that? Amy stepped closer to Shirone. I heard you got in through special admission. It must have been so hard for a commoner to make it this far. Wouldn't it be incredibly tragic if you got expelled? Shirone agreed. Fine. If I can prove my reliability through these stupid errands, then I'll do it. Amy pulled up her hood. Wise choice. You better behave. After all, your entire future depends on it. A split second later, her expression turned terrifyingly hostile as she threatened him. If you dare snitch to a teacher, I will absolutely drag you down to hell with me. With that, she leaped high into the air 2 or 3 times and vanished, like a whirlwind blowing past him. Once Amy was gone, Shirone crouched down to pick up his bag. Well, I guess this is still better than getting expelled. She is clearly still incredibly skilled, even though it feels completely unfair that I have to cater to her every whim. Shirone covered his face, thinking to himself that things were already so difficult right from the start. The next day, students were bustling toward the library. Some students were suddenly drawn to something. One of them called out to their friend, hey, look over there. Shirone was walking over, holding a cup of coffee. The surrounding students started whispering in surprise. What? Isn't he that new student? Oh my goodness. Shirone stood in front of everyone, offering the cup of coffee to Amy with both hands. Here is your coffee, Senior Amy. Shirone's voice wasn't too loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear, drawing all eyes to Amy. Standing next to her, Sariel patted Amy's shoulder and whispered behind her hand, "No way, Amy. What's going on here?" Amy brushed her hair back, her crimson eyes flashing. She snatched the cup of coffee right out of Shirone's hand. "Oh dear, you must have spilled a lot of this." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Sariel asked, "Are you just leaving like that?" Amy calmly replied, "We need to hurry to class. We don't have time." Shirone's face turned beet red. He stared at Amy's retreating figure. What on earth was that? Meanwhile, the surrounding students began to gossip excitedly. "Oh my God, did he just confess to Amy? But she just walked away without saying a word? How pathetic." Sariel chased after Amy, asking, "Do you really think the new kid has a crush on you?" She shook her head. "No, that's not it. I was just giving my junior a little discipline." Though she looked completely calm on the outside, on the inside, Amy was practically dancing with joy. Taking a sip of her coffee, she thought, "How do you like that? This is a little gift of humiliation from the great Amy." In her mind, she was already painting a perfect scenario. She thought to herself, "With this, you will be labeled as just another junior who is secretly harboring a crush on me." Even if Shirone were to stand in the middle of the school and scream that Amy is a total thug and a freak, everyone would just click their tongues and sigh. Oh dear, he's just trying to get revenge because he got rejected. Amy was absolutely certain that from now on, no matter what he said, nobody would believe him. She hummed a tune as she walked. What could possibly be sweeter than revenge? Sariel walked beside her, completely clueless. She seems to be in a really good mood. Amy thought with relief, "It feels like all my worries from the past 5 years have completely vanished." While her thoughts danced to a victorious beat, Shirone stood frozen in the middle of the crowd, looking like all his energy had been completely drained. This is definitely bullying. When did I ever offend her? Chiron clenched his fists. He knew that if he let these negative thoughts consume him, he would be the only one losing out. Is there really no trust left at all? Looking up once again, a completely different light shone in Chiron's eyes. If I have to do this anyway, I might as well do it flawlessly. After all, how I experience things depends entirely on my own mindset. From that moment on, all the way until 10 days later, the academy was buzzing with gossip once again. Someone shouted, "He is here again. He is actually back today." What a classic, innocent Magic Academy romance. Has he really confessed 10 days in a row? The crowd's excited chatter was deafening. Ami and Sariel, standing right in front of the library, were watching the scene unfold too. Ami smirked, thinking, "Looks like the crowd of onlookers has grown." Behind Shirone, a massive crowd of people was staring right at him. Ami grinned to herself, with a crowd this big, everyone must know by now. Maybe it is time for me to slowly wrap this up. Suddenly, Sariel stood beside her and asked, "Ami, when are you going to accept Shirone's feelings?" The sudden question made Ami completely freeze in her tracks. "Wait, what are you even talking about, Sariel?" Ami demanded loudly. "Why on earth would I accept that guy? Did you forget who I am?" Sariel paused, thinking for a moment before replying, "But the rumors are spreading like crazy. Honestly, you don't even give anyone else a second glance. Yet, you accept Shirone's coffee every single time." Sariel's words hit Ami like a bolt from the blue. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the birth of the Academy's next legendary couple. At that moment, Ami's mind went completely blank, leaving her with just 3 words. Once again, a cup of coffee was offered to Ami. Shirone smiled warmly and said, "Senior, here is your coffee." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd of students erupted into a chant, "Accept him! Accept him!" Siren looked at Amy, acting cool and confident. This time, I did not spill a single drop, right? But deep down, he was practically begging her, "Just take the damn cup already. I need to get to the library." Ami gritted her teeth. Right now, it was not just her eyes glowing red, but her cheeks were burning hot too. How did things even get to this point? Are you people kidding me? Flushed with embarrassment and tension, Ami stared right back at Chiron. Suddenly, she slapped the cup of coffee right out of Chiron's hand and snapped, "You are so annoying." Sariel and the rest of the onlookers gasped in sheer disbelief. Sariel quickly covered her mouth. "Ami," as the coffee splashed onto the ground, Ami sneered, "Do you seriously think I would fall for you just because you keep bringing me this garbage?" Ami pointed a finger at him. "You are a student. Yet instead of studying, you spend all your time stalking female classmates. She spun on her heel and walked away. Do not ever bring me this junk again. Serial frantically turned to Shirone. I am so sorry, please forgive her. As the crowd whispered excitedly about the brutal rejection, Serial caught up with Ami. Ami, what was that about? What are you going to do if these rumors spread even further? Who cares? Ami snapped. Those people clearly have too much free time on their hands. She added loudly. Once I graduate, all of this will finally be over anyway. Back on the steps, Shirone calmly bent down to pick up the discarded cup. The whispering from the crowd continued. I guess she really is the ice princess to act like that. Someone should report her for wasting perfectly good coffee. Poor Shirone, they whispered. Meanwhile, Shirone stood there completely dazed. Wait, is this for real? I do not have to do this anymore? He clutched his bag and stood up. Seeing this, some nearby girls sighed. Oh no, he looks absolutely devastated. How heartbreaking. But contrary to what everyone thought, Shirone was practically beaming inside. I am finally free. Later that night in the library, Ami slumped over, staring blankly at the book on her desk. Damn it, she grumbled, lifting her head and balancing her pen right under her nose. I need to make sure those freshmen do not spread these rumors any further. But since I am the one who started it, it should be fine as long as I put an end to it before things get out of hand. Still, that is not the biggest issue right now. Ami's eyes began to glow with the crimson light of her Karmas eye, a unique ability known as reflected memory. The world around her instantly shifted, making her feel as if she were sitting right back on the academy grounds. This special skill allowed its user to record and replay everything they had ever experienced. Ami replayed the memory of Shirone bringing her coffee. In the projection, he timidly said, Senior, here is your coffee. For 10 days straight, she had activated her Karmas eye every single time she met Shirone. Ami had carefully recorded how Shirone looked while performing those menial tasks. She gritted her teeth, remembering how he seemed slightly amused on the very first day, but what she saw remained completely unchanged for the other 9 days. Ami pondered. His gaze did not waver or change even a single bit, not even his irises showed the slightest movement. Stepping closer to study her own memory projection, Ami wondered, what could this possibly mean? She asked herself in all seriousness, no matter how hard someone tries to mask their true feelings, they can never completely hide them in their eyes. The autonomic nervous system simply cannot be controlled by sheer will unless he has absolute command over his own eyes. Ami's eyes narrowed. Is it possible that he can control his emotions like some kind of robot? Closing her eyes, Ami shut the book and came to a final conclusion. He was being completely genuine. Noticing her movement, Serial asked softly, Oh, Ami, are you finished? Ami stood up to pack her books. I am feeling a bit tired today. Serial prepared to pack up too and said, In that case, let's walk back together. Ami shook her head. No, you do not have to do that for me. I would rather walk alone. Serial asked with concern. Is this because you feel guilty about rejecting Shirone's coffee earlier? Utterly speechless, Ami snapped. I already told you, no. Right, Cheryl added. If you ever have anything you want to get off your chest, you can talk to me, okay? Amy nodded. Yeah, thanks. Amy walked out, feeling completely drained of energy. She sighed to herself, Oh, I am so exhausted. Nothing is going according to plan. My mind is a complete mess. Amy pushed the door open to leave, thinking, I need to get some rest. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Calling it an early night, Amy, she realized, it is Jake Artius. Jake winked at Amy. I honestly thought I would be waiting for you until midnight. Amy asked him coldly, Why on earth were you waiting for me? Are you really that bored? Jake stepped closer and said, Come on, do not be so harsh. I heard a little rumor. Word is there is some wimp named Shirone chasing after you. Amy rubbed her forehead in frustration. No way. Did you seriously come here just to laugh at me? Good grief. No, of course not. Here, take this, Jake said as he handed a cup of coffee to Amy. This is premium Western coffee. You cannot find anything like this on campus. A wonderful girl like you deserves to be treated right. Amy glared at him with disgust and asked, What the hell do you think you are doing? Jake replied, Just what it looks like. I am trying to win your heart. Jake continued, Unlike that pathetic wimp, I am the next in line to inherit the position of Royal Finance Minister. I am a much better match for you. Amy's face twisted in disgust. She said coldly, I have zero interest in playing these disgusting games with you. Jake froze, repeating, disgusting? Amy continued. And I do not think we are nearly close enough to have that kind of relationship anyway. She bluntly called him out. Do you seriously think I do not know your club tries to ruin me every chance you get? Jake quickly raised his voice to explain. Wait, I am sure that is just a misunderstanding. Besides, do you not think your words are a bit too harsh? Holding the steaming coffee cup, he stepped closer to Amy, saying, insulting me is the exact same as insulting my family. I will not forgive anyone who tarnishes my family's honor. Jake squinted with a smirk. As a member of the prestigious Karmas family, you should know that, right? Amy replied coldly. You pathetic loser. Jake froze. What? Amy did not hold back, slapping him hard with her words. Just because you have a little reputation in this school, you think you can act all high and mighty? Especially to those who do not support your family? She smiled coldly. Does someone who started a freaky club just to secretly insult others behind their backs even know what honor is? Jake bared his teeth, letting out a despicable grin. He clutched his forehead and spat at Amy. You bitch, it looks like you are only acting this cocky because you are popular. Jake raised his voice, shouting, do you seriously think nobody can stand up to your prestigious Karmas family? Your family might be at the top in some fields, but when it comes to true power, you are nothing. He stepped closer and closer, forcing Amy to back away. With my family's influence, I can easily drain your Karmas family of all its resources. Glaring down at her, Jake demanded loudly, do you understand now? Amy burst out laughing. Oh, I get it now, she bluntly added. Yeah. That look in your eyes is exactly what a pathetic loser looks like. Amy stared straight into Jake's ugly face and sneered. Unlike Shirone, your eyes look like dead fish eyes. Her words made him doubt his own ears. What? Are you saying I am not even as good as that useless nobody? Jake looked like he was going insane. Oh right, I let things get out of order. Until I completely crush you, I should have kept my hands off. Jake's next words made Amy boil with rage. I will make sure that within a single day, that guy will never be able to use magic ever again. Jake continued, I am going to prove to you just how powerful I really am. But he was instantly silenced as Amy slapped the cup of coffee out of his hand. The cup flew and shattered to pieces on the floor. What the? Jake gritted his teeth, glaring at Amy. You arrogant bitch. My patience has limits, no matter how beautiful you are. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock as Amy activated her spirit zone. She asked calmly, what did you say? Amy's red eyes glowed in the darkness as she asked, what were you planning to do? To whom? Jake trembled, thinking to himself, can she really activate her spirit zone that fast? He stammered, are you crazy? Do you know this is a direct violation of the school magic rules? Amy laughed out loud as a fierce wind whipped through the closed hallway, mocking Jake. You really are all show and no substance. At least Shirone does not hide behind his family name. Unlike you, he is someone who actually takes responsibility for his actions. I bet you could not even catch up to him if you had half a year, could you? Veins popped on Jake's forehead as he glared, wanting to scream at Amy. He realized she had filled the entire corridor with raging winds and started to calculate his chances. If I make even one wrong move, will she strike me down? There is no way I can win against the top student of this magic academy. But after giving Amy a parting glare, he grabbed the handrail and braced himself. A real man can wait 10 years for revenge. Jake bolted down the stairs, screaming, do not think this is over. Amy leaned against the wall, mumbling, it has been a long time since I got this worked up. She questioned herself. Why did I even do that? Was it because he threatened me? Or was it because he found out about my secret? Amy recalled what Shirone had told her back in the forest. If doing this dirty work is what it takes to earn your trust, then I will do it. Amy turned away, looking down at the spilled coffee on the floor as she cursed to herself. Damn it, what am I doing? I guess he won't be coming tomorrow. As the moon rose high in the night sky, she mumbled. But thanks to him, her mind was finally clear. A few days later at the academy, Sariel stood there with tears welling up in her eyes, facing the storm that Ami had stirred up. Written on a piece of paper, I have captured Shirone. Come to the 14th training center by 6 p.m. before I take him down. If you dare say a word to the teachers, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Shirone read the note, then turned to ask Sariel standing beside him, so Senior Ami went there to save me? At the bottom corner of the paper, it was signed by the Black Magician. These events had escalated into a raging tidal wave. The bell atop the high tower chimed, and students trickled in, getting ready for class. Siren walked while reading a book. Everyone around recognized him, whispering behind his back. "Look, he's the guy who hit on Senior Ami. It might be funny, but it is just so embarrassing." Shirone let out a helpless sigh. Oh my god. The truth was, 4 days ago, Ami knocked over Siren's coffee and coldly said, "No." Siren wept on the inside as he thought about it. How am I supposed to lift my head up around here now? He covered his mouth with his book, clearing his throat. In situations like this, with just a confident smile, they won't tease me for long. It seemed like they had stopped doubting him as much. Suddenly, a figure ahead caught Siron's attention. Huh? It was Senior Sariel. Seeing Sariel standing there alone, Siron wondered, doesn't she always hang out with Senior Ami? Did something happen? Siron stepped forward to greet Senior Sariel, but the moment the words left his mouth, Sariel suddenly shrieked, startling him into screaming along. She lunged forward, grabbing Siron by the collar, shouting, "Why are you here? Where is Ami?" Siron, completely dizzy from being shaken, asked, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Sariel shoved the note right in his face, saying, "Look at this. You're supposed to be in big trouble right now." Siron's eyes widened. "What?" The note read, "Siron is in my hands. If you want to rescue him, come to the 14th training hall before 6 p.m. If you dare report this to the teachers, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Signed, the Black Magician." Siron stared blankly at the paper, asking in utter confusion, "I got kidnapped?" Besides, Siren turned and asked Sariel, "Who is this Black Magician anyway?" 30 minutes earlier, as Ami and Sariel were walking through the courtyard, someone blocked their path, saying, "How have you been, seniors?" Sariel grimaced, him again. Ami snapped, "Didn't I tell you to get lost? How dare you still speak to me?" The blonde guy sneered, "You'd look a lot better if you dropped the attitude." He waved the paper in his hand, saying, "The boss wants to see you." Sariel pulled Amy away, saying, "Just ignore him." Ami muttered, "That's exactly why he'll stay stuck at level 5 forever." The blonde guy continued, "Boss said if I delivered this to you, you'd actually listen. He said if you don't want anything bad to happen to your boy, you'd better accept." Sariel grimaced, looking at him like he was a total lunatic. "What did you just say?" "That is absolutely disgusting, you creep." Then she turned to Ami. "Let's just go to the library." But Ami suddenly turned back and snatched the note right out of the guy's hand. "Huh?" Sariel called out to Ami, utterly confused. Ami stared at the paper in her hand. Siren has been kidnapped. She immediately thought of Jake. Is it him? Back then, Jake had threatened, "I'll make damn sure he can never use magic again." Ami cursed angrily under her breath. "Jake, you absolute bastard." She squeezed the paper tightly in her fist. Then she spat out loud. "So what?" She threw the paper onto the ground. "Why should I care what happens to him?" Sariel asked. "What is going on?" The blonde guy waved goodbye. He shrugged, "Suit yourself, I'm just the messenger." Sariel picked up the note and began to read. "Aren't the Black Magicians those bad guys who always target the top students?" She mumbled. "Why would they kidnap Sirone? It has nothing to do with you anyway." Ami was deeply worried. That day, she really couldn't hold back and ended up retaliating against him. Sariel said, "We need to tell the professors." She continued, "It's not just Sirone. Even you're going to be in danger." Ami muttered, "The professors. That is indeed what we should do." But things won't be that simple. Ami was already imagining the worst-case scenario of being dragged into a meeting room. If the faculty council gets involved, they'll force me to reveal the nature of my relationship with Siron during the investigation, and my past will be completely exposed. Ami thought about Siron. If things went down that path, they would definitely find out. Siron's pitiful face flashed in Ami's mind, the fact that he was just a commoner. She recalled what she had told him before. "A commoner like you must have worked so hard to get here. It'd be such a shame if you had to drop out halfway, wouldn't it?" And then Siron's reply, "If doing this is what it takes to earn your trust, I'm willing to do it." Ami's thoughts drifted back to years ago. The person lying on the ground said, "It wasn't me." She vividly remembered standing there in shock, watching Siron crawl on the ground, desperately begging, "Please." Ami clenched her fists. She called out to Sariel and handed over her school bag, saying, "I'm going. If I'm not back, go tell the professors." Sariel gasped, "What? Why would you?" She screamed as she watched Ami walk away. "What can you even do all by yourself? You don't even know how many of them there are." Ami turned her head back and said, "I'm sorry, but I have my reasons." Don't worry about me, she said confidently. Even if there were 10 bastards like them, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. Back to the present, Siron looked at the paper in his hands and asked Siriel in disbelief, "Did Senior Ami really go to save me?" Shirone thought to himself, "No way. Someone as clever as her?" he urgently asked. "She went alone? What are we going to do?" Siriel replied, "Amy said she has her reasons. This is the first time she has ever asked me for a favor," she continued. "She told me to wait until 7. Shirone rubbed his chin. There really is no other way. He thought to himself, the reason she did not want to tell the professor is to keep the secret between us. We are in the same boat, after all. Shirone pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. After thinking for a moment, he realized she chose to go there alone just to keep his secret safe. Then he told Siriel, "I have to go too." Shirone slammed his bag onto the table with a thud. "Senior, just wait here until that time, okay?" Siriel called out, "Wait!" But Shirone had already turned and dashed away. As he ran, he thought, Hall 14 is towards the mountain. Will I make it in time? Suddenly, Shirone's feet lifted off the ground again. It was Siriel, carrying him as she flew. She said, "If you just run, how long do you think it will take to get there?" "I should definitely go with you," she loudly warned Shirone. "I am about to teleport, so hold on tight." Shirone asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" A bright yellow light flashed right next to him. He saw a faint golden glow envelope both of his hands, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the sky. Shirone screamed in panic. Students walking inside the building saw something flash across the sky. What was that? Who just used magic? Shirone's eyes widened as he realized their destination was the forest. Siriel slowed to a stop while holding Shirone and said, "Teleporting straight into the trees is too dangerous. We should just fly from here." Right after speaking, she immediately dashed forward with Shirone. A moment later, Siriel landed on the ground. Shirone, trembling, leaned against a tree trunk to steady himself. Before he could even prepare himself, he was hugging the tree, puking his guts out. As for Siriel, the moment they landed at Hall 14, she ran off, calling out, "Where are you, Amy?" She worriedly muttered, "There is no one here. That is strange. We are 10 minutes early." Shirone wiped his mouth and said, "They probably changed locations because the address in the letter was leaked. They must be trying to avoid the teachers." Siriel asked loudly, "Then what about Amy?" Shirone thought to himself, "This is a very elaborate plan. Secrets and the past are all tangled up. Now is not the time to worry about my own secret, whether I am a commoner or whatever. She and I could get suspended. We are stuck in a situation that is much worse than I imagined." Shirone said, "Senior, please go back and report this to the professor." He looked ahead. "If you go back alone, it will be much faster." Siriel replied, "But Amy told me to wait until 7. Shirone shook his head. "It is fine. She only did this because of me." He told Siriel, "I will help her, so it will be fine. Senior, go quickly." Siriel was stunned. "What?" After hearing that, she held her head and screamed, "Her big reason is you? What is the relationship between you two? Are you guys seriously dating in secret? Is there something going on that I do not know about?" Shirone urgently spoke up. "We do not have time. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it gets." Siriel snapped back to reality. "All right, make sure you wait here." Once Siriel ran off, Shirone let out a sigh of relief. "The mountains are familiar terrain to me." Shirone stood in the middle of the forest and activated his domain. He closed his eyes and concentrated, confident he would find a trace. His domain expanded further into the forest. Shirone felt like he had caught on to something. "Here it is, footprints." He followed the tracks. The footprints of the two were still fresh, but they suddenly stopped halfway. Did they fly? Suddenly, a sound from the forest startled Shirone. Was that something snapping? He stood up and looked toward the plume of smoke rising from deep within the forest. Don't tell me something already happened. Deep in the forest, the person who had just cast magic spoke up arrogantly. "Whoops." My hand slipped. The blonde guy who delivered the letter to Amy gave a smug grin. "Oh my goodness. I almost hit you with that silver cannon I used to welcome you." Amy glanced at the blazing fire next to her as a few more people showed up from above. They landed on the ground, surrounding Amy. "Well, if it isn't the boss lady, Amy herself. Catching such a big fish, our boss really is something else. Quit talking nonsense." Jake, the leader of the thugs, spoke up. "Look, she is our special guest, so show some respect." Amy stood right in the center of the circle, crossing her arms as she looked at them. Is this it? Turns out you are just a bunch of useless extras with nothing better to do, Jake asked. Did you really come all by yourself? Is that brat really so important to you that you would risk your life to come here? Amy said coldly. You don't need to burn down the entire house just to catch a rat. Jake gritted his teeth, laughing out of pure anger. Still acting all high and mighty, are we? With this many eyes on you, I'm afraid things won't go your way. He glared at Amy with a sly smirk. I have calculated every single move this time. Amy didn't even give him the time of day. She replied, How you calculate things is your business. I don't give a damn. Where is Shirone? Jake's crew immediately burst into laughter upon hearing Amy's question. Where else could he be? He is probably still burying his face in some books back at the library. He doesn't even know what's about to happen to his precious girl. The blonde guy mocked loudly. Oh, books, I love you so much. Who cares where that loser is? They stared intensely at Amy. We only care about you, sweetheart. The guys here are practically dying to get their revenge. Jake glared at Amy, gritting his teeth. I'm still furious about last night. I always get my payback, so you better watch your back. Amy let out a sigh. Well, since Siron isn't here, this is going to be easy. She smirked. Just like Siron said, having all these eyes on me is a real pain. Instantly, Amy's body was enveloped in a blue light. She said, Taking out all this trash at once is going to be a bit of a chore. Jake and his guys froze in shock. What? Sweating with anxiety, he stammered. No way. Before they could even process what was happening, Amy unleashed her strike. Flames engulfed the arm of the blonde guy in the back, making him shriek. It's burning. It's too hot. The rest of the gang instantly panicked. That crazy chick is actually throwing fire. Jake yelled as he scrambled away. Calm down and dodge it. Since single-target spells weren't effective against a crowd, the cowardly Jake quickly flew high into the air with a few others, dodging the blast before immediately swooping back in. But Amy's mana domain was already sweeping toward them. Jake gasped. Boom! A massive explosion erupted right where he stood. Amy remained calm below, flicking her wrist once more. Amy's sharp red eyes flared. Time to take you all down. Her mana domain split into multiple beams, sweeping toward them and leaving absolutely no escape. Gathering her power, her flames burned intensely. With a loud roar, Amy unleashed a barrage of fireballs in every direction. Fireballs rained down everywhere. The other guys covered their heads, dodging frantically. Hey, you said she could only use single-target attacks. How is her casting speed this fast? One of the guys got blasted back. Jake cursed under his breath. Damn it. What on earth is this? Her skills are on a completely different level compared to the training ground. Does she actually have real combat experience? Ugh, it's too hot. Jake flew straight up. No matter how overpowered a skill was, it had to have a weakness. He hovered in the air, glaring down. To counter a horizontal attack, wind gathered into a swirling vortex in his palm. I'll just have to strike from above. Using every ounce of his strength, Jake unleashed a strike toward Amy. Windblade! Jake's windblade hurtled down from above, closing in on Amy. Seeing that she had nowhere to run, Jake grinned. You're finished. But right as the windblade was about to hit, Amy leaned back, dodging it with lightning-fast reflexes. Jake gasped. Oh my god, how is that even possible? Amy looked up at him with a smirk. This is what you call a schema. Want to play tough? Amy reached out. Fire strike. Her mana domain locked onto him, making him curse. Damn it. Jake took the fireball head-on and was blown back several yards. Going completely ballistic, he roared. You absolute bitch. Amy walked forward, a gentle smile on her face. You spend all your time worrying about useless things like this. No wonder your grades are always total trash. Jake grit his teeth in pure hatred, raising his hand to strike back. Don't you dare look down on me, Amy smirked. Don't bother resisting. It's useless. I'm not letting you off easy this time. Suddenly, something flashed right before Amy's eyes as a surge of power, in purple, rushed over, completely freezing her body in place. Ding! Amy panics, wondering what the hell is going on as she clutches her face, screaming in absolute agony. Jake's crew suddenly surrounds her, intensifying their joint assault. Took long enough to catch you. Jake sneers, grinning from ear to ear. Surprised? You crazy bitch? Amy's spirit zone is completely falling apart. Jake warns her, if you don't deactivate your zone, you're going to lose your mind. This trap is an anti-magic barrier. Amy spits, you total bastard. Her eyes glow a brilliant crimson. You actually dared to use a forbidden spell? Ami curses under her breath. Damn it, even my red eyes can't help me recover from this. Suddenly, a gust of wind whips by, pinning her arms down. Her arms and legs are instantly bound. Jake laughs like a maniac. I finally got you, you little bitch. He brushes back his hair as he approaches Ami. So, how does it feel? Have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday, sweetheart? Out of nowhere, Jake pulls out a dagger to threaten her. You'd better think long and hard about this, babe. As you can see, I really don't mind getting my hands dirty. Ami grits her teeth. I warned you. If you try anything, I'll end you. But internally, she panics. I can't break free. Even my schemas aren't working against this. I haven't been able to train properly since I was 12. Damn it. Ami hangs suspended in the air. I have to find a way out of this. Jake lets out a booming laugh. Looks like you finally understand the deep trouble you're in, don't you? He caresses the knife in his hand. I heard you're sick to death of all those annoying guys hitting on you. Let me help you with that. Jake flashes a shameless grin at Ami. Just one quick slice to your face, and they'll stay far away from you forever. Bringing the glowing red dagger close to Ami's face, he gloats. I've wanted to do this from the very beginning. You should have been this pathetic from the start. The tip of the blade hovers right before Ami's eyes as she listens to Jake's arrogant boasting. You should have been this miserable from the very beginning. He barks, Speak. Ami squeezes her eyes shut. Damn it, I have no strength left. Suddenly, a memory from a year ago, in a dark alley, flashes in her mind, the image of Shirone collapsed on the ground. So, this is what he felt back then. Just at the critical moment, someone roars, Stop right there. Ami opens her eyes and looks toward the voice. Shirone appears, holding a wooden stick in his hand. He curses out the absolute trash standing before him. Jake's gang freezes in surprise. Stunned, Jake mutters, Who the hell is that guy? Ami is even more shocked. Breathing heavily, Shirone grips his stick and glares right at them. Jake mocks, What's the matter? Did you come here all by yourself? He waves his dagger around. Look guys, the prince is here. His lackeys immediately laugh along. Oh, prince, no matter what you try. Ami screams, You idiot! Why would you come here all by yourself? Shirone silently assesses the situation. Even if they outnumber us, there's no way they should be able to easily overpower the top student of the intermediate class. Anyway, Senior Siriel must have called the instructors by now. I just need to buy some time. Siren's spirit zone erupts around him. He boosts his confidence. I've even beaten Ryan in swordsmanship before. I can do this, Shirone demands. Release Senior Ami right now. Seeing Shirone charge at them, Jake mocks. Are you out of your mind? Release her so the two of you can gang up on us? Meanwhile, Siren continues to charge forward, gripping his stick tightly. The blonde guy asks Jake, Is that idiot seriously just running straight at us? Jake chuckles. Let him through, boys. They stand still, watching Shirone approach. At this moment, Shirone realizes something is wrong. Something feels incredibly off. Shirone's spirit zone suddenly shatters, just like Ami's did. His eyes widen in shock, and the stick slips from his hand. Grabbing his head, Shirone screams in agony. He collapses to the ground as Jake's crew bursts into laughter. They jeer. Classic Prince. He never fails to disappoint. What did you think you were going to do to a mage with that anyway? Ami screams at Shirone, Deactivate your spirit zone right now. It's anti-magic. Siren kneels on the ground, clutching his head. Anti-magic? Ami continues to shout, You might never be able to use magic again for the rest of your life. Turn off your zone or you'll go insane. Do you hear me? Sirone's mind grows foggy, his senses slipping away as his consciousness begins to fracture. He recalls Professor Athela's words. A mage must maintain absolute focus to survive on a chaotic battlefield. Clutching his head, Siren thinks, The defensive form is meant to prevent the zone from collapsing under almost any kind of disruption. Even under physical impact, it won't break, and it can even withstand mental attacks. Athela's voice seems to echo in Shirone's ears. After all, anti-magic and mana are nothing more than ripples. He continues to clutch his head in pain, enduring the mental torment as his zone is assaulted. Shirone thinks, If I increase the density of my zone to the point where they can't pierce it. Shirone looks at his hands, focuses his mind, and begins to manifest his spirit zone once more. The blonde guy gasps, What? He's actually resisting it. Jake sneers, Is he trying to act like some hotshot top student? You're just a freshman. Shirone roars, Maximize output. Ami panics, Stop. Give up. You idiot, there are too many of them. There's only so much you can endure. But Jake's gang suddenly freezes. What the? They watch in disbelief as Siron's spirit zone reconstructs itself. What the hell is this? The boundaries of his zone are growing incredibly solid. Shirone slowly stood up as well. He pushed himself to focus even harder. He just needed one more shard of glass. Hit by the magical backlash, Jeth's crew shrieked in pain. What is he doing? The magic was reflecting right back at them. But Jeth refused to back down, keeping his stance. Don't panic. Your fear is disrupting the wavelength, Jeth bellowed. Do you want our own anti-magic to tear us apart? Meanwhile, Shirone slowly stood tall, taking one heavy step after another. With every step he took, his spirit zone grew stronger. The sphere of Shirone's spirit zone expanded, turning incredibly dense and rigid. Stay back, Jeth's goons shrieked. The anti-magic was completely backfiring, hammering into his own crew. Clutching their heads in agony, they screamed, "Help us!" Amy stood there, completely frozen. What on earth was going on? Suddenly, the wind binding Amy began to loosen. She had been so caught up in her frustration over not being able to use her spirit zone that she had no clue what was actually happening. Her hands were finally freed. I can use my spirit zone now. The anti-magic is completely gone. She landed softly on the ground. Amy stared in awe at Shirone's spirit zone expanding before her. This is impossible. How can a spirit zone be this cold and solid? Shirone's nose began to bleed from the sheer strain. Looking down, he felt something wriggling right beneath his feet. His spirit zone was actively crushing their anti-magic. He silently focused on the sensation it felt, as minor as stepping on a tiny worm. Jeth was getting absolutely wrecked by his own forbidden technique. It made zero sense. Are you mocking me? Looking at his crew sprawled out on the ground, he roared. There are 6 of us. How the hell did we lose to a single brat? Driven mad by his humiliating defeat, Jeth started desperately throwing wild accusations at Shirone. That's it. That bastard must be some kind of anti-magic specialist. That's the only reason he got special admission into the academy. Jeth struggled to his feet, expanding his spirit zone. Do you honestly think you can beat me in combat magic? Shirone froze. This was bad. Jeth was already conjuring 2 lethal wind blades right in front of him. Shirone panicked. He didn't actually know any combat spells. Jeth laughed maniacally. Time to slice you to pieces. But before he could finish his sentence, Amy's fist slammed directly into his face, sending him flying several meters back into the dirt. Before Jeth could even process what happened, another blow landed square on his face. Amy roared, "Just die, you piece of garbage." Shirone rushed forward to pull back Amy, who was absolutely beating Jeth to a pulp. "Senior, please, calm down." Amy didn't stop, throwing punches with wild fury. "What were you gonna do again? Huh? Say it to my face. Keep talking that trash, you worthless piece of garbage." Shirone wanted to cry. "If you keep hitting him like that, you're literally going to kill him." He threw his entire weight into pulling her off. "Please, stop." After a desperate struggle, quiet finally returned to the forest. Shirone turned to her, panting. "Senior, are you okay?" But Amy didn't answer, lying completely still on top of him. Shirone called out again, "Senior?" Suddenly, he realized she had completely passed out. He shook her, panicking. "Wake up, Senior! Hey, wake up!" The forest clearing was a total disaster zone, with Jeth's crew knocked out cold and Amy unconscious on top of Shirone. I didn't expect her to just black out like this. Did she push herself to the absolute limit? He paused, staring at her face before whispering, "Thank you, Senior. I heard you actually came to save me." Right then, Amy bolted upright like a coiled spring, startling him. "Man, I feel so refreshed now," Amy said, stretching. Then she glared at Shirone. "By the way, what were you thinking? Picking a fight with them when you're so incredibly weak?" Striking a painful nerve, Shirone clutched his stomach and sank to his knees. Yep, as expected, there wasn't a single nice thing about this girl. Amy cleared her throat. "All right, let's get the hell out of here." She offered him a hand. "If any of the instructors catch us like this, we are dead meat." Shirone grabbed her hand and pulled himself up. "Actually, Senior Sariel has probably already reported this to the academy. I'm the one who told her to." Amy froze in shock. "What?" "I specifically told Sariel not to do that. Why would you tell her to?" Shirone raised his voice. "What other choice did we have? It was a literal life or death situation." Amy clutched her head in frustration. "You just don't get how things work around here. Once the administration gets involved, everything is going to get 100 times worse." Mages don't just sweep things under the rug, they investigate everything down to the absolute last detail. In other words, we're not getting away with this. Amy screamed, "Do you want our secret getting out too?" Shirone snapped back. "Are you seriously worried about that right now? We barely survived by the skin of our teeth." Meanwhile, Jeth lay gasping for air nearby, muttering, "A secret?" Amy spat, "Damn it, we'll deal with the fallout later. Right now, we need to run." Shirone looked at her, totally bewildered. "And what do you think we are doing right now?" Suddenly, a blinding pink light beamed down from the sky, freezing them both in their tracks. Amy gritted her teeth. "Please, let it be one of the easygoing, older instructors. A lenient, elderly teacher would easily let them off the hook, probably writing it off as some misunderstanding, with a good reason behind it." Unfortunately, the two figures descending from the light were the absolute last people they wanted to see. One was Thad of the Raging Flames, a rank 6 mage, and the other was Sienna of the Frost, also a rank 6 mage. Just one look at them, and they knew they were in deep, deep trouble. Seeing those two, Ami immediately held her head. "I'm dead meat." Of all people, it had to be the two most hot-headed advisors in the academy. "How did I end up this unlucky?" Siriel rushed over. "Ami, are you okay?" Siriel cupped Ami's face and shook it. "Are you hurt anywhere? What happened to your head?" Ami was dazed. "I'm fine. How did you get here so fast?" Meanwhile, Thad was getting ready to cast a spell. A sphere of light shot straight into the sky. Siron looked at Thad in admiration. "That's the Blazing Sun spell. I heard it's incredibly difficult to use." Thanks to the light shining down from the spell, Thad saw the 6 members of Gilles' group lying unconscious on the ground. What the hell happened here? He scowled, turning to look at Ami and Siron, which startled them both. Thad walked over, shook Ami, and asked, "Ami, how did an honor student like you get mixed up in such a messy situation?" He asked Ami, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Sienna grimaced when she heard that. She turned to Siron and said, "Siron, I came here because I heard you two were in danger. Can you explain what happened here?" Siron nodded. "Well, it's because..." But before he could even finish, Gilles cut him off. He said, "Let me do it. I believe I can explain everything to you, professors." Gilles, sporting a bruised face, said, "To be honest, because of a personal grudge, I requested a duel. This is something that happens pretty often at our rebellious age." Sienna's gaze grew sharp and cold. "A duel? I heard she received a threatening letter. On top of that, she glanced at his goons lying on the ground. I saw you use anti-magic. You aren't going to tell me you don't know the Academy's rules, are you?" Startled, he scrambled for an excuse. "That's because Ami was just too strong. I only used it to protect myself." Gilles argued defensively. "But look at us. We're the ones who ended up in this terrible state." He confidently puffed out his chest and said, "Not to mention, Ami was the one who broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That's why I proposed a duel. Don't you find it suspicious that Ami didn't report this to the teachers right away?" Hearing him shamelessly twist the truth, Ami yelled, "What kind of garbage are you spewing? You were the one who threatened me in the library first. And this time, you wrote that you kidnapped Siron." Gilles cut her off. "But did we actually kidnap him? In fact, today, you were the one who attacked us first." Gilles pointed at Siron. "Furthermore, Siron didn't report anything to the teachers and just rushed straight here. That means you two are hiding something." He raised his voice. "Do you see my point now, professors?" Gilles confidently shifted the blame onto the two of them. He said, "The guilty ones are clearly those two." Thad turned to look at Siron. Ami gritted her teeth in anger. "You bastard," Gilles grinned. "Now, why don't you two spit out whatever secrets you're hiding right here?" "Well," he sneered inwardly, "do you get it now? The true terror of a dark mage." He plotted silently. "I'm going to blow this whole thing out of proportion. I don't care how much money it takes. Once I dig up your precious secrets, the local newspapers, national agencies, and even the Holy Cathedral will know about it. I'll spread the news everywhere." But Professor Sienna cut right through his delusions. The temperature around them plummeted instantly. She said, "You can stop talking nonsense now." "Amidst the howling cold wind," Sienna said, "you and your friends used anti-magic. You went way past the limits of anti-magic. You actually used it to attack other people." She looked at Siron and said, "Do you realize that Siron's or Ami's minds could have been completely destroyed? They could have lost their sanity." Siron gritted his teeth, thinking about his life. Professor Sienna's eyes turned an icy blue. I believe these actions alone are more than enough to have you expelled from this academy. Gilles puffed out his chest and laughed. A mere advisor thinks they have the authority to expel me? Thad stepped forward and whispered to Sienna. Professor, the Adrius family is practically the lifeline of this entire academy. Without their funding, we won't even get paid. Sienna countered. Isn't our job as advisors to guide these students onto the right path? Her voice turned cold. If you can't even do that, you might as well pack your bags and leave this academy. Gilles laughed out loud. Fine, let's see who gets kicked out first, me being expelled, or you getting fired. He forced his swollen eyes open to look at Sienna and said, This world is run by money. Money talks, and everyone is forced to bow down to it. Sienna's expression grew grimmer. Gilles kept rambling on. You should take this opportunity to learn how the real world actually works, Sienna said flatly. Before that, she raised her hand high. It seems I still need to teach you a proper lesson. A pillar of ice began to form, with a wind so fierce it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Shirone exclaimed, That is so cool. Ami squinted. How did things even get to this point? Thad called out. Professor Thad tried to stop her. You can't just take down a student like that. A second later, Jet was instantly trapped by a mountain of ice, shaped like an icy pine tree, with countless sharp icicles pointing directly at his face. Shirone stood there, jaw dropped at the display. It was incredibly impressive. She had not even touched a single thread of his clothes. This meant her magic control was absolutely flawless, down to the finest detail. Shirone stared in awe. So that was why she was known as the genius ice mage. Sienna asked, Jet, do you really think money can solve everything? Still clueless about his situation, he screamed, Cut the crap and melt this ice right now. With a simple snap of Sienna's fingers, the ice block instantly shattered. Sienna calmly said, We are well aware that you have harmed many other students, but the academy has hesitated to punish your misconduct. Kneeling on the ground, Jet sneered. That is obviously because of my family's massive donations. Sienna raised her voice. Do not get it twisted, she continued. A school is not a place where teachers instruct you just for money. Beyond that, we teach you lessons that money cannot buy. Jet stammered. What the hell is that? Sienna replied. It is what you dream of becoming. She then asked seriously, Don't you want to be a mage? Her words seemed to strike a chord with Jet. He remembered his younger self. Miss Sienna, if you let me advance to Class 5, I will become a great mage and repay your kindness. Sienna continued. The dream that you once shared with your friends. You studied together to become mages. Isn't that the very reason you chose to come this far? Jet stood there, completely lost in thought. He recalled memories of himself and his friends growing up together, from childhood to the present day. Sienna asked, Do you really want to destroy everything you have built up until now with your own two hands? Sienna looked at him gently, and after a long silence, he finally muttered, Miss Sienna. With his head bowed to the ground, he finally choked out, I am sorry. Shirone looked up at the sky. Shirone thought about what was truly most important to him. Suddenly, a scream echoed from inside the disciplinary room. Ouch, that hurts. Please go easy on me. Stop complaining. It is just a scratch. Eventually, the inevitable moment arrived, and both Shirone and Amy found themselves sitting in the meeting room. Professor Thad asked Shirone, Why didn't you report this to a teacher right away? If something like this happens, the first thing you should do is report it. In a flat voice, he continued. Instead, you went to rescue an upperclassman, someone far above your rank, and we simply cannot accept that as a valid explanation. Amy and Shirone glanced at each other and fell silent. After a long pause, Amy spoke up. I understand. I will tell you the truth. Shirone looked at her and thought, Yeah, it is not like we could keep this a secret forever anyway. Though, I still have no idea who leaked this to the headmaster. Amy was silent for a moment, then confessed. Actually, Shirone is my boyfriend. The moment the words left Amy's mouth, Thad, Sienna, and Sariel all gaped in shock. A collective scream echoed through the academy. What? Screams of distress rang out. Help me! Is anyone there? In Amy's vivid imagination, she was a princess bound by rose thorns, crying out, Please, save me. Jet and his gang were the evil villains, and who would ever come to this desolate mountain to rescue her? If you had just accepted our feelings, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, the neighing of a horse startled them. Turning around, they saw a majestic, glowing white stallion. Someone said, Who else could it be? Shirone appeared like a charming prince, kicking the bad guys away as they screamed, Behind you! Hanging from the tree, Amy asked, Who are you? Shirone sliced through the thorny vines binding Amy and replied affectionately, I am here now, Amy. Shirone swept Amy up in a bridal carry. Amy whispered, Shirone, and he looked down at her tenderly, whispering, Amy. Gazing into each other's eyes, she called out, Shirone, Amy. The students squealed in excitement. No way. Is that for real? The girls stared at Sariel, who stood before them, and gushed. That is so incredibly romantic. Sariel nodded. Of course, it is absolutely true, she confirmed. I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly, Amy appeared behind her with a dark aura, calling out, Sariel. Amy's furious voice echoed through the school. What kind of ridiculous rumors are you spreading? I know you have been obsessed with cheesy romance novels lately, but this is completely unacceptable. An official notice had been posted on the Academy's bulletin board, officially announcing the disciplinary actions regarding the research club's misconduct. It detailed the violence within the research club, accompanied by numerous photos. It read, The goddess of Alpheas, Amy Karis, admits to dating the new student, Shirone Arian. Senior Amy stated she is dating the new student to rescue her beloved from the grip of unjustified violence. A youthful romance blossomed the moment they connected, and the dark magic was defeated all too easily. Who is this new student, really? Amy and Shirone's passionate kiss under the moonlight in the deep forest. In the courtyard, several girls squealed, Oh my gosh, I am so jealous. Just then, Amy's voice cut through. Sariel, do you have a death wish? She sighed. You did not even see it with your own eyes. Sariel giggled excitedly. Who says I need to see it to know exactly what happened? Since you said the two of you are dating, you guys must have kissed by now, right? She smiled and said, I've got it all figured out. This way, no annoying guys will dare to come near me anymore. Amy clicked her tongue, admitting that made sense, at least that part was logical. A few days before the incident, Thad slammed his hand on the table. He asked if Amy was lying. Thad raised his voice in disbelief, demanding, The Amy I know would never be interested in dating anyone. This makes absolutely no sense. Besides, Shirone is just a transfer student. Amy calmly made up a lie on the spot. Actually, I met Shirone when we were kids. But running into each other again at a magic academy like this, you could say it's absolute destiny. She turned, tucked her hair behind her ear, and smiled at Shirone. Right, Shirone? Shirone muttered under his breath. And how are you going to take responsibility for this? But before he could even finish his sentence, he took a painful kick from Amy. Shirone quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. Both Thad and Sienna were completely speechless. So that was why? No wonder he was so desperate to save Amy. Amy figured that pretending to be a couple was way better than letting her past be exposed. Sariel was still bursting with excitement. I knew it. I thought it was fishy from the start. Oh my gosh, Amy, you are being so silly. Amy quietly drank her water. Sariel teased, You have a joint class today, right? That means you get to see Shirone. Sariel completely forgot about her food, focusing entirely on grilling Amy. Are you meeting up with him after class? Like, for dinner? Do you two like having secret dates in the library? Amy replied flatly. We're just focusing on our studies, like normal. Sariel rested her chin on her hand. Boo, how boring. Amy forced a smile, thinking to herself that she had a mountain of other things to do. She had absolutely no time to waste on some fake relationship. She clenched her fist, thinking that applied to Shirone too. That useless guy was probably just enjoying his normal school life, acting completely carefree and oblivious. Suddenly, Amy realized something was off. Wait. Why am I getting so annoyed about this? At the intermediate class, 2 joint training grounds, someone called out to Shirone. Sariel waved cheerfully. Over here, Shirone waved back. Hello, senior. Sariel ran over excitedly. Hey there, how's your day going? Did you miss Amy a lot? Shirone scratched his head and smiled. You're really funny, senior. Amy covered her mouth. So that's what it is. That's exactly it. He should be absolutely rolling in gratitude just for the chance to pretend to be my boyfriend. But look at him, Amy thought in annoyance. He should be feeling totally intimidated just standing near me. How dare he act so casual around me? Suddenly, she cleared her throat to get Shirone's attention. Amy gestured to herself and said, When it's just the few of us, you can talk to us comfortably. There's no need to stress over who's a senior or junior. After all, we already know each other inside out. Sariel stood nearby, completely stunned. Oh my goodness, that's the first time I've ever heard Amy talk like that. Is this the power of love? Amy continued, especially considering the nature of our relationship. Shirone quickly forced a smile. Oh, no, I'm completely fine. You're still an upperclassman after all. He added, Anyway, class is about to start, so I'll head in first. With that, Shirone walked away, leaving Amy standing there. Serial waved blankly. All right, bye. Amy also turned around and walked away, making Serial quickly call out to her. She turned back to look at Shirone again. What was going on? Shirone pulled out a chair and sat down, silently listening to the nasty rumors being whispered about him. Congratulations, buddy. You must be feeling pretty smug, huh? Guess you only show up to class to play boyfriend anyway. You don't even have an ounce of actual skill. Did you get into the academy on your looks alone? Countless hostile stares locked onto Shirone. After all, he was always out dating instead of actually studying. Shirone sat in silence, listening to their chatter. He didn't even know a single spell. Shirone's hands, resting on his lap, clenched so hard they began to tremble. Starting 2 days ago, the rumors had begun to spread like wildfire. 2 days ago, near the Class 7 bulletin board, someone rushed in shouting, "Hey everyone, have you heard the news yet?" They noisily gossiped. Senior Amy and that new kid are dating. For real, I heard they even admitted it right in front of the teachers. Some guys were literally crying and comforting each other. No way. Senior Amy was supposed to be mine. Dude, like you ever stood a chance. Just cry on my shoulder. Another girl grumbled. Ugh, this is so annoying. Just thinking about the two most popular students becoming a couple is making me sick. And here I was, planning to claim that new guy for myself. Maria sat there in silence, listening to everyone laugh and gossip. Well, it makes sense. Birds of a feather flock together, so we should just be happy for them. Suddenly, someone appeared right next to Maria, speaking up and giving her a fright. But isn't it a little fishy? Everyone in the class turned to look at the guy who just spoke. A short-haired girl asked, "What do you mean?" The guy replied, "I'm talking about that new kid. Check this out." He slammed a piece of paper onto the desk. "What is that? The midterm grades?" Everyone crowded around to look at the paper. "Wait, what's going on? What is this?" On the paper listing everyone's grades, Shirone was at the very bottom. 30 points in every single subject? Wait, I thought he was some kind of genius? Everyone's view of Shirone instantly flipped. Exactly. It really seems like he doesn't know the first thing about magic. One classmate asked in disbelief, "How is that even possible?" A big guy scoffed. "And yet he still got special admission. There's definitely something shady going on here." The guy continued to spit venom at Shirone. He probably just used his family's connections. He relied on a powerful backer, spread rumors that he was a genius, and then used that fake reputation to seduce a high society lady. He scoffed at how unfair the world was. A rich playboy who does nothing but cause trouble gets into the academy just to find a girlfriend? Those words successfully fueled everyone's outrage. Are you saying he only got in here because of his connections? Now that you mention it, isn't that incredibly suspicious? Clinging to their self-righteous anger, everyone began trying to push Shirone out. For the sake of all our futures, we need to drag this trash out of our school. We will never tolerate someone like him. Maria sat quietly in a corner, just listening. The classroom door was pushed open, but the furious shouting from inside kept ringing out. How could the academy allow such an injustice? Shirone silently peered inside. But wait, it was strange. The classroom had suddenly gone dead silent. This made no sense to Shirone, especially since they were making a huge scene just a moment ago. He walked in and asked his desk mate, "Hey, what class do we have next?" But the boy just ignored him and walked away without a word. Shirone fell silent. He probably didn't even need to ask why they were treating him like this. The students whispered to one another, deliberately making sure he could hear. Shirone couldn't help but worry that even Amy might get dragged down because of him. Right now, in the training hall during the class spirit zone practice, Shirone stood all by himself. Shirone tried to focus on his spirit zone, but the mocking whispers kept piercing through. Why is he even practicing here? Shirone silently listened to their insults. His spirit zone brushed against mine. It actually makes me sick. They continuously showered him with pure malice. His spirit zone is way larger than it needs to be. Just then, Professor Atella walked over. She called out, "Shirone, how is everything going?" Shirone quickly greeted her. "Professor, I find the separation form to be quite difficult. When I try to move my spirit zone away from my body, it feels like my consciousness is being dragged along with it." Atella smiled. "That feeling is completely normal. Shirone, your convergent spirit zone is of the natural type, so it naturally drags your consciousness along with it." Atella continued. "Since the separation form detaches the spirit zone from the body, it doesn't suit you very well." Shirone nodded. "Yeah, I felt that way too." Atella asked, What about your other 4 forms? Shirone thought. The other forms? Shirone said. They're fine, I guess. Atella smiled and asked. Great. Then would you like to practice in the image zone? Shirone was taken aback. What? He asked in confusion. Right now? Atella replied. If you're not comfortable, we can do it next time. Shirone remained silent. She continued. Shirone is the only student in class 7 who can switch between all 4 forms. So, I just wanted to see it once. Atella looked at Shirone with worry. This child wanted to use the image zone from his very first day. Is he worried about what the other students might think of him? Shirone thought. Now is not the time to be overly sensitive, but someone who truly believes in their own worth wouldn't be so easily shaken. A moment later, he raised his head and said, I'll give it a try. Please let me know what you think, Professor. The class 7 students immediately shot hostile glares at him. He's actually going to do it. Another classmate sneered. He just wants to show off in front of his crush. They stared at Shirone standing inside the image zone and spoke without holding back. I mean, it's not like he's good at anything else anyway. Atella instructed. Try them one by one. Switch through all 4 forms in order. Shirone nodded. Yes, Professor. One of the requirements to advance to the next class was mastering Spirit Zone conversion. If I succeed now, I'll be one step closer to moving up. Even the class 4 students were waiting around just to laugh at him. Except for Amy and Sariel, everyone else was thinking, just how good can he actually be? But Shirone was only focused on one thing, advancing, so he wouldn't have to deal with class 7 anymore, and escaping this toxic environment. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his spirit zone instantly materialized inside the image zone. First was the defensive form. Amy was shocked. Is it even stronger than when he fought the dark mage? A male student exclaimed, it has 144 faces. That is a high-level defensive form. The class 7 students listened in silence as others praised Shirone. At that level, it's basically an armored wall. Shirone's spirit zone then shifted into the aggressive form, and then transitioned into the cross form. Atella smiled. This student truly had an incredibly solid foundation, and his switching speed seemed to far surpass anyone else in class 7. At this level, advancing to class 4 would be a piece of cake. Standing inside his spirit zone, Shirone let out a breath. Even though I really want to prove my success, if I want to get the professor's feedback, I have to show her where I fail. Shirone's spirit zone began to fluctuate again. A few class 5 students stared in disbelief. Is he actually trying to switch to the separation form? Only class 5 is allowed to try that form. The class 7 students scowled. The separation form? No way is he. The key was that Shirone focused on shifting the center of his spirit zone before it completely collapsed and vanished. He clutched his head and panted, exhausted from the massive drain on his power. It was just like when he practiced on his own. I can move the center of the spirit zone, but it feels like the further it gets from my body, the more my consciousness is being dragged away. Shirone cheered himself on, let's do it again. The other students began covering their mouths to snicker. They laughed. Malicious whispers echoed around, as if they had finally caught the perfect chance to drag Shirone down. What on earth is he even doing? Does he think he is some kind of genius? He is so full of himself. Serves him right. Seriously, does he have no shame? I can't believe he is still standing there. Shirone stood there in silence, while the others kept mocking him. After all, that thing is still just the 4 basic forms. Amy spoke up. Hey, he was doing so well. Why did he suddenly do that? Sariel said. Look at Shirone's spirit zone. She said to Amy, why is it shaking like that? Is he just nervous because of all the attention? Amy shook her head. No, that's impossible. He's not the type of guy to be that weak. She muttered, has something happened lately? Shirone stood there with his head lowered, wondering why people took so much pleasure in the failures of others. Is it just because everyone wants to watch me fail? Everyone was isolating him. Shirone began to doubt himself. Memories from his childhood to the present flashed through his mind on a loop. Maybe I don't belong here. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, startling Shirone. You are overthinking things. The voice said, don't hesitate, just do whatever you want. Shirone listened in silence. Didn't you want to become a mage? He was confused by the voice. Who? Who is that? But it was enough to wake Shirone up. No. Wait. What on earth am I thinking? He shut his eyes tightly. Once again, Shirone's spirit zone flared up with immense power. I came here to become a mage. The class 4 students stood there, completely jaw-dropped, staring at Shirone's spirit zone. The class 7 students looked annoyed. Standing inside his spirit zone, Shirone clenched his fists, trying to focus. Before it disappeared, Shirone let out a loud shout. Elsewhere, someone was flipping through the accident report of this student. The report clearly stated that 6 culprit students had tried to damage the victim's mind by using excessive anti-magic, a forbidden magic within the academy. However, Shirone, a Class 7 student, had countered the anti-magic using a defensive form. The person looking at the report thought, he countered anti-magic with just a defensive form. One of the 4 basic forms? Sienna was deep in thought. Anti-magic was so dangerous that even experts had to rely on artifacts. It is both difficult and dangerous. An artifact is an object imbued with magical power, allowing even non-mages to exert power similar to actual magic. She was certain that there was no way those kids could have used anti-magic properly, but for one person to stand against 6, Sienna mused. Shirone's mental strength must be greater than all 6 of them combined. She gasped. He really is a genius. Suddenly, someone called out to her, Professor Sienna. Inside the office, Sienna asked Atella, did he successfully transition to the diversion form? Atella nodded. Yes. Just yesterday. He had only been learning the 4-form transition for a single month. Atella said, I confirmed that the spirit zone split and disappeared for about 4 seconds. Sienna rejoiced. That is amazing. She lifted her teacup, took a sip, and thought to herself that her judgment had indeed been correct. Atella continued, so, to boost the students' academic motivation, I have a few suggestions for the faculty. Sienna pushed up her glasses. I suppose we are on the same page about that. A few days later, in Class 7's chemistry class, Sienna filled the blackboard with formulas. She said, we will stop today's lesson here. The students gasped. Thank goodness, Sienna continued. The reason I am ending class early is because I have a special announcement. She called out to Shirone, new student, please stand up. He quickly stood up. Yes, ma'am. Sienna said, student Shirone will be granted a special promotion to Class 5. Starting tomorrow, your schedule will follow Class 5's. Do your best to adjust to it. Instantly, the Class 7 students erupted in murmurs. Did you hear that? He's jumping up 2 classes. No way. Normally, it takes 2 whole years to advance just 1 class. Only one thought ran through their minds. What influential family could possibly be backing him for him to jump 2 classes like this? Sienna picked up her books, getting ready to leave. I hope you all will work hard to achieve this as well. However, before she could even step out, the short-haired girl who had always shown hostility toward Shirone spoke up. Wait, I object. There has never been a precedent of someone jumping 2 classes at once. This seems highly suspicious. She questioned loudly. Furthermore, why is a student who cannot even use a single spell being promoted early? Sienna pondered. Can't use any magic at all? She looked up at Shirone. Miss Atella hadn't mentioned anything about this. Sienna asked, is that true? Shirone remained silent. Countless eyes in the classroom locked onto Shirone. Their stares carried a clear message. You obviously can't do it. Just admit you can't. Say it already. Shirone calmly replied. Yes, I cannot use any magic yet. Sienna was also slightly surprised, finding it hard to believe. Even a simple spell is something most would learn just out of curiosity. Yet, she spoke. However, there is no rule stating that you must know how to cast spells to be promoted. Therefore, there is no issue. No sooner had Sienna finished speaking than someone slammed their desk and stood up loudly. The one who stood up was the tall guy who had deliberately instigated everyone to alienate Shirone, completely refusing to accept this. He raised his voice, shouting, This is obvious favoritism. Didn't the teachers themselves say that the spirit zone isn't everything when it comes to magic? Shirone stood there in silence, listening to the interrogation. After all, what else was Shirone even good at besides his spirit zone? If he can cast even a single spell, then I'll accept it. The Class 7 students seemed to have found their footing, clamoring to speak up one after another. That's right. If it's a competition of casting magic, we're confident we can beat him. Shirone can't even keep up with the theory classes, ma'am. They glared at Sienna. If you still insist on giving him an early promotion, we'll take this to the student council and demand a public hearing. Sienna remained silent. She had absolutely no idea about any of this. Sienna said, I understand how you all feel. It seems I was a bit hasty with this announcement. She added, we will make an official announcement after the faculty meeting. The tall guy smirked, having achieved his goal. Sienna sat inside, staring out the window, wondering why the students were so worked up. She fell deep in thought. It didn't seem like they were just protesting against unfairness. There was clearly some personal resentment mixed into their voices. Just then, someone walked in looking for Sienna. "Excuse me, Professor Sienna," she asked. "What's the matter, Maria?" Maria hesitated. "Well, about what just happened. There's something I need to tell you." Maria slowly began her story, explaining that it all started 1 week ago. At first, we completely ignored Shirone. She recalled Shirone's lonely figure, but starting a few days ago, they began bad-mouthing him openly and even threw trash all over his desk. Maria sat in front of Sienna and said, "They even disrupted his studying." She burst into tears. "I saw everything. I saw him suffer from false rumors and attacks from everyone. The way they bullied him was just too unfair." Maria sobbed, her entire body shaking. Sienna finally understood everything. She frowned. After a moment, Sienna said, "Thank you, Maria. You did well. I'll take care of this from here." In the book titled Exceptional Students, the physiologist Torquelin said something incredibly profound. Torquelin said, "It is best for humans to sleep at least 6 hours a day." He sighed. "Even though I only slept 4 hours a day during my school years." His interviewer asked, "Isn't that a contradiction to your own needs, sir?" Mr. Torquelin slept only 4 hours, yet he still became an outstanding student. Torquelin pointed and said, "Listen, teenagers aren't just humans, they're superhumans. Whether they sleep or not, no matter what they do, nothing seems to affect them." As the clock ticked past 12, Shirone leaned back and sighed. He looked around the empty room. Is it really this late already? Walking past a classmate leaving the library, Shirone took the initiative to nod in greeting, and luckily, she politely nodded back. Shirone walked alone outside the campus, a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. Shirone recalled Temeran's words, "Young master, once you enroll in the Magic Academy, countless nobles will look down on you. But no matter what, you must endure it. If you can endure until the very end, you will reap the sweet rewards." Shirone looked up at the sky. "I can definitely do this." Thinking of the people who cared about him and believed in him, Shirone steeled his resolve. Advanced Spirit Zone. Iron Gate. Shirone gazed at the moon above. No matter who stood in his way, he was going to become a mage. In his bedroom on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, Shirone had just finished bathing when a sudden knock came at the door. He turned to look, hesitating. At this hour? Shirone checked the clock. It was already past 1 in the morning. Who could it be? He suspected it might be the Class 7 students. Could it be them? A voice came from outside. "Shirone, are you free?" Shirone opened the door. Professor Sienna asked, "May I come in?" Shirone quickly nodded. "Of course, please." He awkwardly poured some tea for Sienna, saying, "Would you like some tea, Professor?" Sienna declined. "No, thank you. I intended to see you earlier, but you weren't in your room. I'm sorry for bothering you so late." Sienna glanced at Shirone's desk. "Ah, I see." Sienna realized that when she first saw Shirone's grades, she had found something quite strange. Even though his scores were low, his grades across all subjects were exactly the same. She understood. It seemed he was trying to elevate his overall understanding in all areas at the same time, rather than chasing temporary high scores. He was studying for the future. It wasn't that he couldn't learn magic, but rather, he had chosen not to learn it yet. But why would he do that at a time like this? Sienna looked at Shirone. Could it be because he didn't get to go to school when he was a child? Shirone sat up straight in front of Sienna, nervously thinking, "This is so awkward." The two sat opposite each other. Shirone figured the awkwardness was because they weren't in class. Meanwhile, Sienna was focused on observing Shirone. Even though he always looked straight at her with intense focus during class, it seemed he was actually the type to get embarrassed easily. She spoke up, asking, "Is academy life very difficult for you?" Shirone nodded. "Yes, but it's fun, and studying is really interesting," Sienna said. "I heard that your classmates are bullying you." Shirone lowered his head. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me, Professor," Sienna said earnestly. "Please be honest with me, don't hold back." Shirone nodded. "I'm really fine, though I do feel a bit sad that I haven't been able to make any friends." A moment later, he looked up and said, "But I don't know what to do to make them stop hating me," Sienna asked. "Aren't you even a little angry with them?" Shirone nodded. "Of course I am. I'm only human after all. Even though I really want to get along with them." He calmly continued, "But I don't want to get so obsessed with making friends that I end up losing who I am. Even if every single student in Class 7 says I'm wrong. In the end, that's only 40 people." Shirone calmly explained to Sienna, I believe that somewhere out there in the world, there's someone who will truly understand me. Sienna had an epiphany. I see. She smiled and nodded at Shirone, saying, I understand what you're saying, Shirone. I'll keep that in mind during the faculty meeting. Sienna realized one thing. Shirone deeply wanted an early promotion to the next class. Sienna's serious, steady voice echoed in the faculty meeting. Therefore, I would like to conclude my report by proposing that Shirone should receive an early promotion. The other professors pondered. Isn't this a bit of a sensitive issue? Inside the Alpheas Magic Academy boardroom, the professors were in an uproar, an entire class bullying a single student just because he couldn't use magic. The meeting of the intermediate class teachers revealed that this was a common occurrence in the lower classes. Those classes were usually packed with young kids, along with a few older but untalented students. On top of that, the skill gap among students at that level was massive. One teacher chimed in, which means we should promote Shirone as soon as possible. For the student's own benefit, he should be able to graduate in 4 years. Sienna sat down and continued, and as for the academy, the sooner he graduates, the better. However, Thad spoke up. I object. You object? The headmaster looked at Thad and asked, what is your reason? He replied, I know Shirone is a genius, but the problem is, he can't actually cast magic, and I don't think we can just overlook his weak theory grades. Sienna snapped back in frustration. As I mentioned earlier, Shirone's grades are like that because he's studying all subjects simultaneously. He is only delaying his practical magic studies. As educators, we shouldn't interfere with a student's personal learning methods. Thad frowned. I'm not questioning his learning methods. The real issue here, Miss Sienna, is that you are showing an excessive amount of favoritism towards Shirone. Sienna's lip twitched with anger. What did you just say? Thad argued. While other students might not be as all-powerful as Shirone, they still outshine him in terms of general knowledge. Making a decision like this will only make the other students feel defeated and completely destroy their motivation to learn. He smirked and added, as teachers, we shouldn't just focus on a single genius while neglecting all the other students, right? Sienna raised her voice. You are not only trying to ruin the future of a gifted student, but you're also completely blind to the toxic jealousy of those children. Both Thad and Sienna slammed their hands on the table, loud bangs echoing through the room. The other teachers held their heads in despair. Here they go again. How can their personalities be such polar opposites? The other professors watched Sienna, a 6th class mage, bickering with Thad, who was also a 6th class mage. Seeing them clash like fire and water, they sighed. I can't believe guys like them became mages. Alpheas waved his hand. That's enough, both of you. Take your seats, he said. Both of you have your own perspectives and reasons. Miss Sienna's point is highly valid, but Mr. Thad's opinion is also reasonable. He is simply concerned about the overall balance of the academy, and I believe that stems from his care for the students. Alpheas continued, he means well, I understand that. We must take into account the emotional tendencies of our students. Thad nodded eagerly. Exactly, that is exactly what I'm trying to say. Sienna listened as Headmaster Alpheas spoke. Instead of taking sides, he smiled and said, why don't we do this instead? The next morning, students were bustling in and out, with everyone quickly rushing forward. They noisily gathered in front of the intermediate class bulletin board. What's going on? The notice read. Announcement regarding a class promotion exam due to numerous complaints concerning the early promotion decision. The Academy has decided to grant all students of Class 7 the opportunity to be promoted. The promoted student will be decided based on the criteria below. All students concerned are advised to take note. Please note, the early promotion will be determined through an exam. Only one student will receive the promotion, and that person will be promoted straight to Class 5. The subject of the exam is magic, and the spell selected for the assessment is teleportation. The student's objection to using the magic zone as the sole subject of evaluation has been addressed. Therefore, the Academy has decided to change the evaluation criteria to casting the teleportation spell taught in Class 5. Someone shouted, every single student in Class 7 is allowed to take the promotion exam. They bustled with excitement. If we pass the exam, we jump 2 classes, straight to Class 5. Hey, teleportation, do you know how to use teleportation? Someone replied, of course not. That's a spell taught in Class 5. The Class 7 students were utterly bewildered. The theory seemed simple, so the practice shouldn't be that hard, right? Like hell, it's simple. An upperclassman I know was actually hospitalized after screwing up during practice. Hearing that, a male classmate shouted, "What? Then how are we supposed to do it? Do they seriously have zero intention of letting anyone in our class rank up?" Suddenly, someone walked up, and the Class 7 students instinctively stepped aside. Everyone stared intently at Shirone, who had just arrived. He looked up at the bulletin board. Teleportation? After class, the advanced class's bulletin board was surrounded by a noisy crowd. Did that really happen? Yeah, it's straight up bullying. How pitiful. They're only in Class 7. All of this just because he doesn't know how to use magic? Class 7 hasn't even been taught magic yet. So what does that have to do with it? Someone chimed in with the real reason. It's clearly jealousy. Because he's dating Amy. Amy stood frozen in front of the bulletin board. So, he's being bullied? She finally realized. That's why he's been avoiding me. Did he just want to protect me from getting dragged into this? Sariel, standing next to Amy, analyzed the situation. To be honest, the mental strength of Class 7 students is still pretty weak, so it's normal for stuff like this to happen. I actually went through something similar myself. But getting promoted early isn't even that big of a deal, is it? Suddenly, Amy turned around and walked off. Sariel called out after her. "Where are you going?" Amy replied. "To see Shirone." Sariel gasped. "What? Wait, what are you going to do?" Amy snapped back. "I'm going to teach him a lesson. How dare he keep me in the dark like this? I'm going to round up those Class 7 punks." Sariel panicked. "Are you crazy? You can't do that." Amy kept storming forward. "Why the hell not? I'm involved in this too." Sariel was dragged along by Amy but still struggled to speak. "If you were him, would you want the girl you like to get dragged into a bullying mess?" Sariel raised her voice. "If you go over there, you'll only make things 10 times worse." Amy cursed inwardly. "Idiot. What an absolute idiot. Is that really what he thinks? Nonsense. I'm not even the person he likes. But if that's the case, why on earth did he keep this a secret from me?" Sariel added. "Anyway, teleportation is way too advanced for Class 7. Amy fell deep into thought. If it's really that difficult, then we have a huge problem. For someone who's never even studied magic, trying to teleport is incredibly dangerous, Sariel then suggested. "Amy, why don't you just teach him yourself? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense?" Amy snapped irritably. "Why on earth would I help that brat? Besides, I'm busy preparing for the upcoming exam. I don't have the time to worry about his problems." Sariel nodded in agreement. "Right, I totally forgot. Sorry about that," Amy declared loudly. "If he can't even handle a minor issue like this on his own, he's not worthy of being my boyfriend." That night at the academy, a shadow flickered across the treetops. Someone was moving at an unbelievably high speed. A figure landed. Amy, wearing a cloak, sat perched on a branch, muttering to herself, "This absolutely doesn't mean anything, okay?" Grumbling to herself, she claimed she was only helping him out of a sense of responsibility. In the blink of an eye, she vanished again. Amy leaped across the rooftops, heading straight for Shirone's room. "First, I'm going to make him beg for my help." With that thought, she landed on his windowsill. Startled, Shirone cried out, "Who's there?" But before he could finish, Amy covered his mouth, whispering, "I'm here to teach you a lesson." Amy grinned. "How dare you treat me like this?" But suddenly, her smile froze. Sienna was sitting right there in Shirone's room. Sienna pushed up her glasses and asked, "Are you Amy? Don't tell me. You two are meeting this late at night? And in the boys' dorms, of all places? At night?" Amy waved her hands frantically. "Professor, it's a misunderstanding. This is a huge, terrible misunderstanding." Sienna quickly hushed her. "Shh, you're going to attract all the guards. First, get inside." Sienna then covered her own mouth. "We haven't seen each other in a while, and you've already become this bold." Amy stammered. "This is literally my first time here. I just thought he'd get into trouble if anyone saw us, so I sneaked in." Right after saying that, Amy realized something and turned to Sienna. "But wait a minute, Professor. What are you doing here at this hour anyway?" Sienna replied. "I came to give him some advice on the promotion exam. Things have been really chaotic in class." Amy nodded. "Oh, I see." Shirone handed Amy a cup, saying, "Senior, have some tea." Amy took it. "Thank you. It smells amazing. Where did you learn to brew tea?" But mid-sentence, Amy suddenly snapped back to reality and felt like beating Shirone up. "No, wait. That's not the point, you little brat. Who do you think I suffered all this humiliation for?" Shirone frantically cried out, "I'm sorry." Amy's voice echoed all the way down the dormitory hall. "And besides, why the hell didn't you tell me you were being bullied?" Sienna whispered softly. "Hey, you two. Let's calm down and sit first, okay?" Let me finish explaining the promotion exam first. Shirone took a sip of tea, reflecting on everything. He was completely speechless as he and Amy sat across from Sienna. Sienna sighed helplessly. Well, it turned out like this again. Amy then spoke up. Isn't this teleportation test a bit too dangerous? Shirone hasn't even been taught magic yet, Professor. Sienna replied. The principal issued the directive himself. I'm worried too, but he clearly has a deeper motive for doing this. Amy thought to herself, no wonder. Is this just another one of the principal's sick games? Shirone turned to Amy and asked, Is it really that dangerous? Amy nodded. Of course it is. You already know that teleportation is magic utilizing the properties of light, right? Shirone replied, Yes. I've heard of the photonization theory before, Amy explained. Light has something called absolute speed. They say that absolutely no matter in existence can ever travel faster than light. She explained how teleportation actually works, describing it as a spell that harnesses extreme speed to transcend time and space. Shirone chimed in. By turning your body into light? Sitting next to him, Sienna replied. It sounds complicated, but teleportation isn't actually that extreme. Even beginners can pull it off easily, so go ahead and give it a shot. The actual requirement for teleportation is near light speed. That's because you can cast this spell even if you only grasp 1,000th of the speed of light. Sienna's voice remained calm. However, that also means the level of light conversion is lower, leaving very little physical mass behind. Shirone thought to himself, so, learning it might be easy, but any accident at the speed of sound could be incredibly dangerous. Looking up at Sienna, he said, I finally understand why teleportation is banned on school grounds. Sienna smiled. You really are a fast learner. Sitting nearby, Amy rolled her eyes and thought, seriously? She couldn't believe how close they had gotten, completely ignoring her. Since when did Professor Sienna act this friendly with anyone? Shirone pressed on. So, how do I pass such a dangerous exam? Sienna hesitated. Well, about that. Amy cleared her throat. You should practice in a place with absolutely no obstacles. Shirone looked puzzled. Does a place like that even exist? Holding up a finger, Amy replied. It sure does. Shirone looked up at the ceiling and suddenly it clicked. Wait, don't tell me it's up in the sky? The horizon boundary. It was a teleportation training ground located 1,000 meters in the air, spanning 700 meters in length. Sienna mentioned it hadn't been officially certified yet, but honestly, there was nowhere else to go. She explained that the exam rules required them to race from one mountain peak to another. Shirone listened with his jaw dropped. That's amazing. There won't be any obstacles up there at all. He gave a dry smile. But if you fall, you're dead, right? Amy turned to Sienna. But isn't this a race where the first to finish wins? Don't you think that's a bit too harsh for Class 7? Sienna's expression grew serious. If no one reaches the finish line, whoever teleports the furthest will win. Of course, the difficulty level of the course will be set to level 1, and safety devices will be in place to minimize any danger. She paused for a moment before continuing. What I'm actually worried about are the students. If the competition gets too fierce, they might collide with each other. Amy glanced at Shirone. If that's the case, then Shirone will, obviously, become the main target for everyone else, Sienna finished. Shirone fell silent, wondering, can I really pull this off? If it was just a tough exam, he could handle it. But as he recalled the spiteful glares he always received, he thought, I don't want to face the entire class all by myself. I hate getting hurt by this cutthroat competition. Shirone questioned whether he should even take the exam. Just then, Sienna spoke up. I'm sorry, Shirone. Looking at him warmly, she said, I tried so hard to push you into Class 5 right from your entrance exam. It seems my own ambition has only caused you trouble. Shirone quickly waved his hands. No, please don't say that, Professor. Sienna lowered her head. That's why, starting today, I will personally take charge of your training. Amy sat there in silence. After a long moment, she looked up, her expression dark as she stared at Sienna. Why? Why would you go that far for him? Sienna looked back at her. I just feel responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of this advancement exam. I want to do everything I can to help. Amy gestured frantically. No, absolutely not. That will only make things worse. Rumors will spread that the exam proctor is playing favorites with Shirone. If that happens, even if he passes, his results will be thrown out. She looked Sienna dead in the eye and confidently declared, Leave Shirone to me. If the difficulty is only level 1, it won't be a problem, right? I can train him myself, Shirone stared at Amy, completely dumbfounded. Wait, isn't Amy still mad at me? Professor Sienna pushed up her glasses. Well, that is true. But Amy, she looked at Amy intently. I know you've already applied for the graduation advancement exam. Do you really have the time to look after Shirone right now? Shirone flinched, turning to look at Amy in utter disbelief. The graduation class? His eyes went wide as he thought, oh my God, the graduation class. That's the ultimate dream of every student here who wants to become a professional mage. Once you make it there, your abilities are officially recognized as near professional. If you become a prospective graduate of a prestigious academy like this, you'll literally get featured in the kingdom's official magic magazine. But once you take that step, your peaceful school days are officially over. Ahead lies nothing but a hellish, brutal training regimen. On the screen, the advancement application read, Exam number 1, Amy Karmas, submitted. Amy was about to be the very first person to step into that absolute hell. Shirone leaned in close, whispering to her, how is that even possible? Isn't that way too fast for someone our age? Amy avoided his gaze, looking away awkwardly. Well, about that. Tears welled up in Amy's eyes as she cursed him in her head. It's all your fault, you little brat. Realizing that Shirone was about to skip 2 grades at once because of his insane growth, she knew the only place left to run was the graduation class. And so, a chibi version of Amy sprinted away as fast as she could toward the hellish graduation class. Stay away from me. Meanwhile, Shirone stared at her with sparkling puppy dog eyes. That is so incredibly cool. I wouldn't even dare to dream of getting first place in the advanced class. Yet, she confidently became the first person to apply to a place so far out of her reach. Shirone silently watched Ami and Sienna talk. He thought to himself, even in such a critical moment, she still came here to help him. Over there, Ami laughed and spoke to Sienna, saying that no matter how busy she was, there was nothing she could not handle. She told her to just give up. Sienna smiled back and said, I understand your feelings for Shirone, but at a critical time like this, it is better to leave this to a teacher. Sienna explained that since Shirone was learning magic for the first time, it would be much more effective to have a teacher guide him. These words immediately triggered Ami's competitive streak. She whipped around to face Shirone. So, Shirone, make your choice. Is it going to be me or Miss Sienna? Shirone grew tense. Me? Ami asked. Wouldn't you prefer to be taught by a girl? Shirone forced a smile and replied, I think I will be fine studying on my own. This time, both Sienna and Ami were completely stunned. What? A loud scream echoed through the entire dormitory. What? Ami yelled right in Shirone's face. You complete idiot. Do you have any idea how rare of an opportunity this is? Shirone fidgeted with his hands and replied, I just don't want to trouble a teacher who is on the evaluation board. And besides, you still have an important exam ahead, senior. Ami raised her voice. Other students are willing to spend a fortune just to hire a personal tutor. Besides, aren't you currently the prime target for everyone in your class? Ami said, that is not something you can handle all by yourself. Shirone lowered his head and said, isn't that exactly why you worked so hard for early graduation, senior? If I keep hesitating here, I will never be able to reach a higher level. Shirone's words left Ami speechless. Shirone continued, to me, Class 5 is just one step on my journey to becoming a mage, just like it was for you, senior. Ami covered her mouth and cleared her throat with a loud cough. Shirone said to Ami, please trust me, senior. I cannot guarantee that I will pass the test, but I will give it everything I have and leave no room for regrets. Sienna silently listened to the two of them. Once Shirone finished speaking, she stood up and said, I understand. If that is what the student wishes, then, as an educator, I must respect your decision. Sienna said her goodbyes, stating she would not stay any longer. But if you ever have any questions, please feel free to ask me. The same goes for the other students. Shirone stood up and bowed politely. Thank you so much for looking out for me, Miss Sienna. Miss Sienna continued, you kids can stay and discuss this further. As for you, Ami. Sienna then walked toward the door. She turned back to Ami and said, I will overlook today's incident, but if you ever climb through a male student's window again, you know what will happen, right? Ami hung her head and muttered, yes, ma'am. Inside, her soul was screaming, I survived. Once Sienna was gone, Ami collapsed onto the floor, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Just as she started to relax, Ami jumped. She quickly stood up and said, I should get going too. Shirone bowed to her in return. Yes, thank you for coming all this way. Shirone sincerely added, thank you so much, senior. Ami suddenly asked, "Hey, tell me the truth. Why have you been avoiding me?" Shirone froze in his tracks. Ami continued, "You could have just told me from the start that you were being bullied. That is not something you have to deal with all on your own." Ami turned around, thinking, could it be? She suddenly remembered what Sariel had told her. If the person they like sees them in that state, their pride would be deeply wounded. Ami stammered, "A wounded pride?" Shirone replied, "It is not that I wanted to distance myself from you, senior." Ami covered her mouth in a panic, thinking, "So it is true. True. True." Shirone continued, "If you are wondering why, senior, it is because you are my goal." Ami silently facepalmed, thinking, "So that was it. I should have known." Shirone scratched his cheek. "Actually, since my very first day at this school, I saw your name sitting at the very top of the rankings." Shirone recalled his first day when he saw Ami's name written on the scoreboard. Shirone said, "At that moment, I decided I wanted to study as hard as possible to become just like you, senior." On the Class 4 leaderboard of 42 students, first place was written as Ami Karmas. Shirone smiled and said, "But back then, I never expected things would turn out like this. It is quite embarrassing, actually. If I had told you I was being bullied, it would have made things even more awkward between us." Ami smirked. "A goal, huh?" She cursed inwardly. "Damn it, am I really going to let myself get beaten by some kid?" Ami recalled her father's words from before. "If you ever meet anyone exceptional at the Magic Academy, be sure to introduce them to me." She gave Shirone a cold look, thinking what a ridiculous twist of fate this was. Ami asked in a quiet voice, "Are you joking with me?" Shirone looked bewildered. "Huh?" Ami yelled. "Goal my foot. This is absolutely ridiculous." She stepped right up to Shirone, glaring. "To my face, you act all nice, calling me senior this and senior that, but behind my back, you are secretly trying to overtake me?" Shirone raised his hands defensively in utter confusion. "How did you get that from what I said?" He lamented. "Why does this keep happening to me?" Ami pushed open the window. "If you really plan on surpassing me." Ami put on her cloak and turned back, saying, "Then from now on, do not call me senior anymore." Shirone stood there, completely frozen. Ami declared loudly, "You better compete with me fair and square." She climbed onto the windowsill. "You better catch up to me fast, or else I will make you call me senior for the rest of your life." Suddenly, Shirone called out, "Ami!" Ami was taken aback and panicked. "He just used my first name." "Ah," Shirone said. "Wait a second." Standing in the room, he looked at Ami with an intense seriousness. "I will definitely catch up to you." Ami found it absurdly funny, her face shrouded in shadow as a chilling, murderous aura radiated from her. "Was that just to catch up to me?" She spun around to face Shirone and then flew out. "I hope I haven't graduated by then." Shirone clung to the window and watched her vanish in the blink of an eye. Letting out a sigh, he realized that even though he had turned down the help, the people targeting him were probably watching his every single move. Determination filled Shirone's eyes. His only choice now was to rely on his own 2 feet. With only 1 month left until the early promotion exam, the countdown had officially begun. The next day after class, the hallway was buzzing with gossip. "Are you getting ready for the promotion exam?" The students chatted among themselves. "I just hired a private tutor today. After all, we have to master teleportation in just 1 month. It's so dangerous, yet 20 people still signed up for it. Theoretically, it's easy. Applying the formulas isn't that hard either," a Class 7 boy said to his friend. "The real issue is putting it into practice." A blue-haired boy pointed toward Shirone, who was walking down the street carrying a mountain of books. "Is that kid taking the exam too?" Suddenly, a stack of books slipped and fell, with photochemical theory written on the cover of the top one. Shirone reminded himself that he had decided to do this on his own. But looking at the massive stack of theory books in front of him, he sighed. The real challenge was definitely the practical application. In reality, the environment a mage faces is constantly changing, especially when it comes to teleportation magic. Terrain information is critical, and depending on the situation, one must adjust the levels of omnipotence and light. Shirone sat scribbling down notes. Just a single unit of measurement could go up to 10 to the 20th power. How could a human brain possibly calculate that? He slapped his own head. No, don't give up. There's no way they would design an exam that is completely impossible to pass. He thought to himself, Miss Sienna did say that learning teleportation isn't that complicated. But what if that doesn't apply to someone like me, who has never studied magic before? Shirone recalled Sienna's words. The Class 7 kids are bound to succeed, because they've been trained since childhood, and they can easily afford expensive tutors. Feeling like an outsider watching them, he remembered Sienna asking him, "Can you bridge that gap?" Suddenly, Shirone froze as Alpheas stood there, smiling at him. Somewhere else, a man clapped in admiration. "Excellent." Staring at the broad back of the tall boy through the fading smoke, he added, "Your teleportation was absolutely flawless." As expected of the son of Slider, the technical advisor of the Magic Association, he addressed the young master, Mark Slider, 15 years old and in Class 7. Mark stood up straight and said, "It's nothing special, really. Considering I'm being trained by a level 9 certified instructor." The instructor handed him a towel to wipe his face. Mark smirked and said, "I was a bit nervous at first, but this is actually pretty easy." The man explained, "Since the test itself is quite simple, you can focus on making the right choices." His voice remained flat. While mastering perfect teleportation in just 1 month is impossible, if you fast-track only the parts needed for the exam and spend the rest of the time practicing, passing the test is completely doable. Mark grinned smugly. "Maybe I should actually thank that privileged bastard." Wiping away his sweat, he added, "Thanks to him, I got bumped up 2 class levels in no time." Taking a sip of water, Mark turned to the man and asked, "By the way, what is that loser up to right now?" The man replied, as ordered, "I've been keeping an eye on him, but it looks like he's just self-studying and reading books." Mark frowned in confusion. "Self-studying with books?" He scoffed skeptically. "What a joke. I thought he'd hire some top-tier tutor with all that cash he's got. Is he planning something fishy?" Mark ordered him to keep watching. "He's not the type to act carelessly." Mark's voice was steady as he spoke. "Besides, there's no way anyone can cast magic just by reading a few books." Meanwhile, Shirone was buried under a pile of books. He finally put his pen down to rest his hand. "I've done everything I possibly can. First, I spent a massive amount of time deeply understanding light. I've memorized the entire theory without a single mistake. I'm not entirely sure, but time is running out." At the Class 7 Specialized Training Ground, number 41. Since it was nighttime, only 1 or 2 dim lights flickered. Shirone stood there warming up. "Time to cast the magic. Nothing is impossible. I just have to hope it works the way I want it to." A deep blue glow filled Shirone's eyes. "First, open the spiritual field in the middle of the forehead." Shirone instantly began to glow as he applied the photochemical theory, struggling to maintain his focus. "I'm standing on the boundary between omnipotence and omniscience." The light grew brighter and brighter. A blue aura enveloped Shirone, centering on his very being. "Erase." Suddenly, Shirone's body glowed with a brilliant golden light. He looked at himself in absolute delight. "Yes, it worked." Shirone yelled, "Now, teleport." His eyes widened in realization. A human could never calculate the sheer amount of light. Shirone recalled the lessons. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to feel everything around them. It was said that master mages could even count the leaves on a tree from a great distance. Someone once placed tiny coins in his hand and explained, "This is called a state of extreme mental sensitivity, also known as the spiritual field." Alpheas reached out his hand and said, "At that point, a mage's perception of the outside world becomes superhuman. As a result, they could actually control the phenomenon. A whole new world seemed to open up before Shirone. It was no longer about calculating numbers, but about feeling everything around him. Time was quickly running out, and there were only 13 days left until the teleportation exam. 9 days left. Inside the academy, someone gasped. "What on earth is that?" Everyone turned to look at the back of the classroom, staring directly at his face. The short-haired girl and the pink-haired girl, who always looked annoyed, also turned their attention to the back of the classroom. A voice whispered, "Did he train without any safety gear?" No way. Everyone was staring at Shirone, whose face was covered in bandages. Shirone focused on his notes, lost in thought. His very first attempt at teleportation had been a complete failure. Shirone felt a bit helpless, trying to fix his mistakes on his own. "I have no choice. I just have to keep practicing." He repeatedly crashed hard onto the ground. Clutching his knee on the ground, he muttered, "This time, it was my knee that messed up." 8 days left. Shirone's notebook was completely filled with scribbles. He was still deeply focused on his calculations, wondering, was it an error of plus 0.02 microseconds? 7 days left. It was a stupidly brute force method, but only 6 days remained. Every night, the sound of constant crashes echoed through the training ground. 5 days left. Siren was still falling. With 4 days left, he resolved himself once again. My body, it will memorize this like an instinct. 3 days left. 2 days. And then, just 1 day left. 1 single day. Shirone stood under the lights, panting heavily with his hands on his knees. Shirone's sweat dripped onto the ground. What should I do? The exam is tomorrow. But every single time I fix one mistake, another one pops up. Shirone wiped his face. Now, there's nothing left to adjust. I have to do this. I have to make it work. Shirone took a deep, silent breath. The space in front of him began to blur. He slapped his own cheeks to snap out of it and focus, trying to link everything together. I can do this. I must do this. Siren tried one more time, pushing off the ground with his foot. Shirone focused all his thoughts on teleporting. A spark of light flashed and zipped away. Opening his eyes once more, Shirone found himself hovering just inches above the ground. With a soft thud, Shirone landed gently on the ground. He gasped in relief. This time, I didn't get hurt. Shirone lay flat on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. I actually did it. I wonder how far I can go now. Lost in his thoughts, he drifted off to sleep before he knew it. There was no time to just lie around here. He needed to practice linking, and he needed to pray. Early the next morning, Mark stood looking down at the campus outside. A man called out to him, "Young master." He then asked Mark, "How are you feeling?" Mark spun around and replied confidently, "Great. Today is going to be a historic day, because I am promoting to Class 5. He narrowed his eyes. 700 meters is nothing. I will pull it off easily. Inside the academy, Class 7 was still mostly empty. As Maria walked up to the classroom door, someone suddenly called out, "Hey Maria, did you give up on the exam?" Maria flinched. He thought to himself, "It must be him." Maria asked, "Aren't you at the training ground? Are you actually studying?" Mark laughed out loud. "Do I look like some idiot who fails at studying?" He arrogantly asked Maria, "What are you even doing here? Is that why your grades are so pathetic?" Mark sneered. "Maria, you should really go learn a thing or two at the training grounds. The best way to learn is by watching and learning from those who are better than you." Maria turned to leave, hesitating before saying, "Right. Good luck. I hope you pass." Mark burst into laughter and mocked her. "Oh, really? You hope I pass?" Maria's hands began to tremble. Mark stepped close to Maria and whispered, "You're really something, you know that? Like, sneaking around with a teacher, for example." Maria reflexively blurted out, "How do you know that?" Her reaction made Mark burst out laughing. He cackled, "You idiot, I was only testing to see if it was really you." Maria's school bag slipped from her hands and dropped to the floor. "I have plenty of ways to get information. It's just a little weird for a scaredy cat like you to be visiting a teacher's office." Mark pinned Maria against the wall. "I only treat you well because we're classmates, but once I become your senior," he threatened Maria. "Have you thought about what will happen to you then?" Seeing Maria shaking like a leaf, Mark stood up straight. She really was a total coward. How did someone like her ever think she could become a mage? That is why, even though she is 4 years older than me, she is still in the same class as me. Mark left her with a final warning before walking away. "Just you wait." Behind him, a terrified Maria collapsed onto the floor. Maria trembled as she covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Mark pushed open a door and demanded loudly, "Is the plan all set?" 4 other guys from Class 7 turned to look at him, and one of them replied, "The 2 of us will stick close to Shirone right from the start. The other 2 will protect you, Mark. So, we'll have 2 chances to make him fail." Mark said, "The distance of the first round is 10 meters, so push him out at least 10 times. The gray-haired boy nodded and asked, "You'll really do what you promised if we pull this off, right?" Mark's eyes gleamed as he replied, "Of course I will. Once I promote, I will definitely get you a job as a tutor. You won't have to worry about finding work, even if you fail to graduate." Mark assured him, "My father is a technical advisor for the Magic Association. If you help me, I will never forget your favor. If I can help, I'll definitely help you." Mark thought to himself smugly, "Not even the slightest mistake can be allowed to happen. A genius should never let their guard down. In the middle of this foggy mountain forest, is that really the bridge that is supposedly impossible to cross?" The Class 7 students who did not register for the exam are all gathering in one spot. The short-haired girl who used to oppose Shirone skipping grades asks, "So, is this the final round?" I am so exhausted." The pink-haired girl chimes in, saying, "There are way more people here than I expected. Honestly, seeing everyone crowd around the Class 5 students is pretty intimidating." Standing right in front of her are the Class 5 seniors. Over on their side, they are all deep in thought, feeling the tension. One of them says, "If one of those kids actually makes it into our class, I really hope they are super cute." Everyone laughs, agreeing that it would be a blast. Students from Class 4 and Class 6 have also gathered to watch the drama unfold. Even the judges, including Headmaster Alpheas, have arrived right on time. A signal flare shoots up into the sky. Atella watches it, then turns back and says, "All right, it is time." She looks at the students lined up at the starting line and announces, "The exam will begin in 10 minutes. Someone curses, "Damn it, this is literally just a cliff. Where the hell is the bridge?" Another student snaps back, "Open your eyes, idiot. It is right there." Another person looks down and sees nothing but 3 or 4 thin ropes stretched across the gap. They shout in disbelief, "What? What kind of bridge is that supposed to be?" Meanwhile, someone is watching the candidates through binoculars, saying, "Aha, found it. This is the absolute best spot to watch." Serial holds the binoculars, practically bouncing with excitement because the view is crystal clear. Amy stands behind her with her arms crossed and sighs, "Hey, we do not have time to waste. Why are you even watching those Class 7 idiots?" Serial replies, "What are you talking about? I have to cheer for your boyfriend and send a little good luck his way." Amy sighs deeply. "Those who can pass will pass, and those who fail will fail. What is the point of cheering anyway?" She bites her finger, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a black-haired boy walks up to Mark and calls out his name. Mark asks while warming up, "Did you find Shirone yet?" The black-haired boy replies, "No, actually, the other guys said he is not even here." Mark glares. "What?" On the other side of the forest, Shirone is still passed out cold on the ground, with a little ant crawling right across his face. Suddenly, Shirone snaps his eyes open, scaring the ant so bad it runs away. He springs up like a coiled wire and screams, "Wait, what time is it?" Someone else shouts in surprise. "What? He is a no-show?" Amy grabs the binoculars and gasps. "Wait, what did you just say? Shirone is absent?" Serial panics. "I really do not know. I have scanned the entire area, but he is nowhere to be found." Amy hesitates, her face pale. Could he have failed to cast the spell? Amy thinks anxiously. "See? I told you self-learning teleportation was going to be a nightmare." Meanwhile, the exam candidates are standing before the steep, jagged cliff. One of them mutters, "This is just a straight-up cliff. How is this a bridge?" Atella raises her voice. "The rules are simple. Once the instructor gives the signal, you must cross over to the cliff on the other side. Whoever teleports the furthest will pass the exam." The Class 7 students look at each other, whispering, "Are they for real?" One of them steps up to the edge and gulps. "Are you seriously telling us to run across that? If we mess up the spell, we are just going to plunge to our deaths, right?" The Class 7 students stare down, highly skeptical that there are even any safety nets down there. The instructor steps in front of them and sneers. "If you are scared, then quit." The Class 7 candidates turn to stare at him as he continues. "As you all know, death is a very real possibility in any Magic Academy curriculum." With a deadpan expression, he adds, "Besides, this is an early promotion exam designed to select students worthy of Class 5. So, unless you can guarantee your own safety, you should not even bother. With such weak resolve, you will not stand a chance." He coldly warns them, it is not too late to turn back now. But despite his terrifyingly stern face, he is secretly laughing his head off inside. Getting cold feet already, are we? Well, putting a little pressure on them is the best way to prevent any real disasters. He glances over to the side. The real danger here. The instructor's eyes land on Mark and his crew, who are standing there with their arms crossed. These guys are here solely to crush the competition. Mark sneers. Why are those mediocre losers even trying to take this exam? In the end, they are only destined to be stepping stones for elites like me in society. He smugly chuckles. And as for that privileged kid, I heard he is trying to pass this exam through self-study. He is bound to fail. What a complete joke. Mark looks ahead, thinking, even I had to prepare this thoroughly. Right at that moment, Atella raises her hand and calls out, "Everyone, line up. The exam will now begin." Suddenly, she stops mid-sentence, spotting something in the distance. A figure is running headlong toward them. It is Shirone, and he looks like an absolute mess. Everyone gasps in shock as he arrives. Shirone leans forward, hands on his knees as he pants heavily, and wheezes, I am so sorry." He looks up at Atella and asks, Can I Still take the exam? Atella immediately rushes over to his side. On the hill, Serial spots him through her binoculars. Ah, there he is. Amy snatches the binoculars right out of Serial's hands and screams, "What the hell took you so long, you absolute idiot?" Amy bites her lip as she watches him, muttering, "Wait, why is his face covered in cuts? Did he mess up his training or something?" Over on the judge's platform, Sienna turns to Headmaster Alpheas. She asks, "Headmaster, Miss Atella is signaling to ask if we should make an exception for the late student." Headmaster Alpheas nods and replies, "Dealing with unexpected situations is also a measure of a student's ability. Let the exam begin as scheduled. Go ahead." Sienna was silent for a moment and then replied, "Understood." Right after that, an orange flare shot into the sky. Atella turned her head and shouted, "Get ready. The exam will begin as scheduled." Atella then spoke to Shirone, who was barely standing on his feet. "Shirone, if you want to give up, just tell me." Shirone dragged himself forward step by step. "Thank you for worrying about me, but I'll be fine." Someone waved their hand at Shirone. "Stand over here." He blankly replied, "Oh, thanks." The boy who just spoke glanced at someone standing a short distance away and signaled. Phase 1. Successfully eliminate that kid within 10 rounds. Shirone kept his head down, panting heavily as sweat poured off him. He glared forward, thinking, "Focus. Put everything you have into this." Instructor Atella raised her hand high and announced, "The early promotion exam for Class 7 officially begins now. Everyone, get ready." Atella looked at the stopwatch in her hand. Everyone had lined up, crouching low into their starting stances. Mark gave a signal to the person next to him. "Just stick to the plan." The guy next to him nodded. Shirone also gathered his focus. Atella fired a flare into the sky to signal the start, and all the participating students dashed forward. Shirone ran as fast as his legs could carry him, just like the rest of them. Those two kept pace right behind Shirone. They exchanged a nod as the seconds ticked away. 1 second had passed since the start of the exam. The kids had come this far through rigorous training. However, this was the very first time they had ever laid eyes on the cliff. What would it feel like to have the open sky spread out right beneath your feet? A burning sensation began to creep up their toes. Was it excitement or fear? This was a world they had never known before. There was only one strategy the kids could come up with. The students rushed forward blindly, fueled by the desperate desire to secure first place. Every single student held on to the belief that they actually had a shot at winning first place. 2 seconds had now passed. The distance to the cliff was now 20 meters. Mark was also sprinting at full speed, thinking to himself that simply running fast wouldn't secure them first place. What really mattered was timing the teleportation perfectly, combining theory with split-second execution. The key to victory lay in timing the leap. The location of the jump would ultimately decide the outcome. There is no real difference between jumping early or late. That is, if you actually have the guts to do it. A red-haired student misstepped, though they were still quite far from the cliff edge. Desperate, the red-haired boy screamed, "To hell with it!" Then, he instantly vanished in a flash of yellow light. Another nearby student panicked, shouting, Me too." One after another, everyone began casting their teleportation spells. 3 seconds had passed, and at 5 meters from the cliff, the lead group took off. Someone screamed, "Damn it, I can do this." With only 3 meters left, another boy lunged forward. One of Mark's cronies caught up from behind, screaming, "Sorry, Mark, I'm going ahead. If my backup leaves first, what the hell am I supposed to do?" Mark gritted his teeth in rage, muttering, "Those cowards." Still, he kept rushing forward. What if he fell? Panic setting in, Mark's slider leapt with 2 meters to go. 3.5 seconds had passed. Shirone was still running at full speed. So was one of Mark's lackeys, who was supposed to drag him down. The lackey thought, "Why the hell is this lunatic keeping up with me?" Another boy hesitated, thinking, "There is no one left but us, so I guess." Someone yelled, "I'm out of here," and vanished. The two guys tasked with keeping Shirone back also began casting their spells. Shirone kept sprinting forward even with only 1 meter left. 3.7 seconds had passed, but Shirone still felt the moment wasn't right. He planted his foot right at the very edge of the cliff. Shirone was determined to catch up to them. The students watching from Amy's group stood there, completely jaw-dropped. Even the evaluation committee on Sienna's side did not expect this. Atella watched on with deep concern as whispers began to spread. Is he really not going to jump? Shirone Arian cleared 2 meters. 4 seconds had passed. Meanwhile, at the Ogent family mansion, just like that swordsmanship duel, this is the very first time I have ever seen someone who did not tremble in the presence of my father. Aren't you scared at all? Those were the astonished words Ryan said to him, since Ryan himself did not even dare to look his own father in the eye. 1 year ago, inside Rion's room at the Ogent mansion, hearing Rion's praise made him feel a bit embarrassed. Oh, that? It was really nothing special. I just read in a book once that the essence of fear comes from our imagination. But what surprised Shirone even more was Rion's knight's oath. How could that even compare to your knight's oath? He had never expected Ryan to make such an oath to him. Recalling the book titled Only Humans Fear Swords, Shirone calmly explained, "We tend to imagine that we will die immediately. For instance, even if we leap off a cliff, we do not actually die until the moment we hit the ground, right? So, I stopped imagining the future and focused entirely on the present moment, meaning I only focus on finding a solution. To keep fear at bay, he had stopped projecting into the future and instead anchored himself in the present, doing everything he could to find a solution. That mindset was now saving him. Hearing his explanation, Ryan was completely dumbfounded, finding it incredibly reckless. Shirone, are you an idiot? Stupid? Being called stupid made Shirone flinch in surprise. Ryan looked at him, completely dumbfounded by how casually he could talk about something so dangerous, as if it were nothing. Sweat dripping down his face, Ryan grabbed his shoulders tightly and yelled, "If you fall off that cliff, you're gonna die. You're definitely gonna die. What on earth are you talking about?" Seeing Ryan worry so much over a complete misunderstanding, Shirone quickly tried to explain. No, that's not what I meant. Think about it logically, Ryan. I won't die the exact moment I jump. Back in reality, the spectating students and teachers were watching with bated breath, utterly consumed by worry and suspense. The clock in Miss Athella's hand ticked away, second by second. At the edge of the cliff, the exam participants had already transformed into streaks of light and shot forward. Only then did Shirone take his leap. A faint golden glow enveloped his body as he began to expand his spirit zone. The massive wind resistance from using teleportation magic put intense pressure on his body. I can't lose my focus. If my spirit zone collapses, it's all over. The very moment Shirone plummeted, his entire body was enveloped in a brilliant layer of light. The space around Shirone began to warp as he soared upward, shooting forward at lightning speed and quickly catching up to the other students. Shirone easily bypassed the leading group. Suddenly, one of the students spotted him and let out a shocked gasp. Everyone was utterly shocked. They never expected him to catch up so fast, let alone blow right past them. What the? How could he jump that late and still pass us by this much? Seeing Shirone fly past him, the guy simply couldn't believe his eyes. On the other side of the mountain, the spectating students erupted in cheers as they saw him join the race. Everyone was loudly cheering for Shirone. It's starting, let's go. Even though it was just a fleeting moment to the naked eye. Did you see that? Yeah, that new student just jumped. The Class 5 students were incredibly impressed to witness Shirone's outstanding performance. They couldn't believe a new student was capable of doing this. Amy, isn't this his first time actually learning magic? Sari asked in sheer disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. Even Amy didn't know how to respond, utterly stunned into silence herself. Once she calmed down, she realized why he had started later than the rest, and the initial shock began to fade. Of course, even with a late start, he managed to make up for the lost time. As long as he maintained that pace, Shirone would definitely take the lead. Back in the race, Mar was currently leading, but he knew it was only a matter of time before Shirone caught up to him. Damn it, what the hell is the tactical team doing? The distance ahead isn't even the problem anymore. Cursing under his breath, Mar glanced back while desperately trying to accelerate. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Shirone blew right past him to take the lead. That brat is right in front of me. In the distance, deep in the forest, away from the mountains where the exam was taking place, Maria was slowly stepping deeper into the woods. Now, as for Maria, it wasn't that she lacked talent, it was the constant harassment from her classmates, combined with her own insecurity and fragility, that had held her back. In the teacher's office, when asked about her grades, Maria was too terrified to look up. With a trembling voice, she whimpered, "Yes, sir. It's because the other kids kept messing with me." Before she could even finish her sentence, the teacher coldly cut her off. Classmates trying to drag you down is a given. This is a competition, and yet everyone else managed to push through and move up to the next class. By the end of the third round, the participating students had split into 3 distinct groups. The front group consisted of Shirone and Mar's tactical team, with the middle group trailing closely, about 3 meters behind. And at the very back was the final group, composed of those who had panicked and cast their magic early out of fear. Damn it, I can't even get my flight magic to work. But wait, the seniors said we'd still be safe even if we fell, right? After flying for a bit, one student accidentally sneezed. That single sneeze was enough to throw him off balance, sending him plunging down. A chain reaction followed, as numerous other students from Group 3 also fell off the cliff, screaming in sheer panic. "Help me! Teacher! I quit!" Watching the stampede of falling students, the spectators and teachers simply chuckled, treating it like an entertaining show. As expected, those who can't conquer their fear are always the first to drop. With that, the teacher casually began writing down the names of the eliminated students. The eliminated students continued to plunge, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Where is the safety gear? How much longer do we have to fall?" Once they fell to a certain height, a massive fan at the bottom of the cliff roared to life. The powerful gusts of wind cushioned their fall, allowing them to land safely. Those who remained conscious lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in misery. "This is way too much. You guys should have warned us about this first." Having just survived a heart-stopping scare, the eliminated students wailed in unison, complaining that their seniors had completely left them in the dark. Little did they know, this was just a playful hazing tradition left behind by the upperclassmen. Ultimately, every single student in the last group was disqualified. 200 meters. The students who had managed to make it this far were already showing signs of exhaustion, gasping for breath. "I can't go any further." Some had grown too exhausted to maintain their teleportation spell and plunged down. "Teacher, save me." As those familiar screams echoed once more, a large portion of the middle group dropped out. Meanwhile, back with the leading group, Mar was still pushing his limits. "Pick up the pace. His magic talent is totally average, yet he still isn't showing any signs of getting tired. You idiots. If you don't have what it takes, don't dream of climbing to the top. The average ones are bound to give up anyway." Hearing the cries of surrender behind him, Max sneers in contempt, even as he pushes himself to speed up and stay close to Shirone. But the gap between them is still too wide. Damn it, is it just my head playing tricks on me? Or is that brat actually pulling further and further away? Mac gritted his teeth, thinking in frustration. Mac pushes his speed even more, desperately trying to catch up, his annoyance boiling over just thinking about him. He doesn't even show a single sign of exhaustion. How is that possible? He should have been completely drained before we even started. Suddenly, Shirone up ahead begins to change. A surge of energy floods his body, and Mac, witnessing it all from behind, curses under his breath. Damn it, what the hell is that? Shirone suddenly accelerates. Meanwhile, Instructor Atella uses her magic eyes to observe the performance of all the students. Even she has to marvel at his talent. Shirone's abilities are truly incredible. Even I have to use self-objectification multiple times, yet Shirone's rhythm remains perfectly constant, just like a machine. The self-objectification technique Instructor Atella uses is about objectifying oneself to stabilize the mind while generating a unique inertia. Not just Instructor Atella, but all the proctors nod in agreement with her assessment. Some instructors even comment on Mac, noting that his magical capability isn't bad either. On the other hand, Mac's pace fluctuates quite a bit. He's doing well compared to his classmates, but he still shows the impatient rashness of youth. Not only that, some even praise Instructor Atella's own talent, as expected of her, to be able to detect everything so precisely from such a distance using synesthesia. She's truly amazing. He stands in another corner, his face sour as he remains dead silent. The headmaster, watching from his seat, is also highly pleased with the talent Shirone is displaying. Serial peers through his binoculars at the exam, asking Amy in disbelief, is he actually using self-objectification on his own? That's incredible. Where on earth did Shirone learn such an advanced technique? Amy, standing nearby, watches the race intently. Even though she already knows the answer, she has no intention of saying it out loud. Learn it? Ordinary mages are taught how to consciously access their unconscious mind. But this kid is different. He is practically controlling his subconscious mind directly. That isn't something you can just learn. Watching Shirone pull further ahead, Mac knows he can't win this fairly. It's time to put his plan into motion. With that in mind, Mac suddenly shouts, "Do it now." Receiving the signal, his two lackeys immediately set their plan in motion. Even though both of them are already at their limits, they think, damn it, there's the signal, but why does it have to be right now? We'll just have to squeeze out every last drop of our remaining mental power all at once. To carry out the orders, one of the lackeys decides to risk it all to take him down. He channels all of his remaining mental energy to push himself to his absolute limit. Shirone senses the shift, thinking, a double breakthrough? Someone's rhythm just changed. In that split second of distraction, a shadow suddenly appears right in front of Shirone, catching him completely off guard. Another student cuts right in front of him, shocking Shirone. Unable to react in time, he has no choice but to slow down to avoid a collision. What's going on? Before he can even process it, another student charges straight at him. Shirone's eyes widen as he watches the student hurtling toward him. Although the lackey knows what he's doing is wrong, he can't disobey Mac's orders. He thinks to himself, sorry, but your race ends here. Let's go down together. The lackey closes his eyes tight, charging forward at full speed in an attempt to drag Shirone down with him. Shirone's eyes are wide with utter shock as he stares at the student lunging directly at him. Is he really going to crash into me? With his eyes shut tight and teeth gritted in anxiety, the student hangs, suspended in midair. A moment later, the student opens his eyes, his gaze filled with complete confusion. As he begins to plummet, he can only watch Shirone hovering in the air, a single thought flashing through his mind. Did he actually dodge that? In the perilous open air, several students are struggling as they plunge downward. It's all over. At that moment, Shirone is desperately struggling to keep his consciousness. His hand reaches out into the deep void, with the vast blue sky right before him. His rhythm shattered, fatigue finally starts to set in, but with a final surge of determination, Shirone's sapphire blue eyes flash to life once more. I can't pass out now. Focus. A streak of light, bright as the sun, shoots back up into the blue sky. The falling student, witnessing this, can only think that the kid is a literal monster, not a human. With that final thought, he plummets down along with a few others. Down below, the Class 5 students are still buzzing with chatter. Was his movement a bit strange just now? Did he go the wrong way? One of the students speaks up, more like they tried to ram straight into the kid in front. That was their actual goal. Two students turn to look at him in absolute shock. How do you know that? Who would cause an intentional crash? Hearing his name mentioned, Iruki just sits there calmly cross-legged, folding his arms in front of the other students. No, it is different. Iruki gestured with his hands, clenching one into a fist and keeping the other open and upright. Bringing them close together, he explained, one blocks the path ahead while the other attacks from the side. With a completely calm expression, Iruki continued his analysis. It is a brilliant strategy designed to block both. The ultimate advantages of teleportation and spatial leaping. If the new kid does not veer off the track, something absolutely terrible is bound to happen. Finishing his breakdown, Iruki waved his hand dismissively and smirked. Well, if it were me, I would have easily escaped using the equation of motion. Hearing that, the other two students could only scowl, glaring away in disgust. His fake innocence was seriously nauseating. The two of them exchanged knowing looks, but based on what Iruki said, there was no way the teachers had not noticed. Who knows what they are actually planning? Meanwhile, the headmaster and Miss Sienna were still keeping a close eye on the exam. Charging forward using his powers, Mark had a look of pure confidence as he let out a hearty laugh. First place. First place is mine, Mark smirked triumphantly. Everyone is going to be so jealous. My brainless classmates and even those Class 6 kids are about to become my juniors. Just watch me. Mark's confident blue eyes gleamed as he thought, feast your eyes on my talent. Meanwhile, Shirone was desperately trying to keep up, trailing behind Mark's blinding magical trail. Shirone thought to himself, Mark's condition is great. He is definitely going to finish this exam. If I want to win, I have to go even faster. But if I rush to increase my teleportation distance, it could throw off my entire rhythm. With eyes burning with determination, he decided, I will just have to set a different pace. Right then, Shirone's magical glow surged with speed. Shirone rocketed forward, instantly overtaking Mark. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting, Look! Shirone caught up. It is a head-to-head race between the two of them now. Mark, pick up the pace. Watching through her binoculars, Amy gasped in shock. His body is in terrible shape, yet he is still unleashing magic with that much power. Meanwhile, Siriel tugged on Amy's arm, whining with curiosity. Hey, let me see too. Suddenly, Amy pulled the binoculars from her eyes in utter shock. Out on the track, as Mark was charging forward, he stammered, What on earth is that? A beam of magic, twisting like a coiled whip, was hurtling straight toward Mark. Terrified, he threw himself to the side, barely dodging as the magic surged past. What the hell is going on? Mark panicked. To make matters worse, Shirone was already right on his heels. Suddenly, a warning system flashed, activating the brutal difficulty of the uncrossable bridge. Everyone watching was completely paralyzed with shock. Level 10. Shirone froze in absolute disbelief. Both he and Mark stared blankly at the chaotic, hazardous magic matrix in front of them, which was continuously firing deadly, whip-like cords of energy. What the hell are they talking about? What do they mean, level 10? In front of everyone, Miss Sienna called out, "Professor Thad, I am heading to the control room to check." Before she could even finish, Professor Thad took off, unleashing his magic to fly straight into the air. A brilliant streak of magic rocketed skyward. Turning to the headmaster, Miss Sienna urged anxiously, "Headmaster, we have to stop the exam immediately." Another teacher objected, "But this is an exam for a double-grade promotion. If we call it off, the noble families will lose their minds. How are we going to handle that backlash?" But Headmaster Alpheas kept his eyes glued to the unfolding chaos. Hearing the teacher's complaint, Headmaster Alpheas snapped in anger, "Is this really the time to worry about that? Send the signal to abort the exam immediately." A magical flare erupted in the sky right in front of Shirone and Mark, catching both of them off guard. Hovering in midair, Shirone stared at the signal. The exam is cancelled. Meanwhile, Professor Thad's magical trail had finally reached its destination. Stepping out of his magic, Professor Thad muttered in a rush, "I just saw the yellow flare. Does that mean they actually called off the exam? Great. My desk is going to be buried under a mountain of complaint letters." Hurrying toward the control room, Professor Thad barked, "Brad, did you go out drinking again last night? You of all people knew how crucial today's exam is. This time, I am seriously going to." Professor Thad grabbed the doorknob and twisted, but it would not budge. He froze. "It is locked." Realizing it was not a technical glitch, Professor Thad began channeling his magic. A fiery red aura flared around him, but then, he suddenly stopped. Sensing someone on the other side of the door, a faint blue light enveloped his eyes, allowing him to peer inside. Through the door, he saw two figures. One was collapsed over a desk, while the other sat huddled on the floor in front of the main control console. Professor Thad pointed his hand at the lock, charging up his magic. "Who is in there? Open this door right now, or I will blow it to pieces." A fragile voice replied from inside. "Go ahead, do it, please. Honestly, even if I disappear right now, nobody would even care." Professor Thad gasped. That voice. A brief memory flashed in his mind, of himself holding his briefcase, with a quiet young student trailing behind him. "Are you?" Professor Thad's eyes widened in disbelief. "Maria, is that you?" Maria was sitting curled up against the door, clutching her knees and trembling with fear. Desperate to stop her, Professor Thad began pounding on the door. "Do you have any idea what you are doing? Open this door right now. I will tell them it was just an accident, and you will only get off with a light warning." But Maria screamed, "No, it is already too late. Everything is over anyway. If Mark gets promoted, my life will go back to being a living hell. What difference does it make if I die here? I would rather just end it all. No, it is all over anyway. If Mark gets promoted, my life will go back to being a living hell. What difference does it make if I die right here?" Hearing Maria's words, Professor Thad is completely stunned. "I would rather have it this way. Anything is better than that." Maria screams, trembling with fear, as she clings tightly to her knees. Stunned, Professor Thad closes his eyes and sighs. "I understand. Just do whatever you want." With tears streaming down her face, Maria looks up in shock. "If you do not want to open it, then do not. Honestly, there is no real emergency. Just as you wished, the exam has been cancelled." A bright yellow flare bursts in front of Shirone and Mark. Mark grits his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Stopping the exam? You have got to be kidding me. My chance of promotion is right in front of me." Mark glances back at Shirone and groans. "Come on, reconsider. No matter what you say, we cannot even get out of here right now. The chance to beat this guy might never come again." Shirone is panting heavily from exhaustion, but his sharp, intense gaze remains unchanged. Mark keeps glaring resentfully at Shirone. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes, and two streaks of light charge forward. The maze begins firing deadly magical beams. Headmaster, Shirone, and Mark have headed straight into the maze. The magical projectiles keep raining down. Miss Sienna covers her mouth in shock, crying out, "No!" while the headmaster clenches his fists tightly. With a furious expression, the headmaster squeezes his fists and growls, "Those absolute blockheads." Sienna watches in panic as the two dive headfirst into danger, like moths to a flame. Anxious and desperate, she calls out to the headmaster, "We have to stop this right now. It is too dangerous. What on earth is Professor Thad doing?" As soon as the headmaster finishes speaking, all the teachers rush over to him, begging for his guidance. The headmaster is indeed furious right now. He balls his hands into fists, his usually gentle face completely hardened. His eyes glow with a golden light as he watches the two venture deeper into the maze. Deep down, he feels a wave of disappointment, thinking, "I thought you would be different. But if you let temporary greed blind you and make reckless choices, you will never find your way out of the maze." Inside the maze, Shirone maintains his speed, dodging obstacles to find a way out. The watching students have completely descended into panic. They pace around anxiously, crying out, "Oh my God, what should we do? What do we do now?" Shirelle covers her mouth with both hands, speechless, as she calls out to her best friend next to her. Amy can only watch in frustration and helplessness as the exam continues. Even though she cannot do anything, she thinks to herself, "Those idiots, Class 10 is for professionals." Thick black ropes shoot out from the canyon walls. They twist into various shapes, lunging violently at our main lead. The relentless onslaught leaves him struggling to dodge. The trap triggers at a blinding speed the moment he evades one, the next immediately appears. Shirone barely has any time to calculate his moves. If this keeps up, his mental energy will be completely drained. Elsewhere, Mark confidently rushes through the maze, thinking, "We are both going to get disqualified anyway, so whoever goes the furthest wins. If I put on a good show here, maybe I will get recognized." Fueled by these thoughts, Mark charges forward without a second thought. He weaves through the gaps of the maze at an incredible speed. As he moves, he smirks with satisfaction. Watching Shirone struggle to dodge. "How do you like my skills? You are going to be stuck there forever." Meanwhile, massive, jet-black labyrinth walls continue to close in on Shirone. He desperately evades the oncoming labyrinth blocks while searching for an exit, but seeing Mark charge forward, he tries to shout a warning, but it is already too late. Do not do it. Meanwhile, in the control room, a red warning light suddenly flashes on the monitor. As the alarm blares repeatedly, Maria's choked voice echoes, "Teacher, what is competition anyway?" Maria sits slumped against the door, clutching her knees and sobbing loudly, promoting lies just to push others off a cliff. Is this really the kind of competition the Academy wants? Professor Thad sits leaning against the other side of the door, trying to calm her down. "You have it all wrong." But before he can even finish, Maria cuts him off loudly, screaming, "Do not group me with you. What does a teacher who has always been hailed as a genius know about this?" She sobs, tears of anguish streaming down her face. "I followed your instructions. I endured it all. But in this school, who actually remembers a student with no talent? Someone as ordinary as me." Sensing Maria's emotional breakdown, Professor Thad continues to speak to her in a gentle tone. "I do not know if you are aware, but I actually graduated from this very school myself. Back when I was in the graduating class, you were just a newly enrolled student." Hearing Professor Thad's words, Maria stops crying. She never expected him to remember that after so many years. She asks, "You still remember that? After all, did you ever hear any rumors about a genius named Thad when you were here?" Professor Thad furrows his brows, reminiscing. Her voice, still shaking from crying, replies, "No, I have never heard of that. I was always at the bottom, and I stayed in class 5 for 5 years. Because of that, I grew increasingly bitter watching my peers move up so easily." Professor Thad continues to tell Maria about his time at the school and academy. There was a hint of nostalgia and loss in his voice as he spoke. "No way, not the you of today," Maria muttered in disbelief. Thad burst out laughing, cutting her off, and continued his story. "One day, the headmaster caught me and gave me a good scolding. 'Hey, what do you mean? That kid hit me first.' Thad's angry voice echoed from a dark corner of the academy one evening. "It's just a minor scrap. Why do you have to get involved?" His face was covered in scratches from the fight, but Thad stubbornly snapped back. "Usually, I don't even care about stuff like this. But in moments like this, do you know what a mage must never do?" The headmaster interrupted, his voice calm. "And that is to compare yourself to others." Feeling exposed, Thad avoided eye contact, but he still tried to act tough. "Tsk, what are you even talking about? Are you lecturing me again? Ignoring Thad's attitude, the headmaster gently continued. Mages call it losing one's ego. Just focus on yourself. If you can do that, only then can you truly transcend your limits. If you keep focusing on everyone else on your own journey, you'll eventually lose your way. Back in the labyrinth, Mark confidently charged ahead until he realized something was terribly wrong. Looking at the gates closing in both ahead and behind him, Mark realized he was locked in. Cornered with no way out, panic set in. Terror gripped his heart, completely freezing his ability to think. Now, Mark was consumed by pure regret, wishing he had never taken this path. Trapped with no escape, he watched in horror as the labyrinth blocks closed in to crush him. Only one thought raced through Mark's mind. Was he going to die here? Overwhelmed by regret and fear, he screamed out, "Help! Someone help me!" Watching from the outside, everyone panicked seeing Mark in danger and screamed, "Mark, no!" Just when it seemed like Mark was done for, a hand reached out. Grabbing Mark by his collar, it pulled him away, saving him in the nick of time. Gripping Mark's collar tight, Shirone grit his teeth and accelerated with all his might to escape the collapsing labyrinth. Seeing Shirone save Mark, the students of Class 7 burst into cheers. Mark is safe. Shirone saved him. But then, one student realized they were still in the middle of an exam. He asked in confusion, "Wait, but this is an exam. Why would he save his own competitor?" Hearing the girl's question, another student immediately snapped at her. "Are you stupid? Does winning even matter when someone is about to die right in front of you? None of that matters right now." Another student noticed how unique Shirone's rescue method was and muttered, "How on earth did he pull off a teleportation spell like that?" Up in the air, Mark was still flailing and crying out, "Save me! Save me!" Annoyed by the constant whining, Shirone snapped, "Shut up. I'm trying to think here. These traps are a type of illusion. I have to see right through them to find a way out. First, let's head up." Trying to find an escape route while carrying Mark's dead weight was exhausting. Steeling himself, Shirone used top speed to carry Mark upward. The traps were hot on their heels. Every time Shirone moved, the living traps of the labyrinth chased after them. "Going up is useless. Get out of the way." The students below saw that ascending wouldn't work and screamed out a warning. Watching the labyrinth close in, Shirone knew running was futile, but he couldn't think of any other option right now. Gaining distance won't solve anything. What do I do? Just then, a spark of inspiration hit him. Shirone knew exactly what he had to do. "That's it, there is a way I need to turn back." Without a second thought, Shirone sped up, pulling Mark along as he dove right back down. Seeing him turn back, Iruki clenched his fists in excitement and shouted, "Yes! Moving forward isn't always the right move. Sometimes, going back is the real answer." On the other side, seeing Shirone perform so brilliantly, his classmates were utterly bewildered. It's only been 1 month. Did he really train all on his own? I thought he only got in through connections and didn't even know how to use magic. Could it be that we completely misunderstood him this whole time? "You can do this." Setting aside their past misunderstandings, all the students were now screaming in support of Shirone. "Watch out. Get out of the way." Perhaps Shirone. Siriel watched in awe, realizing that his immense effort wasn't just for this exam, but for something far greater. Standing nearby, Amy agreed. Yeah, he didn't work this hard just to pass a test. After all, the promotion exam is just a tiny step on the path to becoming a mage. He simply wants to become a truly great mage, Sariel murmured. In the control room, Thad continued to comfort Maria. Competition is just a tool to get to the finish line faster. It's perfectly fine to go slow. Once we cross that finish line, we all become mages. As Thad's words echoed, at that very moment, every single teacher and student, including the headmaster, was left speechless with shock as they watched Shirone effortlessly dodge and escape the labyrinth. Standing behind the door, Maria whispered with a hint of regret, "It's not too late now, is it?" Knowing he had succeeded in comforting Maria, Mr. Thad smiled gently and spoke. "I will help you, so why don't you try to find a little more courage?" Every word Mr. Thad said gave her courage. Maria burst into tears, sobbing out of regret, or perhaps out of sheer relief. Back at the competition, the principal suddenly spoke up, ordering the exam to continue, making Sienna and the other teachers turn to look at him in shock. Unfazed, the principal declared firmly, "I will take full responsibility for everything." The path ahead was filled with danger. The crowd kept shouting, "Hang in there, it's dangerous, watch out." With a look of determination, Shirone kept moving forward. With one hand, he dragged Mark along toward the hazardous matrix. The trap seemed alive, moving unpredictably with no set rules. He wanted to save Mark, but he couldn't pinpoint his position. Mark screamed in terror, "I don't want to die." Shirone, on the other hand, remained calm and focused. First, he had to sense the entire structure, focusing on a single point. Shirone used his eyes to search for a safe path. The entire maze structure began to glow. "I've been through this before. It feels just like running away." At that exact moment, Shirone saw the path. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he dashed into the maze along the route he had visualized. He was moving so fast that only a golden afterimage could be seen. Shirone slipped through the closing gaps of the maze at lightning speed. Inside the maze, he was like a fish in water, gliding through with ease. The watching students gasped in amazement at Shirone's power. Mark, who was being dragged along, had already fainted and was foaming at the mouth. Amy and Cyrielle were also quite shocked by his actions. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Shirone's performance. How was this possible? Danger was unlocking his latent power, focusing his limits to a single, satisfying point. Alpheas seemed to recognize the source of Shirone's hidden power, but what surprised him the most was that even he couldn't see where the boy's limits lay. Yet, I don't feel any desire or satisfaction coming from that child. Could it be that he has no limits at all? The maze constantly shifted and shape-shifted, rushing toward him, but no matter how it changed, Shirone avoided every single obstacle. Watching this, Alpheas was absolutely stunned, because he could sense that Shirone's mind was completely free of any stray thoughts. Incredible. No hesitation, no distractions. Etella kept her eyes glued to him, watching his every move. Though she looked calm on the outside, she was anything but calm on the inside. The density of his spirit zone is nearly 99.9%. To calculate everything so perfectly in such a chaotic situation, his talent is outstanding. But this test is just too dangerous. Shirone cleared one maze after another, and with each success, the challenge only grew harder. As he cleared another section of the maze, he realized the gap between the obstacles had shrunk to about 1 meter. He scrambled for a solution. A 10-meter teleportation wouldn't get him through this. If that's the case, I'll divide the teleportation into 1/10 segments in a pattern of right, left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left. As the thought crossed his mind, his body moved accordingly, slipping through gaps of less than 1 meter at the speed of light. Shirone advanced to the next stage. Next up was a trap. At this stage, the maze formed tightly packed hexagons like a honeycomb, giving him some trouble. Shirone realized the problem. So I can't go in a straight line? The gap is extremely narrow. Without hesitating, Shirone immediately adapted. If that's the case, I'll just break it down as much as possible. Has the rainbow drop finally reached that level? Eruki excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, startling everyone around him. What is that? Is he bending light? Watching Shirone navigate the maze, someone couldn't help but ask, Eruki, why is the light bending? Light only travels in straight lines. Hearing his classmates' confusion, Eruki kindly explained. You're asking about such a basic principle? If we differentiate a circle, we get an infinite straight line. The teleportation distance is divided into 1,000th segments. Over 1,000? Unable to hide their shock, the classmates shouted, how on earth did he calculate that? Everyone kept asking, what calculations? It's intuition, it's intellect. Isn't he supposed to be a genius anyway? Eruki sighed helplessly. In short, he's a genius, the exact opposite of us. Eruki proudly continued to boast, but none of his classmates paid him any attention. They were all too mesmerized by Shirone's talent. A genius? That's terrifying. Just then, the maze began to shift again, as jet-black threads seemed to come alive, merging into a single form. The threads grew denser and denser, forming a massive entity. This spelled serious trouble for Shirone. It's huge! Shirone stared at the creation in utter shock. Realizing what it was, the teachers leaped to their feet in panic, shouting, Stop! That's the dragon's maze! A massive, terrifying, jet-black dragon head, formed by the maze, appeared right before Shirone. Watching the maze keep active, especially when Mr. Thad had been gone for so long, it still hasn't stopped, making Miss Sienna incredibly anxious. What on earth is he doing? Unable to wait any longer, Miss Sienna uses teleportation, turning into a beam of light and flying off. At that moment, Mark regains consciousness. Where is this? As soon as he regains consciousness, Shirone looks up. Right before his eyes, a dragon's massive, gaping maw is charging straight at him, making him scream in sheer terror. Facing the monster, Mark thrashes around in a blind panic. while Shirone remains calm, searching for a way to break free. I have to memorize everything. The order I saw. First, the left loop. While Shirone tries to find a way out, Mark is not nearly as composed. He desperately begs Shirone to save him. I promise I will be a good person. Just please save me. Meanwhile, Miss Sienna has teleported to Professor Thad's side. The moment her feet hit the ground, she rushes toward the control room and screams, "Professor, what is going on?" Seeing Sienna running over in such a rush, Professor Thad asks, "Miss Sienna, what is happening here?" Running up impatiently, Sienna yells, "There is no time. Shut down the device right now." Thad still doesn't understand. He thought the exam was cancelled a long time ago. It wasn't cancelled. I heard Shirone and Mark are still inside the testing ground. Sienna's shout leaves Thad shocked. What? Damn it! Without a second thought, Thad spins around and runs toward the control panel. "Miss Sienna, Professor Thad." Suddenly, a panicked voice calls out to them. It is Miss Athela. Athela runs up to them, gasping as if trying to say something. At that very moment, the dragon lunges, swallowing Shirone and Mark whole. All the student spectators scream in terror, shielding their eyes. Both teachers and students watch in horror as everything happens in the blink of an eye. Time seems to stand still as the second hand of the teleportation clock ticks forward by just 1 second. The clock hand ticks and stops right at 12. Rewind to about 1 minute before Athela arrived. Facing the massive fangs about to snap shut, Shirone clutches Mark's shirt. Mark is terrified, and everyone around them is in a state of utter panic. Amy and Sherelle cling to each other, screaming and turning away from what is about to happen. Facing the monster, Shirone taps into his power. His eyes glow a brilliant blue, sweat dripping down his face, as everything around him slows to a complete crawl. 1 minute ago. Chaos. Calmness. He feels as if he has entered a different perspective. I'm still alive. Think. The neurons in his body fire at maximum capacity. At 1/10 of a second, a flash of light breaks through the barriers. At 1/100th of a second, the light weaves through the cubic structures. 6 turns, 9 teleports in total, including the exit. At 1,000th of a second, he worries he made a mistake. The light is blocked by a red wall. Shirone realizes that he and Mark can't escape through this path. They must find another way. Back to the present, the clock strikes 12, and the monster lunges violently. Everyone around them is terrified. Amy screams in panic. Shirone! Alpheas is about to use his power to save them, but he suddenly realizes something and stops. A flash of light bursts from the darkness, as if trying to escape the deep abyss of the universe. Loud explosions echo from the light flashing across the blue sky. Below, everyone rushes toward the light, shouting in unison, "No, it can't be!" From that light, Shirone plummets to the ground, pulling Mark along with him to everyone's absolute shock. Someone in the crowd whispers, "He actually made it out. They are not ghosts, are they?" Athela stands frozen in shock at the sight, before suddenly running off somewhere. Shirone gasps for breath, unable to believe he just escaped death by a hair. What happened? Did I make it out? I can't remember a thing. The engine system of the impregnable bridge has been deactivated. Level 0. Stunned by what he just witnessed, a boy with spiky hair gasps. That was difficulty level 10. He actually cleared the advanced class's expert level. Exhausted, Shirone pants heavily after the grueling trial. He yells, "I thought I was a goner for sure." Everyone is taken aback by his words. Sherelle breaks into tears of joy. He did it. He really did it. Amy smiles softly, thinking, so cool. People who win purely on raw talent are never arrogant or boastful. Everyone crowds around Shirone, excitedly congratulating him on surviving the intense trial. Congrats, that was awesome. You have been fast-tracked straight to Class 5. The Class 6 students are going to be so jealous. Teleporting to the scene, the professors ask in disbelief, did Shirone really pass? Sienna laments with deep regret, I missed the most important moment. Professor Thad says defensively, I will explain later, but I did my best. Sienna snaps back. You were absolutely useless. Thad is deeply hurt inside. Sienna continues. In any case, since you both crossed the finish line at the same time, we need to verify this. Headmaster, please announce the winner. She hesitates. Seeing Alpheas looking dazed, Sienna calls out again. Headmaster! Alpheas thinks to himself, was I worrying over nothing? Looking at Shirone, he smiles inwardly. I am so glad you showed everyone the light, my boy. Alpheas of the Milch family stared blankly ahead, completely lost in thought. He recalled the prestigious title given to the pioneer who laid the foundation for the definition of the photon, the very same genius honored with the Golden Circle Award by the king. Sienna asked with a worried expression, "What's wrong with him?" Meanwhile, a momentary surge of greed sparked in his heart, triggered by Shirone's brilliant talent. He stepped forward, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing deeply to show respect. "Headmaster, please announce your decision. I believe the one who will bring glory to the Academy's future has finally arrived." Alpheas chuckled. "Ah, yes, I was a bit spaced out." He was reminiscing about the past after witnessing his incredibly talented student. He realized he was actually envious of the boy's innocent passion for magic. Recalling that scene, he thought, "I don't believe in fate." Alpheas clutched his pendant with one hand, his thoughts racing. "It's been so long since my heart beat this fast." Standing before the entire student body, the headmaster of Alpheas Academy spoke. "Even though only one person will be admitted, I want to commend all the students who participated today. The courage you showed today will be the driving force that brings the world closer to a brighter future. The student who passed today's exam is Shirone Arian." The crowd erupted in cheers. Stunned, he looked around with a weary face, his eyes dazed and unfocused. From the crowd, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Mark, dragging his heavily bruised and battered body after the grueling trial. The crowd began to whisper, "Shh, don't tell me he's going to protest just because he was paired with Shirone." But the new student was the one who saved him, and that whole conflict was really shady anyway. Mark gradually grew anxious, thinking, "How is this possible? I saw it with my own eyes. He's a true genius." Shirone glared at Mark with a terrifying look. Hanging his head in defeat, Mark admitted, "I was wrong all this time." With absolute sincerity, he continued, "No, I'm sorry, senior. As a mage, I will take full responsibility." All the upperclassmen bowed their heads in fear, shouting in unison, "We were wrong, senior. We will gladly accept any punishment." Still exhausted, Shirone smiled faintly and said, "All right. I hope you all mean it." They quickly shouted back, "Yes, yes, senior." They all thought to themselves, "He's terrifying. Thank goodness we apologized early." Meanwhile, Shirone's only thought was, "I just want to sleep. I'm so tired I can barely think straight." "Amazing," Amy urged. "Let's go." Sariel asked in confusion, "Wait, shouldn't we stay with Shirone for an occasion like this?" Amy replied, "There's no time." But in her heart, she thought, "He has already proven himself. Now, it's my turn." Suddenly, Shirone spotted Amy and shouted, "Amy!" A wave of anxiety washed over her. As both of them stopped, Shirone raised his hand and pointed right at her. Shirone said, "I kept my promise. Right? I might be a bit out of it right now, but I'll catch up to you in no time." Amy froze as the crowd gasped, whispering, calling a girl directly by her name like that. Is she his girlfriend? Man, I'm so jealous. You're so cool, Shirone. Amy could only weep internally, completely mortified by his sudden declaration. By the time Shirone finally woke up, he had absolutely no memory of this incident. Later, he was promoted to the 5th class. Meanwhile, in another location, Etella,